Chapter 1 Hosting Kamar-Taj. Marvel World. Kamar-Taj. Central Hall. Kamar-Taj is the holy land of earth magic. Since the advent of the genius Sorcerer Supreme, Kamar-Taj became the Asgardian of the entire earth. Although unusually low-key, but the power is really top on earth. More than just having a ton of magicians. There are also several top players. Each of them is probably not much worse than the superhero of the Avengers. Now, these masters are in the main hall of Kamar-Taj. This hall looks just like an ordinary house, entirely made of wood. Compared with the high-rise buildings of mortals, it is naturally very small. But on the wood in this room, dragons and phoenixes are carved. The mysterious lines exude an invisible light. It was obviously an ordinary room, but it gives a very solemn taste. Several of Kamar-Taj's top magicians are among them. Among them are Caecilius and Mordo, the direct disciple of Sorcerer Supreme. There is also the great magician king who looks very serious. Modu, when will senior brother come out? Caecilius said with a gloomy expression. Caecilius, be patient. Sorcerer Supreme out on a trip. Before leaving, hand over Kamar-Taj to the elder brother for supervision. I'm just waiting to obey. Moro said quietly. Big brother. Humph, I think this senior brother is on the wrong track. Caecilius hated in his heart. There are not many disciples of Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo is one, and he is naturally one. Mordo is an honest man. Naturally, he was not in his eyes. With his strength, it is very easy to replace Mordo. I thought. This time Sorcerer Supreme went out to Maxthon. The burden of Kamar-Taj's family is to be placed on him. But did not expect. Suddenly, a big brother appeared. Senior brother who is higher than Moro. In Kamar-Taj, Sorcerer Supreme is God. What she said was the truth. Caecilius can only obey. It's just natural to complain about it. Caecilius. How dare you slander Sorcerer Supreme? Sorcerer Supreme puts Big Brother in power. The senior brother must be in power, there is no negotiation. Mordo said very firmly. Yes, that's it. Although I have never seen senior brother before. But since it is the person chosen by Sorcerer Supreme, it is not something I can guess. The king next to him also said with a serious face. Humph. Caecilius snorted coldly. Who knows who this is? Never showed up. As soon as it appeared, he took over our power. However, I saw a few magicians beside me with serious expressions. Caecilius didn't say more, just waited quietly. It didn't take long. The center of the hall. Suddenly a golden spark appeared. Then the spark spun. A golden portal emerges. Hiss. This is the conference hall. It's all blocked by the space-dense pattern, can you also use the portal? The expressions of several big magicians changed. This is where the Sorcerer Supreme uses to issue orders. Naturally, it is impossible for others to go in and out at will like going to the toilet. The surrounding beams are made of magic wood. A complex magic circle is depicted on it. This kind of space-dense pattern can make all space magic invalid. Portal can be used here. The entire Kamar-Taj is nothing but Sorcerer Supreme. Now, they have one more senior brother. See this scene. The great magician suddenly felt a little more in awe at this big brother who had never appeared. Only Cassila was not very convinced. It's just a portal. What a great thing. Just when he said that, in the portal, a handsome young man stepped out from inside. It is the master brother appointed by the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. Lin Yu. I have seen Big Brother. Several great magicians stood up to show their respect. Kamar-Taj's internal hierarchy is not rigid either. The big magician is already at the top. Lin Yu is the eldest disciple of Ancient One, so he can be called a big brother. With a smile on Lin Yu's face, he said, "You don't have to be too polite. Although the master asked me to supervise Kamar-Taj, but I don't like being restrained very much, you can do as usual." Lin Yu nodded with a smile. "Abide by the order of the elder brother." Several big magicians nodded. Lin Yu smiled. Talked to these magicians and arranged the task. He opened a portal and left. Finally done. Ugh. It's really troublesome to be a disciple of Ancient One. It's better not to cross. Lin Yu's face was full of helplessness. That's right. He is a traveler. I used to be a novelist. One night, for 10 watch a day, he stayed up all night and fought hard. I just feel a pain in my heart and I don't know anything. Wake up. Lin Yu found himself crossing. He also became a disciple of the Marvel Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. This was supposed to be a good thing. That's the Sorcerer Supreme after all. The most powerful magician on earth. Incomparably powerful. Whatever he learns, he can benefit from it endlessly. Pity. He knew it wouldn't take a few years. Sorcerer Supreme will fall. The 2 or 5 disciples under his command rebelled directly. Because of Dormammu's intervention, Sorcerer Supreme was directly backstabbed by Erwuze. A great magician, dying at the hands of a pathetic fellow. Waiting for Sorcerer Supreme to die. At that time, Thanos, the director of the Universal Family Planning Office, will be unscrupulous. Directly on the Earth to engage in wind and rain. Destroyed half of life in the universe. Although in the end superhero brought people back to life. But Lin Yu dare not gamble. In case something goes wrong. The gang of superhero failed. Isn't he dead? Fortunately. There is always a way out. He has gold finger through nature. It comes with a system of a god-level novelist. As long as he writes novels, he can improve his magic. And there are no boundaries. There's no need to pay huge amounts of money like magicians like Kamar-Taj. As long as he keeps writing books. It is not impossible to become a great being like the 5 gods. Therefore, since crossing over, he started writing novels incessantly. Based on his years of experience and coding skills. In one fell swoop he raised his strength to a level above the great Kamar-Taj magician. Became Kamar-Taj, the strongest other than Sorcerer Supreme. The only pity is, do not know why. All his novels, if only half written, can't give him the magic power. Fortunately, he had a lot of experience in his previous life. If you can only write half of it, just cut it. This made Lin Yu somewhat sullen. Where is the god-level little calligrapher system? It should be the Uniquity system. Never mind. What do you want to do? Let's code it. Those magicians should be able to take care of themselves. Lin Yu shook his head and started writing. Lin Yu is very calm. One person was restless. This man is Caecilius. As the most capable disciple of Ancient One, he is naturally very arrogant. Seeing Lin Yu being so pushy. In addition, originally his own rights were robbed in the past. Naturally dissatisfied. Isn't it earlier than me? What a great thing. I want to see if you have this level. Caecilius sneered. If Lin Yu doesn't have this ability, then this senior brother is naturally capable. Thinking of this, Caecilius sorted it out. Go to Lin Yu's residence. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Under one person? Laotianshizwan. Kamar-Taj is a sacred place on earth. Its location is in the vast Himalayas. And because of the arrangement of the great Sorcerer Supreme, it is simply impossible for ordinary people to find Kamar-Taj's location. So, the area of Kamar-Taj is not small. I am afraid it can be compared to a small town. The place where Lin Yu lives. This is the most central location of Kamar-Taj. Lives next to the Sorcerer Supreme residence. At this point, it also made Caecilius extremely envious. Obviously the senior brother has never appeared. Nor does it contribute much to Kamar-Taj's. As soon as he came out, his status was above him. Sorcerer Supreme is too eccentric. This time, he wanted to see how much the so-called senior brother had. If it doesn't live up to its name. This big brother's seat. Don't ask him to sit. Caecilius thought for a long time before walking towards Lin Yu's residence. Knocked on the door. Senior brother, Caecilius asks to see you. Lin Yu in the room. Is writing a novel. Because of the existence of the old guy Thanos. Lin Yu's mood to improve his cultivation is very urgent. So I spend most of my time writing books in my room. Lin Yu was writing a book when Caecilius came over. Zhao Yu was stunned when he heard the voice outside the door. Caecilius. What is this 25 boy doing here? Lin Yu naturally knew. Caecilius was later seduced by the dimension Mephistodormamu. Fall into the darkness. It is the culprit that directly led to the fall of Ancient One. Definitely this is also inseparable from the teachings of Ancient One. Caecilius was inherently extreme. Knowing that the teacher he respects has been relying on the power of the dark space to continue his life. They are also warned not to use the power of the dark space. Naturally it will be unbearable. Not to mention, Caecilius was originally an infatuated person. When I joined Kamar-Taj, my wife and children died. Learning magic is probably also for the family. Ancient One survived by the power of darkness, which gave him hope of resurrecting his family. But he was not allowed to use this power. How can it not go to extremes? Poor people must have something to hate, and hateful people must have tragic suffering. Lin Yu shook his head. At this moment, another voice came from outside. Senior brother, Caecilius asks to see you. Lin Yu straightened up and said solemnly. Come in. Lin Yu sat in the living room and pointed at him. There was a pot of brewed tea on the table. Caecilius at the moment also pushed the door in. Caecilius, come, sit down and talk. Thank you, big brother. Caecilius opened his mouth. Lin Yu asked when he saw him sitting down. Caecilius, why did you come here? If there is something you are in charge of, you can make your own decision. Lin Yu smiled. Hear this. Caecilius sneered inwardly. What to decide for yourself? In case he made up his own mind, what he did was not in line with Lin Yu's wishes. With just one sentence, he would be caught in a dilemma. He wouldn't be so naive. Although I thought so. On the surface Caecilius is respectful. Senior brother Chi. I'm here this time because I have something to trouble big brother. I have been puzzled about magic recently, and I would like to ask my senior brother to give me some advice. Sorcerer Supreme is not here, I can only ask the senior brother for help. Hearing this question, Lin Yu frowned invisibly. Trouble. It turned out to be a problem with practicing magic. This is what he is the worst at. Although he can gain cultivation by writing novels, he is also able to use various Kamar-Taj magics naturally. But this guides the practice of others. He was a little helpless. He just knew it, but he didn't know why. Using magic is all about instinct. Just like people eat and drink water, they are born with it. But he didn't know anything about the principle. But, as a senior brother, he naturally cannot lose face. Lin Yu said with a kind smile on his face. Caecilius, what do you understand? Caecilius also didn't see the depth of Lin Yu. Hard road. This guy seems to have some skills, and he is not panic at all when encountering such a thing. Rather, we have to see if he is really powerful, or if he pretends to be. So Caecilius spoke up. Senior brother Chi. I recently realized something else about the way of space. I want to turn space fragments into weapons, but I have no clue. I don't know if the senior brother can solve the puzzle. Caecilius looked respectful. He sneered abnormally in his heart. He studies magic. Derived from Kamar-Taj's mirror space. It is his unfinished unique magic. Instead, he looked to see if the senior brother was a parallel importer or a genuine one. I see. Lin Yu pondered for a moment, then spoke. You go to the library, number 345, section J, there is a book. You can naturally gain something from watching it. Caecilius, you have to know that what others say is nothing but a mirror. If you understand yourself, you are truly yours. Go. Lin Yu pretended to be inscrutable and said. The books of Kamar-Taj are vast. In order to find material, Lin Yu has read a lot. Although he didn't understand it, he had a general understanding of what he was talking about. The book he was talking about was a magician essay, and it was about related research. I believe that when Caecilius goes, he will naturally be able to see it. If there is any understanding, it is naturally his senior brother who has made good points. If he can't figure it out, it means he has poor understanding. It has nothing to do with Lin Yu either. After all, he has pointed it out, and if you can't figure it out, it has nothing to do with him. Plan pass. I'm a FG genius. Lin Yu showed a faint smile. Caecilius over there, hear this. I was stunned. Hard road. This big brother really has a few brushes. This is to see that he is a temptation, and he does not miss the depth at all. But do libraries really have useful books? He doesn't believe it. He is also a scholar. He also read many classics in the library, but he didn't gain anything at all. I'll go take a look. If not, just expose the hypocrisy of the senior brother. Caecilius sneered inwardly. Apparently grateful. Thank you, senior brother, for clarifying your doubts. I'm going right now. Caecilius said a word, said goodbye to Lin Yu and left. Leave Lin Yu's room. He went straight to the library. Number 345, District J. I'd like to see what you're up to. Caecilius sneered. Soon. He went to the library. Without disturbing the king, he went to look for it. Miscellaneous. Caecilius frowned. The miscellaneous notes area is filled with miscellaneous things. Most are essays written by magicians and have no value at all. Why did Lin Yu let him come here? Are you kidding me? Caecilius' face was uncertain. But I just wanted to find out what he was doing. Go and see first. Caecilius walked over with a clear goal. Number 345, District J. Under one person, the Celestial Master. What is this? Caecilius looked suspiciously at what appeared to be just written in his hand. The author, Lin Yu. Ah. A magician who doesn't do the right thing to write such nonsense. It's disgusting. This is the so-called Big Brother. Sure enough, he is a person who is famous for fishing for fame. Caecilius opened the book with a sneer. Asterisk. Chapter 3. Can you comprehend the Golden Light Mantra by reading a book? Caecilius is sitting in the library. In his hand is a whiteboard book without a cover. It doesn't look like a book. It's like a diary. When Caecilius read this book, he didn't think he would really understand something in it. Only. He just wanted to find Lin Yu's weakness from it. As the saying goes, listen to his words and watch his actions. What a person writes can clearly show his character. A person who writes an evil protagonist cannot be kind. The author's character and weaknesses are revealed in the book. Caecilius just wanted from Lin Yu's book. Find out this big brother's weakness. By the time mastered the weakness of the big brother. This big brother is not letting him handle it. This senior brother's seat is his. A smile appeared on Caecilius' mouth. Then he carefully read the book in front of him. After watching for a while, Caecilius raised his eyebrows. Under one person, strangers. This world is quite unique. Caecilius couldn't help but speak. Although he practiced magic. But he also knows a lot about other roads. What are the origins of the chi body and the 8 wonders of the sky-penetrating scorpion described in this book? Although the power is not necessarily stronger than his magic, but it has its own unique place. Some subtleties are more subtle than magic. Like a golden light spell. All laws will not invade, and water will not break. Tongtian Lu. The void is compiled, and the Taoism is enlightened. They magicians can't do that. Not only are the roads inside very wonderful, but the portrayals of various characters are also very expressive. This eldest brother, if he's not magician, he can be a writer. Caecilius shook his head. This celestial master is also really a character. The most affectionate, the most powerful. Caecilius nodded secretly, also impressed by the old man. High in the position of the old master of Longhu Mountain, but he is not comfortable with his status. Free and easy. In a fit of anger, he made a move for his younger brother and wiped out the world. What kind of talent is this? He has a free and easy personality, is kind, and is very decisive when it comes to critical moments. More importantly, one person dominates the world. This made Caecilius couldn't help but bring himself into it, feeling very comfortable. It really made him very itchy. Caecilius couldn't help but think. If you can have the strength of the old master, why compete for the position of a senior Luoshise? But look at it. Caecilius, however, found that the back was gone. He almost dropped the book on the ground. Writing a book is only half written. Don't let people. Caecilius couldn't help but curse. When he was in a good mood, he found that the back was gone. This made him very angry. These eunuchs who write books are not afraid of real eunuchs. Caecilius snorted coldly. I couldn't help but flip through the book in my hand again. This golden light spell is also unique. This spell seems to have another mystery. I don't know how Big Brother made it up. Caecilius shook his head and read it again. Xianzong of heaven and earth, the root of all energy. I have cultivated for hundreds of millions of kalpas to prove my supernatural powers. Inside and outside the 3 realms, the Tao is the only one. The body has golden light, reflecting my body. I can't see it, I can't hear it. Thinking and thinking. Caecilius suddenly felt a strange feeling enveloped him. His body. An inexplicable energy began to emerge from the depths of the body. Everywhere, every cell, power is emerging. A golden light appeared from the body. In the blink of an eye. The golden light spread all over his body. Make Caecilius as if plated with gold. This. Is this the golden light spell? Caecilius was at a loss for words. Caecilius opened his mouth wide, as if he could put an egg in it. Isn't this something from the book? Why can he understand? Is this golden light spell real? Caecilius quickly sensed the power in his body. That's right. It is indeed the power of the golden light spell. Invincible by all methods, the root of all chi. This turned out to be true. Caecilius was shocked. Can't speak for a long time. He faintly felt it. This golden light spell pointed directly at the avenue. Not weaker than Kamar-Taj's magic. And this golden light spell has a stronger side than magic. That is, there is no cost at all. The magician of Kamar-Taj, said to be the magician. But in fact the power of magic is borrowed. To borrow the dimension Mephisto, the power of other spaces. It looks powerful, but it is actually taking chestnuts out of fire. The stronger you are, the greater the price to pay. In the end, the soul will be taken away by those Mephistos. No life after death. But the power of this golden light spell. But it is entirely his own power. Caecilius could feel that it was a force emerging from every cell of his body. It is the most original power. This is the avenue of heaven and earth, the court of Chi. Even better than Kamar-Taj's magic. Compared to what Sorcerer Supreme taught them, they were far superior. Then he thought again. He was only able to comprehend such a powerful path from the book written by his senior brother. How powerful is the big brother? His previous temptation in front of the big brother. Isn't it just that Banman makes an axe and plays a big knife in front of Guangong? It just adds to the laughing stock in vain. Eldest brother, you can clearly see that I have bad intentions. No punishment. Choose to give me this opportunity, Tang Huangdao. Master, really, really. Caecilius didn't know what to say. Even Caecilius couldn't help admiration in his heart at this moment. This kind of mind, this kind of strength, is really emotional. The expression on Caecilius' face became complicated. Feelings of guilt, regret, admiration, and admiration are mixed in my heart. The big brother is so generous. Give him the best chance. He doubted the big brother. Ugh. Even Caecilius felt that he was a little out of place before. When the elder brother saw him speak, the expression on his face changed. Think about it, because back then, big brother had already seen what he was thinking. His behavior. In the eyes of the senior brother, it should be as ridiculous as a child, right? Caecilius couldn't help laughing at himself. How can the talent of the senior brother be understood by him? Obviously so powerful, yet so low-key. I can see that he is secretly doing little things. But generously forgave him. He also gave him this opportunity. If let go, I am afraid that there will be a bloody storm in the magician world of the entire earth. Big brother gave me such a chance. This kind of generosity is something ordinary people can achieve. I won't grab this senior brother position in the future. Caecilius shook his head. He really saves the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a gentleman. Asterisk. Chapter 400 times feedback. Kamar-Taj. Lin Yu's room. Lin Yu is writing hard. Kamar-Taj is not feudal. There is also a computer inside. But Lin Yu found out that the system did not recognize this thing. Only what he wrote stroke by stroke can he increase his cultivation. So now he was holding a pen and kept writing. Write this. Lin Yu suddenly felt a chill hit his back. His back shrank suddenly. The hairs stood upright. What happened? Lin Yu stopped writing with a look of surprise on his face. When Lin Yu was suspicious, suddenly the body shook. An inexplicable force emerged from his body. In his body kept surging. The surrounding cosmic energy is also absorbed by him, and cooperates with him to strengthen his body. This power is quite huge. Into his body. It made his body's inner strength vibrate constantly. Just so natural. He broke through the bottleneck that he had not broken through for so many days. Reached a new level. Lin Yu was pleasantly surprised. The hierarchy of the Marvel world is very general. Earth level, level Godfather, level single universe, multi-universe level, almighty universe level, beyond level universe, OAA. In general, the strength of the strong is divided into these classes. But in fact, this division is quite rough. Within the same class, there is a huge gap. And the same person, different statuses are very different. Like Galactus. The strongest state multi-universe level, absolute boss. When he was weak, he was often beaten up by superhero on Earth. So, the power division of the Marvel world is actually quite simple. Lin Yu had a very short time to cross over. It can only be regarded as barely touching the edge of the Earth level. Maybe the strength is similar to the very strong Hulk. But just now, that inexplicable power appeared. His strength suddenly broke through again. The real breakthrough Earth level. Become the real strongest on land. It can be seen how powerful the power that suddenly appeared just now. This energy came out of nowhere. Makes Lin Yu a little confused. His book has just started, and it's not time to give him feedback on his cultivation. How is this going? Ding. Caecilius has read your book, comprehended the golden light spell from it, and his strength has increased. You get 100 times the energy feedback. You have mastered the golden light mantra of 100 times energy. The system prompt sound suddenly rang from Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu's thoughts moved. Caecilius. How did this guy see his book from the library? There are other magician works in the J area. Where did his book go? Lin Yu is a little weird. He does have a few books in the library. But that was when the little magicians cleaned up the room. How did Caecilius see it? But no matter what he sees, these are good things. Lin Yu was delighted. The god's telekinesis moved. A golden power emerged from his body. This golden power enveloped Lin Yu. It was as if Zhao Yu had turned into a Buddhist golden body. Golden light curse. I'm afraid this is the original version of the 8 great gods of Taoism, right? Lin Yu frowned. The power of this golden light spell is extremely strong. Lin Yu felt stronger than all Kamar-Taj's magic. This is probably not the kind of power depicted in the animation under one person. It is the golden light mantra, one of the 8 fundamental divine mantras of Taoism, that has such power. Did not expect. The system not only allows me to gain cultivation. You can even get all kinds of abilities in the novel. The system is really powerful. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Caecilius, just read one of his books. You will be able to comprehend the powerful magical power of the golden light mantra. If read a few more. Isn't he going to be a god? Not to mention. Caecilius was still reading half a book. If it were the whole book, wouldn't the comprehension be even more powerful? A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. I really want to capture Caecilius, lock him in a small dark room, and read books every day. Under one person. But there are 8 wonders. Caecilius now claims to be Kamar-Taj's first genius. Should be able to understand, right? No. Just write out the rest of the content. Lin Yu said something to himself. Picked up a book and started writing again. Library. District J. Caecilius sat in his seat with joy and sorrow. The expression on his face was very wonderful. This happened to be seen by Wang, who came to the library to borrow books. Wang was not the administrator of the library at this time. Because after Caecilius Blacken, the original librarian was hanged from the beam by Caecilius. Sorcerer Supreme realized that the books she left behind were too dangerous. Let the great magician Wang come here to guard the library. The current king, also like Mordo, responsible for training the new intern magician. This time I came to borrow a book. Wang is a very cold-hearted person. His face is solemn and looks very serious, his face is paralyzed, and his speech is also very irritating. But he's actually very kind. The expression of Caecilius, who suddenly saw it, changed, as if something had happened. Wang became worried. Hard road. Caecilius, this guy. It's not because I didn't grab the senior brother's seat. Crazy. Although he usually does not deal with Caecilius. But he is a kind man after all. I can't watch my colleagues go crazy. Then Wang stepped forward directly. Asked. Caecilius, what's the matter with you? Caecilius was immersed in his emotions. He finally saw hope. Long lost hope. This is the road leading directly to the avenue. Where is the mood to take care of the king at this moment? Seeing this, Wang felt even more pity in his heart. Have a look. What has this kid been forced into? Caecilius is usually very strong. the position of the senior was robbed. It's quite normal to be like this. Wang was also in a hurry. He comforted Caecilius with conscience. Caecilius, don't be like that. You've always been the best among us. As a senior brother, there is no problem. But senior brother Lin Yu, after all, he is of high seniority, and his strength is not necessarily stronger than you. When Sorcerer Supreme comes back, you can discuss it with Sorcerer Supreme. The king comforted Caecilius bitterly. Unexpectedly, Caecilius' reaction was much bigger than he had imagined. Caecilius stood up suddenly. What did you say? I have absolutely no intention of competing with senior brother for a position. Caecilius spoke very seriously. The king's reaction to seeing Caecilius was like seeing a ghost. What's the situation? Has this Caecilius lost his mind? Before clearly, it was you, Caecilius, who opposed the elder brother the most. He also often speaks rude words. Why is it now his king's problem again? The king looked at Caecilius. My heart is full of grievances. This guy. Neuropathy. Asterisk. Chapter 5. Have you ever seen such a neutral and peaceful forbidden magic? The king's face was expressionless. The small theater in my heart has performed several ethical dramas. What's going on here? Is this Caecilius really lost his mind? Just now, I swore to question the big brother in the hall. Now this expression. When it comes to big brother, Caecilius is very respectful. I think it is the same as seeing Sorcerer Supreme. What's the situation? Isn't this what it is? Wang glanced at Caecilius. Caecilius. Really, losing the position of senior brother is nothing. As long as you practice well, one day you will surpass the senior brother. Wang was careful when he spoke. For fear of irritating Caecilius in front of him. Make his condition worsen. Hear what the king said. Caecilius shook his head. You don't understand at all. Eldest brother, very strong. Caecilius couldn't help but despise the king in his heart. When the big brother waved his hand, he gave him such a great way. Its power is simply beyond his imagination. At least he can't imagine it now. How is it possible to exceed? Look at the king who knows nothing. Caecilius didn't know why there was a sense of pleasure in his heart. Ignorance. So ignorant. Caecilius watched Wang keep shaking his head. He didn't know. In the eyes of the king, this is a more serious manifestation of the disease. Have a look. Before he said anything, he shook his head. This is not mental illness. What is this? Wang couldn't help but feel a little worried. Caecilius is also the great magician of their Kamar-Taj. At this moment it has become like this. What if Sorcerer Supreme is back? No. You have to ask senior brother, how to solve it like this. Wang thought to himself. Such a big deal. I have to ask the big brother. But Caecilius is a good magician. How crazy. Glancing at Caecilius, he saw an inexplicable smile on his face. Wang sighed again. Caecilius. Since you admire senior brother so much, how about we go see senior brother? That's right. Go see big brother. Caecilius jumped up from his seat at once. Not that Caecilius was so moved. Only. He had done so many little things behind Lin Yu's back before. He hasn't apologized yet. In the future, what if Lin Yu doesn't take him to play? No. This must never happen. Go. Follow me to see senior brother. I want to apologize to big brother. Done. Caecilius grabbed the king, raised his hand and left. Wait. Caecilius, what are you doing? Wrong. When did your strength become so great? Wang suddenly widened his eyes. He is the same great magician as Caecilius. Although Caecilius is a direct disciple of Sorcerer Supreme. but they have all been taught by the Sorcerer Supreme. Strength. The two of them are just the same. But now, Wang was surprised to find out. Caecilius held him like this, and he didn't resist ability. An inexplicable powerful force emerged from Caecilius' body. He even directly suppressed his magic power. How is this possible? When did Caecilius become so powerful? The king was horrified. Even the paralyzed face that has not moved for 10,000 years has changed. Caecilius, when did your power become so powerful? Have you practiced the forbidden law? This is absolutely forbidden by Kamar-Taj. Wang said loudly. There is more to Kamar-Taj than pure magic. There are also many forbidden magics, which have unusually powerful powers. These magics are expressly forbidden to learn. In the king's cognition, it is possible to increase the strength in such a short period of time. He must have practiced forbidden magic. He shouted roar, trying to get Caecilius back astray. Caecilius, who was holding him, gave him a look of disdain, mixed with pity. It made Wang a little confused. King. Usually, you're pretty smart. But I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Have you ever seen such a peaceful and dignified forbidden magic? Caecilius said disdainfully. Hear Caecilius say so. Wang felt it carefully. Found indeed. Far from being, Caecilius lacked the chaotic, unstable feeling of practicing forbidden magic. The power on the body also has a sense of peace and grandeur. In feeling. Even more authentic than their Kamar-Taj magic. This is impossible. White magic is the real world. How can it be possible to have power that is more powerful than white magic? Wang couldn't help but shouted directly. Over there, Caecilius spoke with disdain. It's just your shallow knowledge. You simply don't understand what real power is. This is the right way taught by my senior brother, how can you guess? Caecilius is very proud. The proud expression on his face could not be hidden. What? Big brother. Eldest brother is so powerful. Wang was shocked when he saw the golden light shrouded in Caecilius. He is also the great magician among the Kamar-Taj. The vision is naturally very long-term. Naturally it can be seen. The power of Caecilius was even stronger than Kamar-Taj's high-level magic. Big brother. Wang couldn't help but set off a storm in his heart. Recall the scene of meeting with the big brother. He began to see the senior brother, there was no magical fluctuations on his body, and he looked ordinary except for his good looks. Now it seems. He is completely blind. To be able to come up with this kind of avenue at will, famine. How could the big brother be an ordinary person? Is this what the Sorcerer Supreme said, heaven and man are one, the road returns to truth? Wang couldn't help but speculate in his heart. The more you look at Caecilius, Wang Yufa felt that the figure of the big brother became taller in his heart. Caecilius felt the king's gaze. There was a little more bragging in my heart. The golden energy on his body turned and condensed on his fingertips. Obviously there is not much fluctuation, just poke forward. But directly poked a hole in the void. Hiss. Wang took a deep breath. He can do it with magic too. What Kamar-Taj does best is the way of space. But it is not something he can do to break the space so easily. Senior brother, you are truly a god. The path that was given at random has such power. If he can also get the guidance of the big brother, can it also become stronger? Wang couldn't help but look forward to it. He looked at the unremarkable wooden door in front of him. Wang didn't know why, but he was a little nervous. Reporting to senior brother Qi, Caecilius asks to see you. Senior brother Lin Yu, please meet Wang. Two neat voices rang out. The wooden door creaked in front of him. Opened. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Wang, I also have bottlenecks, You know what I mean? Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Kamar-Taj. Lin Yu's room. Lin Yu opened the door. Found Caecilius with the king, the two of them standing outside the door. Come in. Said lightly. Lin Yu called the two people into the room. Let the two of them sit down. Lin Yu spoke up. You two come to me, what's the matter? Lin Yu said lightly. By the hand, a cup of tea exudes a faint aroma. Wang saw that Lin Yu was so tolerant. I couldn't help sighing in my heart. As expected of the big brother. With such a bearing, it is worthy of being a master of the world. Wang Gang wanted to speak. Caecilius next to him took the lead. He said without hesitation. Big brother. Before me, I secretly did some tricks behind your back. I apologize to you. If you want to be punished, just say it. Caecilius said very sincerely. It's okay. Don't mind that. Lin Yu said very calmly. Thank you for your understanding, senior brother. Caecilius said very sincerely. The generosity of Lin Yu made Caecilius feel a little guilty. This is the big brother. He was disdainful and angry with Lin Yu at first. But now, he no longer felt this way in his heart. Not only do not care about his criticism, he also gave him the best practice method. How generous is this? This is the style of a real strong man. Caecilius was deeply moved. Caecilius had never admired anyone before. Even the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. He was actually a little unconvinced in his heart. But now, Lin Yu's performance. Instead, it was him. He absolutely can't do that. If you practice well, that is the biggest reward for me. Since I was named by the master as a senior brother. That's my responsibility. Lin Yu said lightly. This time, not only Caecilius, but also Wang who was watching was moved. What a broad mind this is. Big brother. Before Sorcerer Supreme chose you to be in power, I will be somewhat unconvinced in my heart. It now seems that the position of the senior brother is the result of the master's careful consideration. Wang said with great emotion. They act as the great magician of Kamar-Taj. Not to mention high power. Also holds a lot of power. There are thousands of magicians in charge. There is no arrogance in my heart, how is it possible? Now the king is really convinced. Just this kind of mind. Let Wang also be naturally inferior. Wang felt that he could not do this. If it were him. It's good not to hit Caecilius. How can I forgive him? Also bestow such precious power and Dharma-door? Caecilius said before that the big brother is very powerful and has a bright mind. He was still in disbelief. Now it seems. Caecilius also describes convergence. Just now Lin Yu took action and supported Caecilius. He had felt that power. How powerful! Wang actually had a feeling when facing Sorcerer Supreme. It can be seen how powerful Lin Yu is. He didn't even ask for it, Lin Yu was able to grant him a powerful method. Just let Lin Yu give him some pointers. That is an incredible gain. Lin Yu is so powerful. Just say anything. I am afraid that the problem of pampering him can be solved. Wang's heart was full of expectations. The king made up his mind. Just opened his mouth. Lin Yu is a great magician. I have been practicing diligently during this period of time. Unfortunately, I don't know why. I feel that I haven't been able to gain an inch of enlightenment recently. Lin Yu, great magician, can you give me some pointers? The king bowed his hands. He spoke to Lin Yu very respectfully. Small things. It's my duty as a senior brother to guide you. Lin Yu said righteously. He was worrying about how to let Wang read his novels too. Did not expect. Here comes the opportunity. Wang actually took the initiative to speak. I really wanted to doze off and came to the pillow. King. If you have doubts, just speak. Lin Yu sat there and said very naturally. Is such that? Lin Yu, big magician. I feel a bottleneck in my body, but I don't know how to break it. Wang said with a heavy voice. Actually, he has felt the bottleneck for a long time. Up to a year. The magic power inside his body was not even an inch. How is this good? He asked Lin Yu for advice. Just wanted Lin Yu to show him a path. Seeing Wang speak like this, Lin Yu looked Wang up and down. His body is sturdy. It doesn't look like a magician, but rather like a monk. Quite a bit of Liangshan's taste. And his body is full of magical power. It doesn't seem like there is a bottleneck at all. Lin Yu pondered in his heart. This guy. Could it be that the ability has reached the upper limit? Marvel magic, very fancy ability. Because it's borrowing magic from Mephisto. Your ability is not enough, in Mephisto's eyes, you are naturally worthless. Nature will not lend you strength. The forces of nature cannot penetrate an inch. Lin Yu guessed. Wang may have encountered such a situation. Like this situation. He needs to seek other paths to increase his strength. Cough cough. I already know why you are not allowed to deposit. Go to number 563, Area G, Library. Of course you can gain something. Lin Yu said inexplicably. Thank you, big brother. Wang said very gratefully. Did not expect. The big brother is so generous. On relationship. Caecilius and Lin Yu are the same classmates as brothers. So at first, Wang called Roar the great magician of Lin Yu. Did not expect. Lin Yu has no vision at all. Still give him a chance. On the contrary, he just treated the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. He knows. Caecilius was an opportunity from the library. Lin Yu looked at Wang, who was very excited. He waved his hand. I see that you can't wait to, go ahead. Thank you, big brother. Wang said. Respectfully left. Caecilius next to him also rolled his eyes. Say goodbye to Lin Yu and leave respectfully. Asterisk. Chapter 7 One Piece. Wang realizes the three-color domineering. Wang came out of Lin Yu's room. There is no intention of stopping. Go straight to the library. Behind him. Follow Caecilius closely. Caecilius, what are you following? Wang glanced at him and said. Naturally, let's go and see together. Elder brother didn't say, this book can only be read by you, right? Caecilius said. He also has his own mind. Anyway, it's the work of the master. He borrowed it to take a look at it, right? The big brother didn't say no. Caecilius felt very proud of his cleverness. The king was choked by Caecilius. Think about it. The big brother really didn't say that. He really couldn't bet on Caecilius like that. Then show me your books too. Wang said. Wang already knew. Caecilius learned that magical power from the book written by his senior brother. Although a little weird. But now that it all happened, Wang could only admit it. Although he was loyal, he was not stupid, and he could not let Caecilius take advantage of him. Hear this. Caecilius gritted his teeth. Hard road. Just a book. There is nothing missing if you take a look. Take a look at the exchange, he may be more rewarding. Thinking of this, Caecilius is not hesitation either. Okay. Then when I finish it, let's exchange it? Wang nodded. Continue walking towards the library. Caecilius was very itchy, looking forward to what he could get from other books. After a moment, the two of them went to the library. District G, this one. Found it? One Piece. Wang Wei frowned invisibly. How could the big brother write such a book? Thief. The magician of their Kamar-Taj, of course, can't be a thief, And the same is true for pirates. Eldest brother, there must be his own reason. Wang said to himself. Wang thought about it in his heart and opened the book. One Piece Roger, the boy who wants to be One Piece? Devil fruit. Just the beginning. Wang was a little surprised. Not to mention how the character was portrayed. Just this world view, and all kinds of strange devil fruits, strange abilities. Wang was taken aback. But why do you want to write about pirates, big brother? Or this navy is more pleasing to the eye? Wang nodded secretly. Wang is a very traditional magician. He is still prejudiced about some things. Like pirates. He didn't like it very much. Although the protagonist said that he has always been a pirate, punishing evil and promoting good. But most of the pirates are still doing all kinds of evil, burning, killing and looting. Compared with the protagonist of being a pirate, the navy is more pleasing to the eyes of Wang. Like this Garp, the idol I should learn from. Be free and easy, take care of the rough, stick to the principles, and abide by justice. Although it is a navy, it is almost the same as my magician. Wang looked straight and nodded. Especially at the top of the war, Garp was pressed to the ground by his old friend Sengoku. Let the king sigh. It's not the warring states who hold him down, I'm afraid it's the righteous son behind him. Wang shook his head. He thinks he can't do it? If his relatives were killed, he would definitely pay with blood. How could it be so easy to be held down? Exactly. This Garp should be admired. Wang couldn't help but sigh. Pity. Senior brother, it's not finished yet. I really want to know what happens next. Wang sighed. Committed again. This time, he looked specifically at the description of Garp. The battles and various scenes described in it made him very emotional. To level 8 mountains for boxing. Gather the mental will of the whole body. Turn willpower into one's own power, and the physical body can be so powerful. Wang muttered to himself. The whole person fell into a strange state. A tyrannical pressure emanated from the king's body. Caecilius next to him suddenly felt a kind of mental pressure. That mighty power. There was actually a feeling of making him kneel and faint. Caecilius' face changed. Golden light curse. A golden light enveloped Caecilius. At this time, Caecilius sighed with lingering fear. Big brother. Is there anything that big brother doesn't know? Even mental attacks. Caecilius shook his head and looked at the king in front of him. Stared for a moment. Caecilius' eyes were solemn. Do not. Not only spiritual attacks, but also other powers. He could feel it very acutely. Around the king's body, there is a wonderful power. It seems to have formed a layer of invisible armor around the king, exuding not weak fluctuations. On strength. It was almost the same as the golden light curse, he realized. What power is this? Caecilius couldn't help but let out a question. Domineering. It's domineering. Wang spoke up. Caecilius looked up suddenly. Seeing Wang closed his eyes, this powerful force radiated from his body. Gives a very depressing feeling. Even though King Ming didn't open his eyes, Caecilius felt like he was being watched all the time. It's a wonderful feeling, but it's very uncomfortable. Wang suddenly opened his eyes. That feeling just disappeared. Big brother. Sure enough, he is a genius. Wang opened his eyes and the first sentence was this. Strength breakthrough. It's so simple. Wang said again. Click. It's like something is broken. The breath on the king suddenly became stronger. Beyond the great magician, it turned out to be such a realm. Wang sighed and said. This is domineering. It's so mysterious. Domineering in knowledge, domineering in armed, domineering in overlord. 3 domineering, complement each other. After learning, there is no weakness. And Kamar-Taj's magic, it is a completely different path. The power extracted from the original will and the flesh is so powerful that it makes one's heart skip a beat. It's just a book. There is such a powerful path. The strength of the Big Brother is really fascinating. Wang sighed and said, "That's natural. The realm of the Big Brother, you and I have to learn a lot." Caecilius spoke from the side. "But the power of your comprehension doesn't seem to be weak." Caecilius stared at the king and said, "That's natural. Domineering. It's a spiritual one, it's the most suitable for me." A smile appeared on the corner of Wang's mouth. Not that he was bragging. On the firmness of willpower. The whole Kamar-Taj, he also admits that Sorcerer Supreme is stronger than him. With the power of domineering. It's so fitting. Senior brother is really far-sighted. Wang Cheng sighed sincerely. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Everything is in the hands of the senior brother. Seek a flower evaluation ticket. Kamar-Taj. Lin Yu is writing a novel in the room. The growth of other people's strength relies on hard training. And Lin Yu. It depends on hard code words. It's just the half of the novel that Caecilius and Wang's read. Both of his pens were worn out. Lin Yu now. Prepare the 2.5 novels that will be shown to Wang and Caecilius. All completed. Just wrote for a while. Lin Yu stopped when he realized something. A powerful force emerged from his body again. Let his originally a little unstable breath stabilized immediately. Lin Yu realized something in his heart. It seems that Wang has already comprehended something in his books. Ding. The king, read your book One Piece. The king realized the domineering look of seeing and hearing, the domineering look of armed, and the domineering look of overlord. Breakthrough of Wang's strength, the power of 100-fold return. You get hundreds of times ability feedback. The system beeps down. Lin Yu felt it. In the dark. Once again he has mastered a magical power. Domineering. In the world of One Piece, most of the strong are ability. All kinds of strange devil fruits give people incredible power. It is absolutely capable of turning corruption into a magical existence. Lin Yu wanted to see it. Can the king comprehend the power of a certain fruit through the system and break the shackles of his body? Unexpectedly, Wang actually realized domineering. Domineering is not as numerous and full of miracles as fruit power, but also a powerful force. Hone the powerful domineering, and still be able to gain very powerful strength. Like Admiral Garp, he has no fruit ability, only relying on powerful knowledge and armament. Comparable to the 4 emperors. And his strength will not decline with age. This is domineering. Power from within the body and from consciousness. It is also one of the forces that can lead directly to the avenue. It seems that the king's luck is not bad. It's not easy to learn to be domineering. Lin Yu shook his head. Domineering is innate. Every one of him is arrogant. But whether it can be stimulated, and to what extent, depends on the individual. It is clear. Wang is a strong man who is born to learn domineering. Lin Yu was looking forward to it. Mastered 3 domineering. Can the king be compared to Caecilius with the golden light spell? A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Shaking his head, he resumed writing. Library. The king and Caecilius sat looking at each other. In the hands of both of them. Each holds a book. Naturally, it was the book that Lin Yu wrote to them. The king stared at Caecilius. Opened his mouth. Are you sure? Caecilius. Big brother gave us such a classic, we should respect it? Is it really good to exchange privately? Wang is still an honest man. It's about time. He is still hesitation. This is equivalent to the teacher handing you a precious method. Don't let you tell others. If you change hands privately, you will exchange with others privately. Wang always felt a little bad. Caecilius, who was opposite him, was full of contempt. Those who make big things don't stick to trifles. Since the senior brother never said no, then it's okay. How about we secretly exchange and see? If you understand something, the senior brother will definitely be very pleased. Caecilius said decisively. In his eyes, these are the minutiae. As long as you can get power, everything else is secondary. Be careful with the character of Wang. He was very contemptuous. King. You look like ABCH, worrying about gains and losses. Whether you want to change or not, be precise. Do not waste time. No wonder you are still like this after all these years. Caecilius said with a mocking expression on his face. Hear this. Wang Xinlai was stabbed. He is also a veteran of Kamar-Taj. It can be said. He had followed Sorcerer Supreme decades ago. Compared to Caecilius, his qualifications are very old. But when Caecilius first entered the door, he is a big magician level. Caecilius became a great magician, and he was still a great magician. If not Lin Yu, he didn't know when he would be able to break through. Therefore, this has always been a sore spot for him. Think about it. Wang Yi gritted his teeth and said. Humph. Change it? The chance is again, even if the big brother is to blame, I will do it. Wang said something. The one piece in his hand was thrown directly out. When Caecilius received the book, his expression brightened, and he threw out the one in his hand. Wouldn't the exchange be over soon? He laughed at the king. Caecilius couldn't wait to read the book in front of him. He has 10 lines of sight. Quickly read the book again. Kung Fu in a short while. Just finished reading half of the book. But this time, he didn't have that feeling of bliss. How? Do you understand? Caecilius looked up at the king opposite him. No. Wang sighed and shook his head. How is this possible? I do not believe. Caecilius gritted his teeth and said. Open the book again and read it. Wang shook his head and put down the one in his hand. Begin to feel the domineering in the body. After half a day, Caecilius just put down the book in his hand. Eldest brother, the selected book. Nature is the best for me to wait. It seems impossible to be opportunistic. Everything is under the master's control. Wang respectfully bowed towards the void and said. Ugh. Caecilius over there is also decadent and put down the book in his hand. The expression on his face was extremely complicated. He still underestimating how terrifying the big brother is. I am afraid all the senior brothers have been counted. Why not say? Just let them experience it for themselves. Big brother. Ugh. Sure enough. Caecilius has complex colors. He felt that he was no weaker than anyone in his life. Now it seems. Senior brother, stronger than him. Sighed. Caecilius let go of these distractions. A ray of light flashed in his eyes. Although I can't get it again. But that's enough. I'm going to challenge Mordo again. A light flashed in Caecilius' eyes. The great magicians of Kamar-Taj. Although they all follow Sorcerer Supreme. But everyone has a different personality, and naturally they also form gangs. There is some disagreement in the dark. So the Sorcerer Supreme defines the ranking system. To learn from each other to determine the winner. If you win, you will naturally get more permissions. Like magic weapons, various books, and resources. If you lose, you will naturally bleed. Before, he has been shriveled in Mordo's hands. This time I got a benefit from the big brother. Of course to win it back. Caecilius' eyes were full of light. Wang sighed. He feels. Kamar-Taj is about to get restless. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Magician Competition? Mordo vs Caecilius. Time passes by like a horse. In the blink of an eye. A few days have passed. Lin Yu has been writing books recently. At the same time, a lot of power is fed back. Let Lin Yu know. This is the assiduous practice that those two people are practicing, providing him with a lot of strength. He is writing the second half of Under One Person. This latter part, much harder than before, didn't write a chapter. Lin Yu has to consume a lot of energy. It made Lin Yu slow down recently. But this also made Lin Yu look forward to it. Effortless front section before. Caecilius can benefit from it. The second half is so exhausting. It should be more powerful. Thus, Lin Yu was even more looking forward to it. When Lin Yu was writing a book, suddenly I heard a commotion outside. Lin Yu put down the pen and listened carefully. The shrill voice immediately became clear. Have you heard? Morduda magician is back. What's so strange about that? Morduda magician is just going to guard the holy place, isn't it normal to come back? But Master Caecilius has challenged the Mordo magician again. What? He has lost more than a dozen times, still fighting. No wonder people can become great magicians. Several magician apprentices walked away, and their voices became quieter. Lin Yu then shook his head. Mordo knew it too. Kamar-Taj is not alone. There are also 3 holy places outside. Every holy place needs a big magician to guard. The great magician can exert great power in the holy place. Before Modu went to guard the holy place in New York. Didn't expect to just come back today. Was challenged by Caecilius. Lin Yu can also understand. As far as he knows. Ever since Caecilius became the great magician. Challenge Mordo every few months. But, as the earliest apprentice of Sorcerer Supreme, Mordo is definitely the strongest. Caecilius often collapsed. Beaten. This time, he must have obtained his guidance and had the confidence to challenge. Lin Yu shook his head. I don't even plan to go out. Just discussing. Nothing can happen. It can also increase the strength and make the magician below gain insight. Why not do it? Not to mention, Kamar-Taj is not a holy place of quiet time. It is the Asgardian of Earth, who need to fight. What you have to face every day is the demonic creatures from the dimension, all kinds of supernatural monsters. What if you don't have combat power? The Sorcerer Supreme originally allowed them to fight. Naturally, Lin Yu doesn't care too much. Kamar-Taj. Mirror space. Here is a solidified mirror space in Kamar-Taj. Compared to other temporary mirror spaces, this has become a real space. There are also arenas, stands and other buildings in the middle. It was created specifically for the purpose of learning from each other. Usually, the little magicians who are practicing will also learn from each other here. But, most of the time, they are all official magicians, and there are big magicians fighting here and learning from each other. This is very common in Kamar-Taj. But, Mordo and Caecilius are different. They are all disciples of Sorcerer Supreme, and their strength is top-notch throughout Kamar-Taj. Their sparring was terrific. The two of them learned from each other. Half of Kamar-Taj's people came. As long as they are not guarding outside, they will come here. So, at this moment, there are still a lot of people in this mirror space. Caecilius and Mordo were sitting in the grandstand, waiting for everyone to arrive. Caecilius wants more people to see the scene where he hangs Mordo. Modu wants to let more people gain knowledge. Good for their magic. Caecilius, you are still fighting and losing. Why, are you still challenging me so many times? Modu said lightly. Humph. Modu, this time is different. Caecilius said. His face was full of confidence. Because of Lin Yu's advice. His self-confidence exploded. But, Mordo, who was opposite him, smiled directly. Opened his mouth. "That's what you said last time. Hear this." The veins on Caecilius' temples bulged. "This time is definitely different. I'm sure." Caecilius opened his mouth. "That's right. That's what you said last time," Mordo said calmly. Caecilius looked at Mordo's attitude and couldn't help being a little annoyed. This guy, still don't take him seriously. But soon. Caecilius sneered. This surprised Mordo. This guy. Something is wrong. At this time, the king next to him spoke up. Modu, you'd better be careful this time. This time is different. Different? What's the difference? Modu glanced at Wang in surprise. Wang is not a talkative person. Usually don't speak at all. How did you speak this time? Did something happen that he didn't know about? Caecilius has improved a lot during this time. Wang said a word and said no more. Mordo was a little confused. Improved greatly? How big can it be? To grow in strength, we must follow the basic law. How many realms can Caecilius enhance in just a few days? This is impossible. But, since the king reminded, then explain. Caecilius must have some strength. It seems he has to be careful. Mordo glanced at Caecilius calmly. This time he found out. Caecilius does change a bit. The gloomy temperament on his face has been greatly reduced. More like their Kamar-Taj magician. I want to win everything I lost before. Caecilius said with a cold snort. Every big magician. Inside Kamar-Taj is all a faction. Nature. They all have different magicians under them. It also requires various resources. Like magic weapons and so on. He lost many times. Naturally very poor. This time Caecilius must make Mordo spit it out all at once. Modu. This time we bet everything we had before. Do you dare to take it? Caecilius said coldly. What's wrong with that? You can't beat me anyway. Mordo said calmly. In Kamar-Taj? Except for the ignorant big brother. He hasn't been afraid of anyone yet. Even the talented Caecilius is the same. Just a little resource. What's not to bet against? Ro. Then let you see what I have gained during this time. Caecilius said with a sneer. For a while. There was a smell of gunpowder between the two. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Mordo is defeated in seconds, and the golden light spell shows its power. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Kamar-Taj. Alien space. There are already crowds of people sitting here. Plenty of magician experienced from outside, sitting in the stands. This made the stand a bit crowded. The environment also became noisy. Caecilius couldn't hold back his anticipation. Modu, come up and fight. Talking. Caecilius jumped into the ring straight ahead. Next moment. A powerful wave emanated from his body. Direct pressure on the audience. The golden power rippling from his body looks very powerful. The surrounding magicians were in an uproar. Even a few big magicians looked incredible. How come Caecilius has not seen each other for a few days and has become so strong? Strength is secondary, the key is the fluctuation of the body. It's definitely not magic. What kind of power is this? Here. What a heresy, Caecilius has a bone in the back of his head. This power is peaceful and majestic, it is the right way, how can it be heresy? There was a loud noise in the stands. The magicians who support Caecilius and those who don't support him are almost in a tangle. Several other great magicians of Kamar-Taj are also being discussed. Where did Caecilius get the chance? It's not what we Kamar-Taj do. It's none of our business. As long as it's not evil, we don't have to ask. Sorcerer Supreme never cared about that. But looking at this powerful fluctuation, I am afraid that Mordo is in trouble. Several big magicians can be seen. At this moment, Caecilius is very powerful than before. I don't know how much stronger it is. Everyone out there feels the same way. Not to mention Mordo, who faced Caecilius head-on. Mordo feels it now. Caecilius was completely different from before. The fluctuations in him were very peaceful. When urging, but with a bit of domineering. But this domineering but full of righteousness, there is a sense of grandeur. Caecilius suddenly became very calm, which made Mordo feel that Caecilius at this moment was not like him. There was no shadowy feeling at all. Just a few days of effort. How could Caecilius have changed so much? Mordo's face was a little surprised. The contempt in my heart was also closed. Become very important. Mordo. How is my power at this moment? Caecilius picked his hand arrogantly. Seeing that Mordo was suppressed by his momentum for a while, Caecilius felt a little gloomy in his heart. Feel the power of the golden light charm. Caecilius sighed inwardly. These all were bestowed upon him by the elder brother. Sighed. Caecilius looked at Mordo in front of him. Bring it on. Mordo, if you don't make a move, there will be no chance. Caecilius said arrogantly. This time, Mordo did not refuse. Said directly. I'd rather have a look. In the past few days, what progress can you make? Talking. Mordo made a start. In his hands, 2 shields appeared. Mordo. Don't use these useless things, or use your real skills. Caecilius said impatiently. Ro. The holy sword of Emperor Wetition. Mordo roared. A white gold energy sword appeared in his hand. Only half a meter long. But it exudes a very powerful energy. This is one of the most powerful magics in the entire Kamar-Taj. By borrowing the power of the great Trinity god Vishanti. Form this powerful magic attack. Possess extremely powerful power. Mordo held the white gold long sword in his hand. He waved his hand and chopped off. Ding. A crisp sound rang out. Mordo's pupils suddenly widened. This is impossible. Mordo was a little surprised. Caecilius. It was only by virtue of the layer of golden light on his body that he blocked the sacred sword of Emperor Wetition. Click. A broken voice came to mind. The white gold holy sword in Mordo's hand shattered directly. That white gold holy sword, the direct energy structure shattered directly. Mordo looked at the energy dissipating in front of him. His face became a little ugly. This is the sacred sword of Emperor Wetition. Directly borrowing the power of the Trinity God, the great Vishant. On the energy level, it is very powerful. But this powerful attack even failed to break the golden defense. What power is this? Mordo's heart was full of doubts. I have absolutely no idea what power this is. See this. Caecilius was complacent. Mordo. What's the matter, didn't eat today? Why can't I feel your power? Caecilius hooked his fingers defiantly. It seemed very arrogant like that. It was just a mistake. I don't believe it, it's just a few days' effort. Can you be so powerful? Mordo said something. Recite the spell again. Crimson chains. A red chain shot out of Mordo's hand. It is clear. Mordo changed his strategy. The red chain fired from his hand seemed to be a long, agile snake. Climb up directly along Caecilius's feet. Wrap Caecilius around tightly. Collapse. The scarlet chain snapped shut. Like boa constrictor hunting, he wants to strangle Caecilius directly. Crunch. A harsh sound rang out. The golden light on Caecilius. Like the Great Wall, it was unmoved at all. It directly blocked Mordo's strangling power from the outside. Mordo, you can't do it? Caecilius said sarcastically. I gave you a chance. Since you can't control it, you can't blame anyone. Talking. The golden light on Caecilius lit up. The scarlet chain that entangled him was directly opened by the huge force. Next moment, a golden streamer flickered. Caecilius pointed at Mordo and clicked. Moro's face changed. All the magic power surged. A magic shield appeared in front of him. Bang! There was a cracking sound. The shield in front of Moro turned into a golden light that filled the sky. It was shattered by Caecilius at the touch of a finger. The mercy of Caecilius. The fingertips flashed a golden streamer, directed at Modu and clicked over. Moro's face changed greatly, and he hurried back. But the golden light was like a shadow. Directly to his throat. Gudong. Mordo swallowed. If Caecilius hadn't stopped, he would have been slashed in the throat. Look at Caecilius. Moro's face was complicated. Boom. There was a loud noise from the surrounding stands. The magicians are all boiling. Asterisk. Chapter 11:1, I'm an honest person, I don't have any fighting ability. The scene on the field is really sensational. The surrounding magicians were in an uproar. Whether it's a big magician or a normal magician, they all know that Weishandi's sacred sword is powerful. But now, the sacred sword of Emperor Weishan, which has always been invincible, shattered directly. This is one of Kamar-Taj's most powerful spells. Master Caecilius, I have long known that he is not simple. What power is this? Not our Kamar-Taj magic. No matter what kind of power it is enough to know that it is powerful. Exaggerated, Caecilius is much stronger. There was a commotion in the stands. The magician apprentices, as well as ordinary magicians, couldn't help roaring. In the center stand, several great magicians of Kamar-Taj also looked solemn. I don't know where Caecilius learned this power from, it is indeed very powerful. Have you seen it? The magic shield is completely irresistible. What kind of power is the golden light so powerful? The speed is also very fast. In other words, I can't react at all. Modu is the strongest among us. His magic power is very strong, but he still can't stop it. Caecilius doesn't know where he got this power. A couple of big magicians point at it. Looking at Caecilius below, his eyes were full of wonder. This is really surprising. This is power beyond magic. The hearts of several big magicians are very itchy. But this man is Caecilius, a disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme. Even if it is normal, they are also very unwelcome. Caecilius, naturally embarrassed to go up at this moment. On the ring, Caecilius and Mordo looked at each other. The expression on Mordo's face was very complicated. Look at Caecilius in front of him. Mordo sighed. You win. This power is indeed very powerful. Everything I won before, you can take it? Mordo was a little hard to accept at first. Very calm at the moment. He spoke to Caecilius lightly. At this time, Caecilius was a little dull. Look at the goals that you once desperately wanted to surpass. It was easily surpassed at the moment. Caecilius shook his head. Everything came so easily. He didn't feel that excited anymore. No wonder, the big brother never participates in this kind of activity. As expected, it doesn't make any sense. Big brother. It's my guiding light. Caecilius sighed. After gaining this power, looking at this kind of sparring, it is really like a fight between children. Just hilarious. Never mind. Return my share, that's all. Caecilius shook his head. Quietly turned and left. He thinks. He has to think about what his pursuit is. This. Moro looked at Caecilius, who was leaving, his face full of astonishment. King. What happened to him? Why do I feel a little abnormal? Moro said hesitantly. If it were the previous Caecilius, he would definitely come up and ridicule at this moment. But this guy just left. Let Mordo really feel a little uncomfortable. Wang glanced at Caecilius, who had left with a complicated expression. Then he spoke slowly. Maybe he was convinced by the big brother. Big brother. What's going on here, big brother? By the way, you haven't told me yet, why is Caecilius so strong? Mordo asked hesitantly. It stands to reason that this is a very private thing. He didn't know if it was appropriate to ask this. We just took the advice. Have you become stronger too? Is that impossible? Mordo's eyes were full of suspicion. That kind of power, even if Caecilius learned it. But the king? It's not that Mordo despised the king. The ability of the king is really not very good. In the big magician is not enough. Sorcerer Supreme had spoken to him secretly. The king's potential only ends here. Wang also realized this power. When Wang heard Modu's words, he also shook his head. My ability is not as good as that of Caecilius. It's not this kind of power that I've learned. My strength is still weak. Wang said with a sincere expression on his face. Even if he realized domineering. Still not as good as Caecilius. Because of arrogance. It takes practice. Carp practiced boxing and leveled 8 mountains. Wang Ke didn't have time to exercise, so naturally he wasn't strong enough. What he said was the truth. But Modu's eyes lit up unexpectedly. How about we discuss it? I want to see your power. Wang's face was full of hesitation, just about to refuse. But he didn't expect Moro to speak directly. King, don't refuse first. I just want to see the power of your understanding. We're old friends, shouldn't you reject me? Mordo said very sincerely. Okay then. Hearing what Modu said, Wang said hesitantly. Let's talk about it first, we'll learn from each other. I haven't fully grasped my power yet. Wang quickly added. Okay. It's just sparring. Mordo said. I saw Mordo say so. Wang also stopped hesitation, and the two went directly to the ring. You go first. Let me be brief, what did you realize? Modu looked at Wang, smiled and said. He can't beat Caecilius, can't he beat the king? Moreover, Wang Du said he was weak. This shouldn't be a problem. Moro was really relieved. If he is beaten again, he will probably lose face. Discuss with Wang. Get back the dignity of his second disciple of Sorcerer Supreme. The king over there has nothing else to do. He looked at Mordo and said. Modu, be careful. The power I understand is called domineering. Wang reminded. Even if you make a move, I can stop it? Mordo said confidently. Okay, I'm going. Wang said something. Wang saw that Modu was ready. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth. Overlord color. Wang shouted. An invisible wave spreads around with Wang as the center. Fortunately, his timely restraint. It was only then that this power was bound to the ring. Just leaked a little bit. In front of him. Modu suddenly widened his eyes. He only felt a huge pressure coming. It was as if a powerful monster had grabbed his throat directly. Modu's face suddenly turned red. The whole person became shaky. Modu glanced at the king. Shocked. My heart is even more crazy. King. A recognized honest man. Now. Mordo understood. This guy. Not honest at all. Boom. Mordo fell straight to the ground. The audience. Silent. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Overlord only deals with the weak. Kamar-Taj. Alien space. Those who can come here are the magicians of Kamar-Taj. But These magicians are silent at the moment. It's not that they don't want to talk. Instead, the king's domineering look is domineering. Just the little bit that leaked out. These people have lost their language ability directly. Only a few big magicians can hold up. Wang saw this scene. Even if he was an honest man, he couldn't help shrinking his neck. New ability. He is not yet skilled. Seeing it affected the audience, Wang immediately took back his domineering arrogance. Whoa! There was an uproar. The magicians were amazed when they recalled the powerful pressure just now. There was a look of fear on his face. It's terrifying, I couldn't do roar just now. Wang the magician also mastered this powerful power. This is a strange mental attack, but unfortunately I can't stop it. Don't say it's us, I can't stop the magician from watching Mordo. At this time, the magicians above the stand looked towards the ring. Mordo passed out and died without knowing his life and death. The magicians in the audience were even more shocked. This is Mordo the magician. One of the strongest magicians of their Kamar-Taj. Among the great magician. This one is the best. But now, what did they see? Mordo magician was beaten by Wang Yishao. How is this possible? How powerful is the king now? Even the Mordo magician can't stop it? The magician in the surrounding stands may have been shocked. But the big magicians on the summit platform didn't see it that way. They can all be regarded as sinking. As big magicians, they naturally have enough vision. They also know how strong Mordo is. Now, Mordo was actually given a second directly? Wouldn't that say? Wang can also seconds them. It's some kind of psychic attack that we don't know about. The mental pressure that burst out in an instant may be comparable to that of Sorcerer Supreme. Too terrifying. That's enough for Caecilius, why is the king so strong? The big magicians on the stage were full of doubts and shocks. Caecilius, the recognized genius of Kamar-Taj. The speed of practice can be ranked in the forefront of the entire Kamar-Taj. Caecilius has this kind of power even if it is. But the king? Although his strength is strong, his potential has been exhausted. Why can it also increase the strength? This is equivalent to the fact that you can understand 100% of the top student who ranks first in the class all the year round. But players who have been in the middle reaches all the year round can even take the 100 exam. This is very confusing and confusing. Above the ring, the king pulled Mordo up. Among the people who held him directly, Mordo woke up quickly. Stand up straight. Mordo's face was very complicated. He didn't expect it. He has always been regarded as the king of honest people. Not honest at all. This is weaker? If this is considered weak, what is he? Mordo shook his head. It was he who underestimated the enemy. Able to become a great magician. Which one is the simple stuff? Not to mention, among the great magicians, Wang is also considered a strong man. He must be dishonest. King, you are strong. I lost. Mordo said with a complicated expression. As a disciple of Sorcerer Supreme, Mordo loses. Naturally, it will not add to the laughing stock like other people. Mordo magician is joking. I still have room to improve. Wang said in a low-key manner. Mordo's mouth twitched. Don't. If you make further progress, let him live. Cough cough. You are already very good, Wang. This mental attack, I'm afraid no one can stop Kamar-Taj. Mordo shook his head. It's just an illusion. Overlord, you can only deal with the weak. The real powerhouse is not afraid of this kind of power at all. Wang shook his head. Overlord color. A very wide range of mental attacks. But, for the strong, the overlord color is useless. As long as the spirit is tough enough, it can be stopped. Even Mordo, It's just the first time he doesn't get used to it. If he gets used to it, he can stop it. This is nothing extraordinary. Wang said so. But when these words are put in Mordo's ears, they don't taste like this. Good guy. Specifically for the weak. Is he weak? But, thinking about it, he didn't even block it for a while. Mordo's eyes almost shed tears of remorse. All right. He is really weak. Forced to lift his spirits, a smile appeared on Mordo's face. Come on, the big magicians are down. You have to tell us about the experience of strength improvement. Mordo opened his mouth. I was just lucky. Wang shook his head. He really thought so. If not, he is lucky. I happened to meet the elder brother teaching the Fa, he couldn't be so strong. Wang thought so. Other great magicians don't think so. They just felt that the king was humble. Wang, I haven't seen you for a few days, your strength has changed so much, it's really impressive. That's right, I didn't expect that after a few days of absence, you would be able to deal with Mordo. Several familiar magicians came up to tease. Wang's face was full of black lines. What is all this saying? He was also very strong before, okay. The strength of Mordo is also very different. Now that the strength has become stronger, isn't it normal to kill Mordo? Why are you all like this? Wang's face was full of black lines, and he looked at these magicians who were usually sanctimonious. He opened his mouth expressionlessly. I used to be strong too. Ha ha ha. Wang, stop joking. Unexpectedly, you usually look cold and have a good sense of humor. Hearing this, Wang's face turned even darker. Okay, stop joking. You guys go up and have a look, I'll have a discussion with Wang. An old voice rang out. The big magicians around are all astop. Moro was also surprised. Master Hamel, do you want to try too? That's right. An old magician with a goatee and a very nice-looking old magician came out. But, remarkably, the old man only had one hand. The other hand was completely severed from the wrist, leaving only half of the arm. It seems that Master Hamel is happy to see the hunter. Then I'll wait to see Master Hamel's magic. Moro said respectfully. Hamel. There is a very special presence in Kamar-Taj. He is very low-key. Although it ranks in the big magician interlayer, it deals with books all day. It stands to reason that such a person should be a little transparent. But Master Hamel is different. He be a servant of the Sorcerer Supreme. One of the first to follow Sorcerer Supreme, from the early days of Kamar-Taj. Here he is. So, everyone respects Hamel very much. And he is the only person in the whole of Kamar-Taj who has practiced the forbidden arts except the Sorcerer Supreme. He's going to make a move. Mordo immediately became expectant. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Hamel Fiasco. Doubtful Life. Kamar-Taj. Alien Space. Above the ring. The king and Hamel face each other. Wang looked at Hamel with a wry smile on his face. Master Hamel, I didn't expect you to shoot too. It's just that the hunting heart likes it. Actually, I just wanted to make a move. But I don't like that kid Caecilius. Hamel said with a smile. Wang was a little dumbfounded. He turned out to be blocking Caecilius. The whole Kamar-Taj. The last opponent he wanted to face was Hamel. No one knows his depth. Because of things like technology, the power is not at all uncertain, and it is very dangerous. Hamel's arm. It was cut off because of the research ban. Not even Sorcerer Supreme could bring his broken arm back to life. Visible difficulty. But, after learning the powerful domineering, nor will he be afraid. Master Hamel, please advise. Wang spoke very cautiously. Good to say. Hamel said with a smile. Talking. He moved his hands. 2 shields appeared in his hands. Although a hand is broken. But it didn't stop him from releasing magic at all. Wang's face was solemn. He never underestimated any enemy. That's what makes him a great magician. Not to mention, the one in front of him didn't know the depths at all. Master Hamel, I'm about to shoot. Wang reminded. Done. An invisible wave of him spreads around his body. Compared to the previous convergence, this time, Wang can be regarded as full of firepower. Fortunately, Mordo and the others unfolded the magic circle set by Sorcerer Supreme on the ring. This did not allow this powerful fluctuation to spread out. Even so, the magic circle set up by Sorcerer Supreme. There was a violent vibration, as if a monster was attacking. The surrounding magicians all gasped. They looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Even the magic circle arranged by Sorcerer Supreme had such violent fluctuations. The power of the king at this moment. How strong is it? On the ring. Hamel also felt the pressure. Around his body, a circle of transparent ripples appeared. The ripples flow like water waves. The king's tyrannical colors were all blocked from the outside. It looks very incredible. King. This mental attack alone can't deal with me. Hamel said with a smile. It is because of the confidence in the mental defense. Hamel was about to take the stage to test the power of the king. Lived for so many years. It gave him a very strong spiritual will. Naturally able to block the attack of the Overlord color. The king on the opposite side was not surprised by this. Overlord color. It's meant to deal with troopers. You see, among the pirate kings, the 3 generals of the navy, the 4 emperors, Garp, and so on. Which will be defeated by Overlord. Except for Shanks. No one can attack the Overlord color as an entity. Wang naturally can't either. What he is really powerful about is his armed color. Close your eyes. To avoid the cognition of the eyes interfering with his judgment. Wang spoke slowly. Master Hamel, I'm serious. Transparent and domineering like flames began to appear around the king's body. He seemed to be surrounded by a flame. What a powerful force. You really left it before. It seems that I have to come up with a little bit of the ability to press the bottom of the box. Hamel put away his friendly expression. His face became very serious. His hands kept moving. A golden cremation appeared on his hand. Adam's bite. Seeing the color, the two shot together. A phantom like a hound appeared in front of Hamel. As soon as this phantom appeared, the surrounding space seemed to be shaking. As if unable to withstand his mighty power. Hamel's face turned pale, as if he was under enormous pressure. Opposite him, Wang looked unremarkable. He just made a fist. Then hit out in a circle. Boom. Huge amounts of sonic booms rang out. In front of Wang, a vacuum was directly hit by him. His fist. In an instant, the speed of sound was directly broken, and a vacuum bubble was formed directly in front of Wang. The fist goes straight through the bubble. Collision with the phantom of the hound monster. Boom. Huge amounts of explosions rang out. A puff of smoke appeared. This Sorcerer Supreme has personally cut a mountain-top refining arena. There was a crack in the center. A golden shield appeared directly on the ring. It is full of wonderful golden textures. The phantoms of the 3 surrounding temples are looming. As if the next moment will come directly to the world. Hiss. There was a sound of one after another around. Several of the big magician's eyes narrowed. Mordo made his heart full of incredible. Turn out to be. Wang really didn't use all his strength when he started with him before. Now. Unexpectedly exerted such a powerful force. It's so scary. This arena. Made by Sorcerer Supreme to keep magicians safe. A powerful array of shields is placed outside. This formation is directly linked to the three powerful holy places outside. Take the three major energy sources of the earth as the energy core to drive. It can be said, as long as the earth doesn't explode, this formation will be safe and sound. But usually their magician power does not need to activate this level of shield. But just now, the battle between the king and Hamel directly inspired this powerful shield. The three holy places almost came. What kind of terrifying power has this erupted? Moro trembled in his heart. If it were him. I'm afraid there's not even the scum left now. The surrounding big magicians are also like sculptures, and the expressions on their faces are frozen. The ordinary magician in the stands are all talking non-stop. The loud noise almost exploded the entire sky. Finished. Who exactly won? I am Master Hamel, but he launched a forbidden technique. I just saw the phantom of the ancient God Eater. Not necessarily, I think it may be Wang Da's magician who won. His power is incredible. Various discussions sounded above the stands. Huge amounts of smoke and energy were slowly dissipating in the ring. Two figures leaked out of it. I see. Wang still stood proudly in the ring, unscathed. It was as if he had never fought at all. The explosion just now had no effect on him. Hamel, who was opposite him, was much more embarrassed. The robes on his body were broken in half. A good magic costume has directly turned into strips of cloth. There was a bit of embarrassment on his face too. The goatee, which has always been cherished, has been half eaten up by some unknown power. For the image-loving Hamels, it's rare at all. This time, even an intern magician can see the winner. The magicians of Kamar-Taj just exploded. Asterisk. Chapter 14. The Big Brother is the mastermind behind the scenes. Forbidden. That's a forbidden technique. Hard and rigid forbidden technique, unscathed, I would like to call it the strongest. Is this a mysterious power? Even if the attack power is strong, the defense power is also so powerful. I took it. Wang Da magician, eternal god. I'm afraid the king is going to be the first magician in our Kamar-Taj. The dense discussion sounded again. Wang's performance surprised everyone. Defeating Mordo doesn't count. Also defeated Kamar-Taj's most mysterious Hamel. Also hard against the ban. It's terrifying. What kind of strength is this? What kind of power is this? You know it's forbidden. A power that even the Sorcerer Supreme has banned. These magics are too powerful. There is no way to master the general magician at all. Magicians who master forbidden techniques are rare in Kamar-Taj. This ban. The power is also terrifyingly amazing. There was once a magician who used a forbidden technique to flatten a mountain. The power of the forbidden technique is evident. But now, there is such a person. Under their eyes. A direct hard steel forbidden technique with the physical body and his own strength. Still unscathed. How could they not be shocked? How could they not tremble? Even magicians are a profession that values mentality. But the level of shock in this still makes most magicians feel incredible. Their voices even broke through the sky. No other sound can be heard here. On the ring. Hamel smiled wryly and stroked his only half of his beard. A wry smile appeared on his face. He didn't think so. The king is so powerful. A forbidden technique, unscathed. In his opinion, this attacking ability is secondary. This physical defense and physical recovery ability is too perverted. It's really the back waves of the Yangtze River pushing the front waves. King, it seems that you have become our Kamar-Taj's greatest great magician. Hamel said sincerely. Master Hamel is wrong. I'm just lucky. Wang spoke in a very low-key manner. After this battle, his domineering has also been tempered, stronger than before. Arrogance is just that. Only by continuous training and practice can we become strong. It is clear. Fighting. Make the king more powerful. Off the ring. Several big magicians headed by Modu also gathered around. Wang, you really can't hide it? Looks like I'd like to thank you for holding back. Mordo smiled and said. After seeing the power of the king, Modu also lost his mind to fight with him. If you are in a good mood, you can naturally make jokes. Seeing Wang, he said directly. He did appreciate Wang a little bit. If it wasn't for the king to keep his hand. Don't hit him with this attack. He's probably already on the hospital bed at the moment. Life is definitely not lost, but it will definitely lie down for a few months. That's not a good thing. Here Mordo. Wang smiled shyly and said. Mordo magician is joking. I was unskilled in power control before. Don't be humble. You don't seem to be unskilled in mastering ability. Mordo shook his head and said. He is also a big magician. There is still vision. The breath on the king's body is round and harmonious. The power control is just right, where is there any unskilled appearance? It is clear. He was just giving him face. What is emotional intelligence? This is emotional intelligence. Mordo secretly affirmed in his heart. The usual Wang looked silent, with a paralyzed face. Now it seems that he is not so rigid. That's right, don't be humble, Wang. We Kamar-Taj never cared about that. Don't be humble, Wang, I'm afraid you are the biggest magician in Kamar-Taj. Several big magicians next to him also roared. Wang's popularity is very good. Good old people at Kamar-Taj. Everyone was happy to communicate with him. Caecilius is also very strong. But no one spoke to him. It's clear at a glance how he usually behaves at this moment. Several great magicians kept touting, but Wang waved his hands again and again. The first magician. I can't afford this name. My strength is nothing at all. Not to say that Caecilius was originally not weak. In Kamar-Taj, there are people far better than me. Wang spoke very modestly. Better than you? Just kidding, king. In the whole of Kamar-Taj, who is your opponent but Sorcerer Supreme? Mordo's face was full of disbelief. Wang is so powerful. Is there anyone better than Kamar-Taj? How is this possible? How could Kamar-Taj have hidden powerhouses he didn't know about? Naturally there is. The strength of the big brother is not comparable to me. Even my chance was bestowed by the senior brother. Wang said with a respectful face. The more used, the more and more he felt the power of this power. He also felt that the big brother gave him a great opportunity. The king was very respectful, but the other magicians were taken aback. What eldest brother? What? Lin Yu, big magician. Lin Yu, the great magician, can actually bestow such power. Several big magicians couldn't help but speak out. Not only that. The magicians are all ears and ears. He immediately heard the words of the king. Wang, is what you said true? This is no joke. Mordo spoke very cautiously. What I'm saying is true. Eldest brother, just give me a book. I just read it once, and I realized something and learned this kind of power. Wang spoke very seriously. What? Unbelievable. This is impossible. One after another sounded. This is more difficult to accept than hearing that it was Lin Yu who gave the opportunity. So much power can be gained from reading a book. This is too bizarre, right? Neither Sorcerer Supreme can do that. The magic book written by Sorcerer Supreme, they can't read it? Seeing that the great magicians did not believe it, the king spoke again. I can swear that what I say is true. Eldest brother, it's so powerful. A book can preach. Wang Xian vowed to open the mouth. Surprised roar sounds beside him one after another. Subsequently, the eyes of these people were full of light. This is a path no less inferior to magic. How could they not expect? If what you said is true, Wang, then it makes sense. No wonder Sorcerer Supreme gives Big Brother an overview. It seems that Sorcerer Supreme has long known that Big Brother is not an ordinary person. Mordo couldn't help but sigh. Eldest brother is really a master of the world. So Loki, we don't know. Several big magicians said so. But they looked a little absent-minded. The magicians above the stands began to run away quietly. When Moro saw this scene, he coughed and said, "Even if you ask the senior brother, we also have to set the charter." Several big magicians looked at each other. They nodded. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Lin Yu's threshold has been leveled. Kamar-Taj. Lin Yu's room. Lin Yu has been writing novels recently. But the last few chapters took so long to finish. Even if he expended a very large amount of energy, Lin Yu guessed, it might be some kind of limitation of the system. The end of the novel that he can only write if he meets each condition. It's like a novel under one person. He still hasn't finished it yet. Not to mention One Piece, who was shown to the king. The second half has not been written yet. Thought here. Lin Yu was a little melancholy. I feel ashamed of these brothers and sisters. Definitely. More importantly, if I can't write the second half, how can I increase my cultivation? This made Lin Yu somewhat worried. I couldn't help but play with my phone for a while. After relaxing for a while, he began to slowly continue the novel he started to write. He didn't know. Now, outside his door is already a crowded scene. I'm afraid it is much more lively than the vegetable market. But the weird thing is, there were nearly 1,000 people blocking them, but no one made a sound. Makes the situation look very weird. Obviously, these people all heard the king's voice and came over. Headed a few big magicians. They gathered together and discussed in a low voice, for fear of making a sound. More cautiously, they also put a small magic outside, blocking the sound. It's been a long time. These big magicians have just finished their discussion. Mordo cancelled the sound insulation magic and said to the magician inside, "I know you are all here to ask senior brother. But Big Brother can give us a chance, but I can't help but praise. Don't disturb senior brother Kingziu." So we decided, above the official magician, to ask the great magician, the others, let's step back. Mordo said something. Kamar-Taj. Divided into big magician, senior magician, ordinary magician, trainee magician, magician apprentice. This is roughly in the Kamar-Taj classification. Then it is better to provide them with tasks according to their strength. Magician apprentices and trainee magicians are not magicians. It can only be said that I have just mastered the portal and a few basic magics. They asked the elder brother. Just a waste of time. It was naturally impossible for Mordo to let them harass senior brother. Hear this. There was a commotion from the crowd below. But Mordo's prestige is very high. Soon they calmed down. The lower magicians all turned and left. After all, most little magicians don't think that chance can fall on their heads. Most are for fun. The only ones left here are the great magicians and those who have reached the magician level. Here they are looking at it eagerly. Mordo coughed. I'll go ahead and ask for some advice. You can go in if you want to be on your own or in a group. Mordo said something. It knocked on Lin Yu's room door directly. Dong dong dong. Senior brother, Mordo asks to see you. Moro said respectfully outside. Come in. A quiet voice came from inside. Modu looked happy and pushed the door directly in. I saw the senior brother, sitting in the seat and waiting. Modu just glanced at it a lot, and couldn't help but admire in his heart. Mo Shang people are like jade, and the gentleman is unparalleled in the world. Why hadn't he seen the big brother so extraordinary before? I really have no vision. Mordo sighed. It turned out to be Mordo. I don't know what you are doing here. Lin Yu said lightly. Hear about the culture of Big Brother. Moro said respectfully. Elder brother, it's like this, I recently encountered a bottleneck in my practice. I really don't know what to do, so I can only ask the elder brother for advice. Moro lowered his eyebrows and said in a pleasing manner. You have also encountered a bottleneck in your practice. Lin Yu gave Mo a surprised look. Did not expect. This direct disciple of Sorcerer Supreme will also encounter bottlenecks. After all, Sorcerer Supreme's vision is very high. The selected apprentices are all very talented. This guy Mordo is naturally the same. The later Doctor Strange never encountered a bottleneck. But this is exactly what Lin Yu wants. Mordo has no bottlenecks. How does he increase his strength? Lin Yu gave Moro a calm look. Opened his mouth. If you go to the H area of the library, you will naturally gain something. Go. Lin Yu waved his hand lightly. Before taking advantage of no one's efforts, he used the portal to directly replace all the G area with the novels he wrote. As long as Mordo passes, he will naturally gain something. Lin Yu wasn't worried at all. Thank you, Big Brother. When Modu heard this, he was overjoyed. He bowed respectfully at Lin Yu, turned and left. Out the door, Mordo saw a whole bunch of magicians looking at him. A gentle smile appeared on Mordo's face. Every magician. You go in and ask for advice, I'm going to find the opportunity. Mordo nodded. Just opened the portal and left. This time, the remaining magicians looked at Lin Yu's door. His eyes gradually became frenzied. Mordo speaks up. At this time, Hamel among the great magicians stood up. Old man, go first. Several of the great magicians glared at Hamel, but did not speak. Hamel. Have this qualification. Hamel stroked his beard, which he had regrown with magic, proudly. Knocked on the door. Lin Yu, great magician, Hamel asks to see you. Please come in. A faint voice came out. Hamel went in with a smile on his face. In the room, Lin Yu looked at the old man Hamel who came in. The expression on his face was a little odd. Hamel, magician. You have also encountered a bottleneck, and the magic can't grow. Lin Yu looked at Hamel with a puzzled face. That's right. As expected of Lin Yu, magician, I did hit a bottleneck. Actually, it's been a long time since my magic can't be saved. I just came to ask Lin Yu the great magician today. Hamel said with a sad face. He is very old. In terms of cultivation, it is naturally inferior to young people. Sorcerer Supreme can't help it. Now that I heard that Lin Yu had a solution, he naturally rushed over. Lin Yu nodded when he heard this. Opened his mouth. In that case, you can go to the library. District J, you can naturally solve your doubts. Everything you see is fate, and you will naturally gain something. Lin Yu said lightly. Hear this. Hamel bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lin Yu, for the great magician. With another salute, Hamel turned and left. Lin Yu saw the old magician leave. Stretched. Just wanted to write a novel. But another voice was heard. Lin Yu is a magician, Daniel Drum is asking to see you. The expression on Lin Yu's face was stunned. You are a great magician guarding the holy place, why are you all back? Looks like something must have happened before. Lin Yu shook his head. Opened his mouth. Please come in. Then. Lin Yu didn't rest all day. Asterisk. Chapter 16 One Punch Superman? Mordo realizes psychokinesis. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Kamar-Taj. Library. Kamar-Taj's library. Definitely the grandest building in the whole of Kamar-Taj. This is where Sorcerer Supreme collects magical books from around the world. Definitely the largest library in the world. Even the Library of Alexandria back then could not compare with it. This is naturally one of the reasons why Kamar-Taj can become a magical holy place. Except for a few Sorcerer Supreme books on the outside. The rest are all large bookshelves that are taller than others. If you want to get the book above, you have to use magic. As soon as Mordo came to the library, hastily walked towards the G area. Blind to see a lot of magic books around. His purpose is clear. It is the big bookshelf in the G area. But when he arrived at the G area, Modu was taken aback. So much. Moro's face was a little stunned. On the bookshelf in front of him, the magic books have been replaced. All replaced with books written by Lin Yu. The entire G area, several large bookshelves, were all replaced with books handwritten by Lin Yu. Mordo's mouth twitched. Senior brother, you are really hard-working. Mordo couldn't help but say something. However, so much. Where is my chance? Mordo's eyes were full of doubts. Elder brother once said that. The chance is in it, it all depends on my fate. It's good to see whichever one I see. Mordo nodded. Eyes began to scan around. Full-time master, Hong Huang, journey to the west, back to battle with spells. Zhishan, Xiani, the dragon maid of the Xiaolin family. Moro had a hesitant look on his face. There seems to be something nasty mixed in here. Although Modu was willing to take it down and take a look. But this book. Looking at the name is not a serious opportunity, is it? If he comprehends something inexplicable, how will he meet people in Kamar-Taj in the future? What kind of golden light spell people understand, domineering? He comes with a maid. Moro shivered, and immediately looked away. Moro walked over here quickly and began to look carefully. Watched for a long time. Mordo suddenly saw a book. The name is Dragon. One Punch Superman. Superman? Beyond humans. But what does this punch mean? Moro was a little puzzled and became interested. Carefully pulled the book off the shelf. Mordo is big and magician. It is also a faithful respect for the theory of Sorcerer Supreme. Vows to maintain the balance of energy throughout the universe. On this road, Mordo can be said to be very extreme. After seeing Doctor Strange wielding the power of the time gem at will, it's obvious that Modu directly blacken. Saw this book now. Modu has a feeling of blessing to the soul. He couldn't wait to pick up the book and opened it. But when he opened it, he frowned. Ordinary people? Weird people. How could an ordinary person face such a powerful monster? Mordo muttered to himself. As soon as he came up, Modu was taken aback. An ordinary person can actually face such a powerful monster. Not dead yet. Could this be an ordinary person? What the hell is this weirdo? Humans can be transformed into another creature because of Blacken. This resentment is so terrible. Mordo was shocked. He was usually very dissatisfied with the behavior of some people who violated the laws of the universe. There are also some resentments. Now it looks like this is a big problem. It doesn't seem like this will be the case in the future. Mordo shook his head. As expected of the big brother. Any novel can have this kind of truth. Modu couldn't help but sighed in admiration. Then keep watching. This novel is simply a personal show of the protagonist Saitama. No matter what kind of enemy, in front of him is vulnerable. Like. No one could resist a punch in front of him. It looks. The plot is really refreshing. But Mordo doesn't know why some don't like it. He's a magician after all. This kind of punch to the flesh is indeed extremely powerful. It can be said that the power has been enlightened, but it is completely inconsistent with his path. Is there nothing else to gain from this book? Moro couldn't help sighing in his heart. But out of expectations for the big brother, he continued to watch. A terrifying tornado. Super ability? Has amazing psychokinesis. Can meteorites be directly involved from outer space? This is too powerful. Moro felt a little envious. How far is the distance from Earth to outer space? Probably hundreds of thousands of miles away. Even Sorcerer Supreme might not be able to cast magic at this distance. But tornadoes can summon meteorites directly from outer space. How powerful is this power? If only I could comprehend this powerful psychokinesis. Mordo was full of envy. Then, a feeling of bliss to the soul suddenly appeared. Mordo suddenly felt it. His spirit suddenly spread. The world seemed to be in his hands. His thoughts seemed to have a powerful force. Don't use your hands. The novel floated in front of him. This is psychokinesis. I have mastered the special function of the tornado. Moro's face was full of shock. Through strong willpower, control all things. Same as magic. Incredible. This kind of powerful path, the senior brother gave me so easily. The big brother really has a heart like a valley and is extremely powerful. Mordo's eyes were full of shock. And he found. After he realized psychokinesis, the words in the book seem to be alive. Every time he reads a word, he can comprehend something. It's like seeing the road. So amazing. Senior brother, you actually incorporated this achievement into the text. It is convenient for me to understand. The big brother is really kind to me like a mountain. Mordo couldn't help but sigh. Every word in this book has power. Every time you read it, his spirit seemed to have been tempered by a mystery and became stronger. Under the blessing of this power, his psychokinesis actually strengthened rapidly. Not only that, with Modu's perception, the energy of nature flooded into his body. In strengthening his body, Mordo felt that his magic power was also transformed into pure spiritual power. His physical fitness has also become unusually incredible. Now, if you let me fight the king, I definitely won't lose, maybe I can win. Mordo said confidently. With spiritual will, dominate the power of nature. Definitely not weaker than the king's domineering. Senior brother, it is definitely my guiding light. Eldest brother is really amazing. Mordo was full of longing at the moment. It feels like the next moment will become Lin Yu's loyal licking dog. It's not that he's spineless. But this psychokinesis, it is so fragrant. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Hamil comprehends chakra? Forbidden Master. Kamar-Taj. In Lin Yu's room. Lin Yu just sent out a junior brother. Haven't had time to breathe a sigh of relief. The next junior brother has already come in. Been so busy for a while. With Lin Yu's current physical strength, I feel a little tired. These people are definitely premeditated. Lin Yu pouted, feeling a little sour. It's really cool to come here in a hurry. But it's really tiring. Sighed. Lin Yu made himself a cup of tea to rest. Ding. Mordo, read your book One Punch Superman. Modu's power breakthrough, you get 100 times the power back. You have mastered the psychokinesis that can be returned 100-fold. Lin Yu put down the teacup in his hand with a happy expression on his face. As the system prompts the sound to fall, Lin Yu felt that his power was even stronger. The breath on his body was like a sea, and it became very terrifying. In the flow of breath, an inexplicable fluctuation flashed. If there is a magician from here, we'll be able to see. The various elements around Lin Yu seemed to be isolated by a powerful force. The whole world seemed to be controlled by Lin Yu. Moved with Lin Yu's thoughts, This is a phenomenon that every magician dreams of. If the ordinary magician is so powerful, I am afraid that he can wake up laughing when he sleeps. In Lin Yu's case, it's just the most basic means. Good. Mordo is very good. This kid deserves to be a disciple of Sorcerer Supreme, and he realized something so quickly. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Kamar-Taj's magician can be regarded as a dragon and a phoenix. Comprehension is very strong. It doesn't take long to read a book, and you can comprehend the corresponding path. It really surprised Lin Yu very much. The more the gang read, the stronger he became. Lin Yu is very happy to see such a scene appear. Even though he hardly stammered a word today. Lin Yu is very happy. Kamar-Taj, the great magician, almost all went to the library. It seems that this can give me back a huge amount of energy. Breaking through the level Godfather is the blink of an eye. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. As long as he reaches the level of Godfather, Thanos is just a younger brother in front of him. When Sorcerer Supreme and Odin were alive, Thanos only dared to make small moves. Until these two are dead. He just arrived on Earth himself to do it. If he came in the first place. It is estimated that there is no story behind the Avengers Alliance. It can be seen that the deterrent power of other powerhouses from level Godfather is strong. And it's not far from level Godfather. Farewell. Library. Hamel hurried out of the door. In a hurry. He even ignored the ban and opened the portal directly inside Kamar-Taj. Almost got attacked by the magic circle arranged by Sorcerer Supreme. Fortunately. It's all worth it. He came much faster than the other magicians. Hamel walked quickly into the library. At a glance. He saw Mordo, who was sitting there with his eyes closed. Hamel was taken aback. He can feel it. Mordo's body was enveloped by a terrifying force. Even the surrounding elements were directly pushed away by this powerful force. Very scary. You realized it so quickly. What Lin Yu magician said was true. Lin Yu magician has mastered so many different paths. It's really amazing. With a sigh, Hamel's eyes flashed with fire. Mordo can understand. Of course he can too. Hamel quickly searched the surrounding bookshelves. Wanted to see what books were there for him. Death God, Fox Demon, Little Matchmaker, Gintama. Assassin Wu Liuki, The Spell Returns to the Battle, The Blade of the Ghost. These books are numerous. Hamel was simply blinded. But there was nothing in it that made his heart throb. I looked around a few times. Hamel finally found one. Naruto. Hamel's eyes lit up, and he pulled the book straight from the shelf. Ninja Village, Ninja. Uzumaki Naruto. The descendants of the hero were treated like this Konoha village pill. Hamel shook his head. The father gave his life for the village, and the son was treated like this. Only drink expired milk and eat ramen. The leaders of this village are disgusting. Hamel suppressed his discomfort and continued to read. Forbidden. Multiple shadow duplication. Hamel's eyes lit up. Forbidden. It's good, he likes it. His favorite is the ban. Entity duplication, can it still have independent consciousness? Can you still attack? Wonderful, wonderful. I'm afraid it has the same effect as Icon's illusion. Hamel complimented. Unlike other people reading books, Hamel is jumping to read. Look specifically at the various forbidden techniques described in this hokage. Seeing Hamel is very excited. There was silence for a while. Boom. The sound of life shook Hamel's body. That's how he understood chakra. Wonderful, wonderful. Lin Yu magician is really amazing. These forbidden techniques are fascinating. The ghouls are sealed, the filth is reincarnated, and the 8-door dungeon. They're all very powerful ninjutsu, but unfortunately, most of them cost too much. Hamel's eyes were full of regret. These forbidden techniques are very powerful, but the price is a little higher. Most of them need to pay with their lives, or are very contrary to the moral values of normal people. However, there are also some powerful ninjutsu that are worth studying. Hamel's eyes were full of infatuation. It's not that he just likes forbidden arts. He just likes research. Whether it was magic or this peculiar ninjutsu, the desire for research arose in his heart. I desperately want to reproduce the ninjutsu in this book. And Hamel found out. As he reads this book, his chakra is growing rapidly. It's not like the ordinary patience described in the book at all. In a short amount of time, his chakra can be compared to those geniuses in the book. Lin Yu Magician, it's amazing. It's okay to incorporate this path into a book. Can you actually change a person's ability? So much effort. Hamel felt that the chakra in his body was growing wildly, and his magic power was also transforming wildly. What he didn't know was that chakra is the energy within the body's cells, which is produced by combining with spiritual power. He was originally a great magician, and his physical and mental powers were naturally not weak. Under the guidance of Lin Yu's book, nature suddenly became very powerful. As expected of Lin Yu Magician. Hamel was overjoyed. This time, he is not afraid that studying these forbidden magic will exhaust chakra and hurt himself. Hamel held the book hungrily and began to study it. And outside. A lot of magicians started coming in from outside. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Magician is addicted to novels. Great harvest. In the library, the two breaths competed against each other, regardless of whether they were up or down. The surrounding pages dance with their power. A force of invisible matter, as if everywhere. Another force emits a faint light. But the same is. Both of these forces are very powerful, far exceeding the ordinary great magician. The magicians who just came in were all taken aback. This power is psychokinesis. It's too fast, it's a realization of otherworldly power. The eyes of the magicians were full of envy. Especially a few big magicians. The same great magician, now Mordo, and Hamel are far more powerful than them. The great magician headed by Daniel Drum and a few others. Eyes are glowing. The magicians who guard the holy place are much stronger in combat. But compared to what they are now, they are much weaker. Looks like these two people have come to understand completely different paths. Including Caecilius and the others, this is already 4 different paths. Who the hell is the big magician Lin Yu? How can he master so many different paths? It's still so powerful. A big magician with a big beard and a little stubborn said. This is Nidna, the only woolly bear magician in Kamar-Taj. Lin Yu, the magician, is not something we can speculate. This is the big magician's appointed eldest brother. It's normal to be strong. Daniel Drum said. Since senior brother Lin Yu directed us to come here, there must be a reason, and naturally I can understand it. Stop talking, let's get started. Daniel Drum took a look at these magicians. He immediately found a book on the shelf and read it. When the other magicians saw this, they also looked for books to read. Most of the magicians in the back are like this. Books are found. They quickly become addicted to it. But Nidna and the few magicians seemed out of place. They couldn't stand it at all. Seeing the people around you are enlightened. There is even a breath of breakthrough. What's going on here? Why can't I understand? Did I offend Lin Yu the magician before? Nidna shook his head. No, I certainly didn't offend the big magician. Correct. Lin Yu, the great magician once said, follow self-confidence. Is this book not for me? Nidna was stunned. Read another book. As expected. After a while, strong fluctuations began to radiate from his body. The magicians around are also learning. It is not without reason that Kamar-Taj is called the Holy Land of Magic. They have large reserves of magician. In the final battle, the number of magicians that Kamar-Taj brought out was no less than that of Asgard and other forces, and can open countless portals. A native power of Earth can do so. You can see how powerful Kamar-Taj is. Even though only a small fraction of magicians remain in Kamar-Taj headquarters, there are also nearly 1,000 people who come to the library. Make it seem dense here. All kinds of breaths are one after another. Because there are too many people. Even the number of novels written by Lin Yu is a bit insufficient. Many people can even read a book with several people. They looked at the books while admiring Lin Yu's strength. Boom boom boom. Various voices came one after another. Various forces are constantly intermingled. It has simply become a hodgepodge of people, and different forces are mixed together. A strange scene is formed here. It was as if many worlds had converged here. All kinds of rays of light kept flickering and shining. It's like light pollution. Step forward to magician to realize the Tao together and make a breakthrough. The pure energy of half a Kamar-Taj is stirred. Even before Sorcerer Supreme preached, the pomp was just that. A time. Kamar-Taj added hundreds of great magicians. Such a pomp. Unprecedented. Kamar-Taj. Lin Yu's room. Lin Yu sat on his seat and rested. After sending away a few magicians, finally no magician came to ask again. He also had some free time for a while. Time of day today. I am afraid that there are not 1,000 people who come to ask him for advice. This time. He threw out Kamar-Taj's magician. Except those who traveled in the universe, fought in the dimensional space, and guarded in the holy place. I'm afraid all the magicians of Kamar-Taj are here today. Kamar-Taj, what a huge force. This is the cost of fighting Thanos in the future. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. There are these magicians. Why don't things come to pass? That is, Thanos dare not come over now. If he comes, Lin Yu had to let him know why the flowers were so red. I don't know how savvy these magicians are. If my understanding is good, I'm afraid I will gain something soon. Lin Yu's face beamed with joy. This is thousands of magicians. If you have any understanding, what will his strength become? Lin Yu was looking forward to it. Suddenly a mysterious feeling appeared. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Ding. Hamel has read your book Naruto and learned something. Hamel comprehends chakra, his strength is breakthrough, his strength is 100 times the feedback, and his ability is 100 times feedback. You have mastered the multiple shadow duplication, the seal of the ghouls, the 8 dungeons, the reincarnation of the dirty earth, the seal of the 4 elephants. Lin Yu. This Hamel is really not right. What kind of ninjutsu do you master? Except for multi-shadow duplication, none of them are lifeless. What is this going to do? After perishing with others, and then reincarnating and resurrecting himself with dirty soil? Despite getting a lot of strength feedback, Lin Yu didn't have a smile on his face. To a certain extent, I have mastered ability. It's all good. Although Lin Yu didn't think he would use these abilities. But how much can be mastered is the trump card. Just when Lin Yu was a little melancholy, the system beep sounded again. Ding. Daniel Drum, read your book Death God, and Daniel Drum has an insight. Daniel Drum comprehends Zanpakuto, a breakthrough in his realm, 100-fold feedback on his strength, and 100-fold feedback on ability. You have mastered the special Zanpakuto. Ding. Nidnaya has read your book Ghost Slayer Blade, Nidnaya has some insight. Nidnaya comprehends the roar of thunder, the power is 100 times the feedback, and the ability is 100 times the feedback. You have mastered the roar of 100 times thunder. Kakan has read your book JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Kakan has some insight. Kakan understands the ripples, the power is 100 times the feedback, and the ability is 100 times the feedback. You have mastered 100-fold ripple. One after another sounded. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Harvest time has come. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Strength Breakthrough. Fake Level Godfather. Kamar-Taj. In Lin Yu's room. With the dense system sound rang out. Countless power is poured into Zhao Yu's body from the invisible void. Not just the power of the void. There was also a huge amount of energy around him being sucked into Lin Yu's body. The surrounding Genesis Chi moved with it. Finally over Lin Yu's body. A huge amount of vitality vortex was formed directly. Countless being absorbed into the body. Huge amounts of astronomical changes have taken place throughout the Himalayas. The clouds in the sky began to form a vortex shape because of the change in the vitality of the world. This scene has been observed by many tourists and various departments. But they couldn't find the reason at all. Major government departments, as well as S.H.I.E.L.D, are confused by this anomalous phenomenon. It can only be attributed to the abnormal environment of heaven and earth. Totally no idea. All this is just because Lin Yu is absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Countless amounts of energy are absorbed. Lin Yu kept calming the power in his body. The power in the body is not chakra, nor magic, nor mana. It was the unique power that the system gave him. The strength of his body is very unique. It is a special power given by the system. It can integrate various abilities into one, but it can play the uniqueness of various abilities. Very powerful. Now, the inside of his body is like a rushing force like a river. Directly into the Yangtze and Yellow rivers. The location of the Danshan is also directly like a pool of Wanyang Ocean. Boom. It seems to be the thunder explosion of invisible. The whole magician of Kamar-Taj felt a shudder, a feeling of palpitations. This feeling comes quickly. Go fast too. Most magicians don't see anything wrong. They don't know. Lin Yu. After this short time, he broke through directly. False father. That is the strength of Thanos. Thanos only uses his fists. You can beat Hulk directly to the point where he loses his ability to resist. Direct restoration of human form. That's Hulk. The mainstay of Avengers fighting power. The more angry, the more powerful. At its peak, it can even knock out the existence of the planet with one punch. Thanos knocked Hulk out of his ability to resist with a few fists. You can see how powerful he is. And now, Lin Yu is stronger than Thanos. After all, Thanos is an outcast of the Eternals and has no other abilities at all. Only strong physical strength. Lin Yu is different. There are various powerful abilities in the body. Roar. Lin Yu's synaptic breath was white. This white air actually formed a white training, which did not dissipate for a long time. Cool. Lin Yu couldn't help but shouted. These magicians are really powerful. He just said a few words, and then encouraged a few words. Then lie down in the room. There will automatically be a lot of mana and magical powers coming to the door. This feeling. It was so cool. But after this intensive wave of power feedback passed, the system's beeps became sparse. It's just that there are still a few system feedbacks rang out. A tiny addition to his power. Wrong. The number is wrong. Lin Yu kept counting the numbers. He today. Not to mention, he also pointed out 800 or 900 magicians. If all can return energy, his power increases. Definitely not just a little bit. Now, at most, more than half of the magicians gave him power. And the other half? What's happening here? Lin Yu touched his chin and thought carefully. These people came to ask. Naturally it was impossible to entertain him. Naturally, he would obey him obediently and go to the library to check. Even so, they are still not enlightened. Either. It's because their comprehension is too low. Not even an idiot. Either the book is not for him. To be the magician of Kamar-Taj, of course, cannot be an idiot. So, only the latter is more likely. 2. After all, there are more monks and less porridge, and it is impossible for everyone to have a suitable situation. Lin Yu shook his head. Don't care about that either. Just these gains is completely enough. But he didn't feel anything. Things got him. 10 in the afternoon. Because those half-written books are hard to write down, Lin Yu decided to write some other books to take a break. While he was writing, there was a knock on his door. Lin Yu, great magician, Reinhardt asks to see you. A mid-air voice rang from outside. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. Reinhardt? How could this one find him? This one is also one of the great magicians of Kamar-Taj. Not enough. Reinhardt is responsible for guarding the dimensional space. The magicians of Kamar-Taj are numerous. The resources consumed every day are also massive. Say nothing else. As long as it is Kamar-Taj's magician, hand out a sling ring. Dozens of ores and magic materials are needed just for this auxiliary instrument that can communicate with space. These materials, nature cannot all be obtained on Earth. They mainly originate from the dimensional space around the Earth. The main process is Sorcerer Supreme Shot. Go talk to the dimensional space lords and let them mine Kamar-Taj. If you can't talk, then beat this dimensional space lord and go mining. So, Sorcerer Supreme's high status is not without reason. Reinhardt. His full name is Reinhard von Royenkram. One of the great magicians responsible for guarding the dimensional space and protecting the magicians. It is a high weight. Why is this one here? This makes Lin Yu a little curious. Reinhardt, please come in. Lin Yu said something. Subsequently, a tall man walked in from outside. Reinhardt, why are you busy again? Report to Lin Yu, the great magician. It's just that my understanding is too low to find a suitable method. Come here to ask the great magician. Reinhardt said a little embarrassedly. Other magicians have learned something. They are very embarrassed for these magicians who don't understand. I see. Lin Yu nodded. He did not doubt Reinhardt's understanding. Even Wang's stubborn elm knot can comprehend it. Reinhardt is much stronger. His understanding need not be doubted. Of course it has something to do with the novel. Guess there is nothing for him. Reinhardt, don't worry. It's all Kamar-Taj's magician, so of course I can't favor one over the other. You didn't understand, did you? It doesn't matter, I'll write it now. Write until you can figure it out. Lin Yu said calmly. Reinhardt, who was opposite him, suddenly widened his eyes. Is this too arrogant? Write until he understands? How much does Lin Yu big magician know? Reinhardt was stunned. Asterisk. Chapter 20 The second half of one person. Caecilius breaks through again. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye. It took dozens of days to pass. This time, some magicians who haven't found a suitable book for themselves have been waiting. Although Lin Yu promised to write a book for them. But all of this takes time. It is clear. This time is not short. But these magicians are waiting eagerly. Dozens of magicians also sent people to guard Lin Yu's door. Specially waiting to see when my Lin Yu is finished. Compared with some readers who chased more and ran away, they must be much more resilient. And Reinhardt as the great magician. Even though he is powerful as a great magician, a bit of high weight. Come and visit often. This day, Reinhardt came to Lin Yu's door again to ask. But, obviously, Lin Yu hasn't finished his work yet. Reinhardt chatted with his confidant. Master Reinhardt. Why didn't Lin Yu, the great magician, give us these methods directly? Isn't that what Sorcerer Supreme does? A Reinhardt's subordinate asked. Give it to you, can you learn it? Reinhardt said lightly. The secret book of Sorcerer Supreme is placed in the most conspicuous position of the library. As long as you learn the magic above, you can become the next Sorcerer Supreme. But until now, has anyone learned it? Kamar-Taj doesn't have a second Sorcerer Supreme. Reinhardt said so. The few magicians around were all stunned. I see. Lin Yu, the magician is really thoughtful. The magicians felt it sincerely. Lin Yu, the magician, did more than that. Reinhardt spoke again. Please also ask Master Reinhardt to explain. Several magicians asked respectfully. Do you really think those paths are so easy to grasp? Did you comprehend it after reading a novel? If it weren't for Lin Yu magician's painstaking means. Give you a few lifetimes, and it's impossible to comprehend the mystery here. Hear Reinhardt say that. Several magicians are thoughtful. Think about what you've seen and heard in the past few days. These magicians were all in tears. Lin Yu, the magician, really thought a lot about us. When Sorcerer Supreme put the magician Lin Yu in power, I still secretly slandered, I am really not a thing. Lin Yu, the great magician, so well-intentioned, it must be very exhausting. When I go to the abyss again, I will go to find some abyss magician, and make up for Lin Yu's great magician. We must practice hard and live up to the expectations of the magician Lin Yu. Reinhardt saw several magicians think so. I am also somewhat satisfied. The magician of their Kamar-Taj must be reciprocated. At the same time, Reinhardt also thought to himself. Look for opportunities to repay Lin Yu's great magician's kindness in the future. Seeing that nothing happened here, Reinhardt turned and left. Directly opened a portal to the unknown space. He is going to continue guarding the different space. Only a few magicians were left to chat. Several magicians are chatting. In the distance came a figure. Wait for the figure to walk in and take a look. It was Caecilius. Master Caecilius. A few politely called roar. But what a sincere meaning. Caecilius was arrogant and often looked down on others. Except for the magician of his lineage, other magicians don't buy it at all. With a courtesy call to roar, these magicians have already saved face. Just let this few magician not expect that. Caecilius even smiled and nodded at them. Even though that smile is worse than crying. But it's finally a return. This makes these magicians extremely terrifying. Wait until Caecilius respectfully enters Lin Yu's room. Only a few magicians widen their eyes. Am I right? Master Caecilius laughed. You read that right, Master Caecilius did laugh. How is that possible? Could it be that Master Happy Lias was manipulated by a mind flayer? This magician is puzzled. They don't understand. Why Caecilius, one of Kamar-Taj's two major facial paralysis, has such a change. They go without knowing. They thought Caecilius was aloof, but stood in front of Lin Yu very respectfully. Senior brother, I don't know why, but I feel that the speed of my practice has slowed down recently. Is this normal? Caecilius asked very respectfully. Lin Yu looked Caecilius up and down. I saw that the shadows on his body had dissipated. The golden light mantra is indeed a first-class method of self-cultivation. Caecilius' condition is much better than before. Don't worry, it's normal. I already have a solution. Lin Yu said something. Then he threw out a book. Caecilius grabbed it quickly. Under one person. However, looking at the freshness, it is obviously imitation, and it is the second half. Thank you, big brother. Caecilius said gratefully. At the same time, Lin Yu felt more and more inscrutable. Just by looking at it, you can see the problem. Too terrifying. You're welcome, go back to enlightenment. Lin Yu waved his hand calmly. Caecilius bowed respectfully and turned to leave. "Take this book." Caecilius was no longer calm. Completely disregarding Kamar-Taj's ban, he directly opened the portal to his room. "Open the book. I couldn't wait to watch it. The second half under one person. It mainly writes the story of the protagonist, and the old master does not pay much attention to it. But the more you look at these people, the more Caecilius was able to sense the power of the celestial master. Compared with other people, the heavenly master doesn't seem to be from the same world. However, this story is not important. It's the words that matter." Caecilius was full of shock. In front of him, every word in the book seemed to be alive. They have their own attitudes. Inside each character, it seems to contain the wisdom of heaven and earth. It seems that the rules of the whole world are directly engraved in this ordinary and incomparable text. Just took a look. Caecilius realized something. Some time ago, the golden light mantra, whose cultivation speed became slow, began to run rapidly. Click. It sounded like a bird breaking its shell. The vitality of the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to go crazy and began to surge towards the inside of Caecilius' body. The volatility was felt throughout Kamar-Taj. The clouds in the sky changed shape again. Although not as big as Linyu's breakthrough before. But even on the satellite, you can clearly see the changes in the clouds on the ground. Scientific researchers in major institutions around the world have lost their hair. Caecilius in the room was also very excited. He break through the realm of the legendary magician. Qualified to leave his name in the history of Kamar-Taj. Outside. People call this kind of powerhouse Earth class. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Deist les Fa. The golden light curse is complete. Boom. Huge amounts of coercion covered the entire Kamar-Taj. Caecilius exudes a breath without scruples, showing his strength. This powerful oppression was felt throughout the magician of Kamar-Taj. After a moment. Only then did Caecilius restrain his breath. The whole Kamar-Taj was a direct sensation. The weak magicians, because of this powerful force, some even had dizziness. They don't know what happened. Just feel a little scared. Those who know how to do it are amazing. Like Mordo. It was felt in the room at that time. Suddenly I felt a strong pressure. Moro opened his eyes in shock. Then the expression on his face quickly changed to shock. This kind of breath. Yes, this is definitely not something that ordinary great magicians can have. Caecilius actually entered the legendary magician. Mordo was shocked. That's the legendary magician. All have left a splendid legend in the history of Kamar-Taj. There is only such a genius in an era. Many of the magic they practiced were left behind by legendary magicians. But Kamar-Taj has not produced a single great magician in the last 100 years. There are a few wild magicians out there that reach this level. It really made them ashamed. Caecilius turned into a legendary magician? This made Mordo's mood very complicated. I was happy, shocked, and envious. Kamar-Taj has another legendary magician, which is indeed something to be happy about. If you change it to normal time, maybe they are going to hold a grand ceremony. But now, Modu was completely in no mood. After all, Caecilius was not as good as him before. Now he is far stronger than him. This really made Mordo a little complicated. How long does it take? But with the guidance of the senior brother, it's a month's time. There is such progress. Eldest brother's methods are really unpredictable. Kamar-Taj, but there hasn't been a legendary magician in 100 years. Mordo couldn't help but groan. Mordo still doesn't know that. Caecilius just got the book from Linyu and studied it for a while. He broke through. If you know this. If Modu knew this, he would definitely be even more shocked. Just don't know this. Caecilius' breakthrough caused an uproar throughout Kamar-Taj. Not sure how much magician because of the Caecilius thing. Start practicing hard. Because of the Caecilius thing. The whole Kamar-Taj seemed even more deserted than usual. And Caecilius himself was full of emotion. He felt the powerful force within him. Emotions are extremely complex. Is this the legendary magician? I never thought I would have this day too. Caecilius was overwhelmed with emotion. He never thought that he would be able to break through this realm. Every legendary magician can be written in the history books. Caecilius had never hoped that he would be able to achieve such a state. But now, he has indeed reached this state. Elder brother, it's really amazing. It's just unfathomable. Caecilius is like a dream. Now, in front of Lin Yu, he has no arrogance at all. In the face of such a miracle that is enough to be seen in the history books, the proud Caecilius must be amazed. Not to mention, Caecilius, wasn't really someone who didn't know what to do. Big brother's kindness to him. It can be said that it is rebuilt. If there is a chance in the future, I must repay the senior brother. Caecilius sighed, and then slowly realized it. Read the second half. He does not only have the advantage of breaking through the realm. There are other gains. He understood the application of Palm Thunder and Yang Wulei. Caecilius was a little puzzled, though. According to the description in one person, Yang Wulei must be pure Yang in order to practice. But at this moment, he realized such an authentic Yang Wulei. Caecilius can only sigh. Big brother is awesome. He must have a good understanding. Kamar-Taj. In Lin Yu's room. As at the moment Kamar-Taj has the highest internal cultivation. As soon as Caecilius made a breakthrough, he was caught by Lin Yu's perception. He was not surprised. Golden Light Curse. It is one of the 8 divine spells of Taoism. Under one person. The old celestial master only relies on the superb golden light mantra he cultivated. He overwhelmed the other aliens who possessed 8 extraordinary skills and became the #1 person in the world. This is the golden light spell after system strengthening. Even in the entire Marvel world, it is a very top method. It is quite normal for Caecilius to be successful in his practice. Ding. Caecilius read under your 1 person. The strength of Caecilius breaks through to earth level. Caecilius realized the thunder in the palm, the 5 thunders in the sun. You have received 100 times the strength feedback, and you have received 100 times the ability feedback. You have mastered the Dafa of King Gui Guandu Wulei. A series of system prompts sounded. The breath in Lin Yu's body suddenly became stronger. Lin Yu nodded. The strength of Caecilius has reached the point of entry into the house. Earth level is already the most powerful fighting force on the planet. Absolutely very powerful. I'm afraid it's even better than the current Thor. The power of natural feedback is also much stronger than before. However, Caecilius' savvy is really good. I actually realized Palm Thunder and Yang Wulei. Lin Yu nodded. This is a serious Taoist thunder method. Palm Thunder and Yang Wulei are both very strong. But the system also played a lot of roles. Caecilius is not pure Yang. He has a wife and children, and he can understand the 5 thunders of Yang. This must be a function of the system. Lin Yu can only sigh that the system is awesome. What's even more powerful is the King Gui Guandu Wulei Dafa after the system's blessing. That is Zhang Daoling's supernatural power. Also extremely powerful. Lin Yu the god's telekinesis moved. A thunderstorm appeared in the sky. It was as if Thor had descended. Suddenly, black clouds appeared in the sky. A suffocating pressure directly enveloped the entire Kamar-Taj. Purple thunder and lightning flashed differently among the black clouds. One after another thunderbolt seemed to be splitting down from the sky immediately. Just a precursor. The whole of Kamar-Taj seems to be hell. Kamar-Taj and some magicians are in a panic. This wave after wave. What happened to Kamar-Taj? Ordinary little magician just fear. The big magicians were shocked. They have a powerful perception ability. Naturally I can feel it, this is Lin Yu's breath. It's horrible. The volatility is horrible. If I hadn't recognized Lin Yu's magician breath, I would have thought Sorcerer Supreme was angry. Lin Yu's magician is too strong, I'm afraid it's almost the same as Sorcerer Supreme. The great magicians were in awe. I think Lin Yu is so unpredictable. They couldn't even imagine how powerful Lin Yu was. They were shocked. Lin Yu is really happy. This clearing thunder technique is really powerful. Lin Yu was looking forward to it. Brothers and sisters, work hard. P.S. Ask for a wave of data support, the evaluation votes and the book reviews in the book review area look too bleak. Please readers support the author's bacteria a lot, vote for data support, the author's bacteria promises to work hard, and try to send it to all readers as much as possible. The coolest and most exciting content ever. Neil, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Asgard came to ask for advice, Thor provoked. In the depths of the infinite universe, there is a huge planet. Its volume is probably several times that of the Earth. It is Asgard who is famous in the universe. Unlike the weak and low-key Earth. Even in the entire universe, Asgard is a dominant force. By the presence of Bifrost, Odin beat all the forces of the 9 surrounding galaxies. In those days, Odin was an existence that could stop crying at night. Odin has kept a low profile over the years. But Asgard's power hasn't diminished much. This has also created a situation where the Asgard people are extremely arrogant. The Tiangong warriors headed by Thor are not afraid of the sky and the earth. Odin was a little concerned to see all this. The crown prince of Asgard is just a fool. What is the future of Asgard? No, this kid has to be sharpened. Odin sat on his throne, deep in thought. Thor's temperament must be sharpened so that he can take on heavy responsibilities in the future. But, where are the forces around here that can make him shriveled? Odin frowned. Many of the forces around him are too weak, but they are too strong. Weak. Being beaten directly, it will not have the effect of tempering. Those were not destroyed by him. Thor's going there is simply courting death. He had offended a lot of the great forces of the universe back then. It's hard to find a place. A time. The mighty king of God Odin became a little melancholy. Think about it. Odin suddenly remembered something. He heard. Ancient One seems to have gone maxthon with eternity. The current Kamar-Taj is hosted by Ancient One's direct disciples. Even Odin fears the Ancient One, the mighty human magician. Ancient One with the time gem. Invincible on Earth. Odin didn't want to mess with it. This is also why the Earth, although one of the 9 kingdoms, has so many populations. But there is no reason for Asgard to be stationed. 100 years ago, Earth is guarded by the Asgard people. Since the advent of the Ancient One, this situation was changed. Their garrison was withdrawn, and Earth was handed over to Kamar-Taj to guard. Asgard and Kamar-Taj. Although it is considered to be cooperative and friendly, there are also confrontations in the dark. And it just happened that the 100-year exchange meeting with Kamar-Taj was just around the corner. It's a good opportunity. If Ancient One was on Earth, Odin was really worried about letting Thor participate. His son can't do anything else. The trouble is first rate. In case of angering Ancient One, it would be a fool to seal him for hundreds of years. Now that the Ancient One is gone, then this Kamar-Taj is definitely Thor's best trial place. Figured this out. Odin's brows straightened out. Go, call Thor and Loki and the rest. Odin spoke to the guard next to him. Yes, Your Majesty. The guard member said something and turned to leave. Didn't wait long. There was a sound of footsteps outside the hall. Thor walked in with Loki. Father. Thor and Loki bow respectfully. Thor. As Prince Asgard, what you have done recently is not like what a prince did. Odin looked at Thor and said. Just yesterday. Thor gets drunk and goes boating in Asgard with his gang. They are strong and not afraid of getting hurt at all. It is much more powerful than the rich second-generation racing on the earth. Totally playing bumper cars. In one day, more than a dozen buildings were destroyed and several civilians were injured. If it weren't for the Asgard people were physically strong. I'm afraid I'm going to die. Odin is angry about this. This is also the source of his idea of throwing Thor out and being beaten up. Thor was also very embarrassed. Asgard people like 3 things. Drink, fight after drinking. He and a few friends know the basics and play from childhood to adulthood. Fighting is naturally boring, they can only sail. Now being reported to Odin, Thor, who is not afraid of the sky, is also a little flustered. Father. Me and Loki and others are willing to accept punishment. Thor got down on one knee without saying a word and said. Odin didn't speak. Loki next to him was stunned. He didn't participate in the boating thing. What did he admit wrong? But in front of Odin, he didn't dare to refute, he could only give Thor a hateful look. So it's not without reason that Loki likes to stab Thor so much. The minds of Thor and Loki are unknown. Odin stared at the 2 people with one eye but didn't know the depth. Thor's cold sweat was about to break down. Only at this time did Odin speak. The punishment will be recorded for you for the time being. I have a task to teach you. If you complete the task, this matter will be written off. Father, I am willing to complete your task. Thor said loudly. To Midgard, to Kamar-Taj. The 100-year exchange between Asgard and Kamar-Taj is imminent. You speak to the magician of Kamar-Taj on our Asgard behalf. Odin opened his mouth. Kamar-Taj? What is this place? Thor and Loki were both puzzled. They didn't know Kamar-Taj. Asgard? Almost based on Odin's personal prestige. The old man kept too many secrets. Even Loki, the so-called god of tricks, is nothing more than a fool in front of Odin. So many things, they don't know. So much so when I first met Doctor Strange. Thor and Loki were both very surprised. Now that Odin mentions Kamar-Taj, they are naturally dumbfounded. Odin saw them suspicious. Opened his mouth. That's a powerful magician organization in Midgard. You take your Asgard regiment to discuss with them. Bring back the glory of Asgard. It's too simple. Father, you should give me a challenging task. What kind of magician can Midgard be? Thor said very proudly. Odin glanced at the silly boy. Thankfully the Ancient One is not on Earth. Otherwise, just like this fool, he has to be sealed on Earth like Hela. Odin also didn't mean to explain to Thor. Disadvantage is a blessing. So he spoke directly. It's a once-in-a-100-year exchange between me Asgard and Kamar-Taj, and it's important. Remember, you're not going to start a war, you're just learning from each other. At the end, Odin added another sentence. I was afraid that something would happen to my stupid son. Don't worry. Thor said something confidently, dragging Loki out of Asgard. But in the blink of an eye, he threw Odin's words to Java. Let's go Loki. We must play Asgard's majesty. Thor said proudly. Thor, it won't be that simple. Father's tone doesn't seem to be dealing with weak forces. Would you be more careful? Loki suggested pertinently. Loki, you're too timid. The warriors of Asgard, unmatched. There is Midgard, what kind of power can Midgard have? Let's go. Thor smiled disdainfully. Midgard is just too weak. He doesn't care what Loki thinks either. Pulled Loki to find the 4 warriors of Asgard, ready to go to Midgard. That is the Earth. Asterisk. Chapter 23 The Asgard warrior was beaten by the magician who guarded the gate. Asgard can dominate the universe. In addition to Odin's own absolute strength, it is also inseparable from their technology. In Bifrost is their highest technological crystallization. This is an extremely powerful star destroyer. It is also the most powerful teleportation device in the universe, able to reach most places in the universe in an instant. Thor brought a few Asgard warriors with him. He was directly transported to the holy place in New York by Heimdall using the powerful Bifrost. A colorful light flashed. Thor took the Asgard crowd and appeared directly outside the holy place in New York, one of the 3 holy places in Kamar-Taj. This is the holy place of Kamar-Taj. Go, follow me in. Thor looked at the quaint building in front of him. Without further ado, prepare to break in directly. Just as they were about to move forward, they heard someone speak. Who are you? This is the holy place of Kamar-Taj, New York. No one is allowed to enter without Lin Yu's great magician's decree. Hear this voice. Thor looked forward. Only discovered this time. It turned out that there were 2 people standing at the entrance of this quaint building. These 2 are the holy place guarding Domilien and Cans. They were Daniel Drum's men. I was fortunate enough to get Lin Yu's guidance and realized the roar of thunder like Daniel Drum. It happened to be practiced by guarding the Kung Fu. Kamar-Taj's magician cast cognitive interference magic on the holy place in order to better protect the holy place. Even though they were standing at the gate, no one could notice them. Saw someone trying to break into holy place. They spoke immediately and stopped the group. Thor looked at the 2 of them carefully. Seeing these 2 people, there is no strong fluctuation at all. Disdainful face. 2 weak magicians watching the gate, dare to stop him? I am Thor. Step aside. After Thor finished speaking, he arrogantly looked at the 2 magicians in front of him. He felt that his name resounded throughout the 9 realms. These 2 gatekeepers must know. It must be obedient to give way. But did not expect. The middle-aged man in front of him. He spoke directly and expressionlessly. No. No one is allowed to enter Kamar-Taj without the great magician decree of Lin Yu. Thor was stunned. He was turned down? Haven't these 2 Midgard people who are just guarding the gates heard of Thor's name? How dare you stop him? I am Thor. Midgard, how dare you stop me? Thor said in disbelief. Not even if Odin came. Domilien said lightly. What? Thor was furious. The lowly Midgards. If it wasn't for Odin's orders, don't let him start a dispute. He's out now. Mortal. I'll give you one last chance. Put down your so-called orders, or I'll blow your head off. Thor stared at Daniel and said. No. Domilien spoke again like a robot. This is the order of the father of God Odin. We are here to participate in the Centennial Exchange Conference. Loki sees this guy's old-fashioned. Inspiration opened his mouth. The earth is also one of the 9 kingdoms. Belonged to their Asgard dominion. Odin's orders, naturally, can also order these people. Odin can't come in person without Lin Yu's great magician's handwriting. Domilien opened his mouth calmly with his arms folded in front of his chest. Odin is not the king of Kamar-Taj. You didn't obey Odin's orders. Thor's eyes flashed fiercely. Anger has reached its peak. The Midgard man in front of him rejected them again and again. Among the 9 kingdoms, no one can disobey Odin's orders. It seems that the father's jurisdiction over the earth is still too loose. He is the first prince. There is a reason for this group of guys to be under the jurisdiction of the father. Just looking for a legitimate reason. Thor's face was fierce, and the hammer in his hand was already swinging. The Asgard warriors on the side saw that the Midgards on the opposite side were stubborn, also angry. Just one glance at Thor makes it clear. Vorstag of the Asgard regiment took the initiative to stand up. Thor, these puny Midgards don't need your hand. Let me discipline these weak Midgards. Vestager said gruffly. Vorstage, let them understand the command of God, and mortals must not disobey. Thor opened his mouth. Don't worry, Thor. Vestager said something and stood up. Thor glanced disdainfully at the Midgard man in front of him. Putting down the hammer he was waving, he quietly watched how Vorstag beat the Midgard people. Vorstag. It is a warrior who has received the title of Asgard warrior. The so-called Asgard warriors are only a few in Asgard. In Asgard, they are considered to be extremely powerful warriors. It is the most courageous warrior selected from the 9 kingdoms. In his opinion, Vorstag alone can completely suppress these so-called magicians on Earth. Under Thor's gaze, Vorstag has no extra bullshit. He rushed forward with the big axe in his hand. The momentum of Vorstag's collision was like that of a bull. Create an unstoppable momentum. Even Thor, who was watching the battle, was amazed by this momentum. He is indeed Asgard's most valiant warrior. However, the magician Domilian on the opposite side was indifferent. Thor smiled. Is this Midgard man being frightened? How dare you stop us, Asgard? Immediately afterwards, Vorstag slashed forward. Vorstag's powerful strength caused the axe in his hand to swing out of the afterimage. The attack of this attack seems to be able to penetrate the floor. That powerful pressure then hit Domilian. But Domilian's face was full of indifference. He didn't take Vorstag's powerful blow to heart at all. The axe was about to hit him in the face. Domilian just shouted faintly. A flash of thunder. The long sword inserted in his waist was instantly unsheathed. A cold light flashed, mixed with ZZ electric current. There was a lot of thunder in the air. It seems that there is a sudden flash of thunder in the dog days of the sky, and it seems to be the stars in the sky. Next, is the sun in the sky. Exudes a brilliant light. The Asgard people present couldn't help covering their eyes. Even someone as strong as Thor must avoid his etch. And Loki on the side was so scared that his hair stood on end. He looked at the powerful thunder force that suddenly appeared from the void. It was even as if Odin had personally delivered divine punishment. This reminded him at one point of the grand occasion of Odin's shot. So terrifying and invincible. Gives a feeling of trembling. Even though the attack wasn't aimed at him, Loki felt a suffocation. He was heartbroken. Suddenly recalled Odin's strange expression. These Kamar-Taj magicians are really not easy. As expected. Next moment, the axe in Vorstag's hand was directly smashed into pieces by a powerful thunder. Vorstag flew backwards. Boom. Vorstag is mounted directly on the wall, leaving a trace of a human figure. It was as if nothing had happened to Domilian. Still standing there calmly, the long sword in his hand seems to be unsheathed. What? This is impossible. Thor and the other Asgard warriors were taken aback. This is an Asgard warrior. The most powerful and brave warriors selected from the 9 kingdoms. Even. They have been personally mentored by Odin. Combat skills have reached the point of superb. Even throughout Asgard. Such warriors are top-notch. Just a Midgard man. How is this possible? And look at that. The Midgard man didn't seem to be exerting himself at all. He didn't even move his footsteps. Loki swallowed, and sure enough, Odin was not at ease. Vorstag's outfit. That was Asgard magic alloy. Broken like that? These magicians are so strong? Are Midgard people so powerful? Asterisk. Chapter 24 Second Defeat. Not convinced. New York holy place. The other two of the Asgard warriors cut Vorstag from the wall. Vorstag's face turned red. He muttered loudly. It's impossible, I don't believe it. I must have eaten too much just now, I was negligent. Again. Vorstager's beard was going up. When he was young, his fighting skills were very high. Definitely a master of combat. But with age, plus he eats too much. The body is indeed stronger. But the skill dropped a lot. This has always made Vorstag's heart very uncomfortable. Now, the only power he could be proud of was actually crushed. How could he accept such a thing? Thor, give me a weapon. Vorstager said something. Thor didn't say much, and with a move, a weapon appeared out of thin air in his hand and handed it to Vorstag. Vorstag loosened his muscles and walked straight up. Midgard people, I just ate too much and was negligent. Let's come again. I don't believe it, you're a mere Midgard. Why are you stronger than me? In fact, Vorstag was also a little disapproving of the Earthlings in his heart. It is really too big a gap between Earth and Asgard. Planet Asgard is much larger than Earth, and its gravity is naturally much stronger. So, this also caused Asgard people to have several times the density of bones and muscles than people on Earth. This will allow you to adapt to Asgard's gravity environment. This also caused every Asgard person on Earth is a Superman class. Vorstag is even more talented, and is the best among the Asgard people. His power is far greater than that of the last 10 Asgards. This is also the only place he can be proud of after he is fat. There is this arrogance. He naturally despised others. Therefore, at this moment, it was so difficult for him to accept it before. This time, he has to exert his full power and be ashamed. Vorstag swore in his heart. He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. The thick muscles on the arms bulged high, like a hard piece of steel. He stomped hard. Directly stepped out of a deep pit on the stone pavement. Earth people, take the call. Vorstag roared. Grabbing the weapon in his hand, he slashed out at the Midgard man in front of him. And Domilian opposite him. Still so light-hearted. He wiped his hand to his waist. A magically formed lightsaber quickly formed. Then just slash forward. The magic lightsaber in his hand dissipated. But this process is really fast. The Asgard people on the opposite side couldn't notice it at all. They can only see the spring thunder that exploded, the lightning that was born out of thin air. The dazzling thunder light spreads in the void. Watching a few Asgard warriors and Loki was heart-pounding. Vorstag facing this thunderbolt. Feel the amazing pressure. He held weapons in both hands. Vorstag only felt a vast and unstoppable force coming from the weapon in his hand. He couldn't even hold the weapon in his hand. No. I don't believe it. My strength is the strongest. Vorstag roared. The blue veins on his body were exposed, and all the strength of his exhausted body held the weapon. Step down with your feet. His legs went directly to the ground. I want to resist this terrifying force. But this power is really terrifying. Even so, he couldn't resist. What? Vorstag roared. Being beaten by this incomparably powerful force, he retreated step by step. 2 deep traces were left directly on the ground, spreading out more than 10 meters. The slate floor shattered. You can see how powerful this power is. Vorstager's hands kept shaking. You just can't hold your own weapon. He looked up. The face of the magician who shot was still so indifferent. It was as if nothing had happened just now. It's like it wasn't him who just shot. Vorstager looked at his trembling hands. The tiger's mouth has already been shattered by a powerful force. The blood does not stop. Vorstager was stunned. He lost. He actually lost. One of the most powerful of the Asgard warriors. His power is very powerful. Among the warriors of Asgard, no one has ever beaten him in power. Definitely. Except for Thor. But now, he actually lost to a Midgard guy. Weak Midgards. Even among the 9 kingdoms, Midgard is the weakest one. Whether it's Aesir, Dark Elves, or Dwarf, which one isn't better than humans? When Odin ruled at its strongest, the Midgards were also involved in the coalition of Asgard. But they can only exist as a servant army. That is to say, responsible for some logistics, transporting food and grass, cleaning the battlefield and the like. He, Vorstag, on the other hand, is the most valiant warrior. Enjoy the title of Warrior of Asgard. Difference between the two. Like the gap between the sun and the stars. Now, he was defeated. He was beaten by someone he had looked down on in Midgard before. He can't end it? Vorstag trembled, feeling very humiliated. Why? How could a Midgard man be so powerful? Not just Vorstag. Several other Asgard warriors are also a little unbelievable. Was Vorstag defeated? This is their Asgard veteran. Fandral was taught by him. A Midgard man. Actually one. This is simply a miracle of life. Asgard's side fell directly into silence. Not even Thor said a word. There. In fact, Domilian and Gons were also very surprised. Gons, in particular, was very surprised. He and Domilian were old friends. They are all under the great magician of Daniel Drum. They have worked together for many years, and they all know the truth. He is very clear about Domilian's strength. That is, a normal magician level. Not much different from him. But now, the strength that Domilian showed. Not to mention, there is also a big magician level. And there are definitely the top among the big magicians. Lin Yu, the magician, is really amazing. It's just a little bit of advice. Just let me both improve so much. Gon's heart was full of emotion. Of course he knew. How did they increase their strength? It is completely inseparable from Lin Yu's magician's guidance. Lin Yu, the magician, is really inscrutable. It's just a novel that can make me realize such a powerful force. The strength has been improved so much, from an ordinary magician to the level of a great magician. Under the world, who can do it except Lin Yu, the great magician? Kamar-Taj has the great magician Lin Yu. It's really a blessing for Kamar-Taj. Gon sighed in his heart. Today, they can stop the Asgard. It's all about Lin Yu, the big magician. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Can you still play too? New York Holy Place. In front of the gate, Domilian and Gon seemed to be the second generals of Huma. The gate of the holy place in New York was blocked tightly. Thor couldn't even make an inch. Thor's face was a little unsightly. Did not expect. Vorstag actually lost. Still defeated by the people of Asgard. This is an absolute disgrace to their Asgard people. But see Vorstag like that. He couldn't bear to blame either. He turned to look at Hogun and Fandral, who were already a little grumpy. Hogun, Fandral. This Midgard person is not easy, you go together. Thor spoke cautiously. Usually, Thor seemed like a fool. But once the fight begins, he became the wisest and most valiant fool. Otherwise, there would not be so many people following him. Check out Loki. Also the prince. The gap is huge, one can imagine. Thor. I'm enough alone. 2 people against 1, there is no glory at all. Hogun said irritably. Don't underestimate this Midgard man. Real warriors never underestimate their opponents. Thor said. He didn't realize it. He had completely despised this guy just now. Domilien has now been regarded as an opponent. All right. Hogan said something reluctantly. Then went up with Fandral. Midgard people. To face our two mighty Asgard warriors is definitely your pride. It is your honor to be regarded as an opponent by us. Use all your strength. It's going to be a fight you'll never forget. Because the opponent you face is the glorious Asgard warrior. Hogan took out his weapon and Fandral confronted Domilien. Although it is a serious opponent. But the arrogance in that tone was deep into the bone marrow. In the eyes of both of them. Earthlings are completely out of sight. But Domilien didn't care about all this. Kamar-Taj's magician can naturally be flattered. He looked at the two of them lightly. No desire to speak at all. This is provocation in the eyes of Hogan and Fandral. This is equivalent to the ancient Three Kingdoms generals calling for war. You have already called your name, and no one will pick you up. How can you not be angry? Very good. Earthman, you succeeded in angering us. I will tear you to shreds. Let you know how terrible the Asgard warriors are. Done. Hogan rushed up angrily. Fandral and Hogan have also been together for a long time. Naturally understand the meaning of comrades in arms. He went straight from the other side and outflanked it. The two of them attacked Domilien. Seeing Domilien, he was directly caught in a dilemma. But Domilien remained calm. There was no change in the expression on his face. Hogan and Fandral's swords were coming to his side. He seemed very reluctant. Waving hands. Like a dancing dragon. He even directly grabbed the weapons of Hogan and Fandral. Hogan and Fandral shrank their pupils directly. They twitched their weapons hard. The first time there was no twitching. Fandral was taken aback. What's the situation? Isn't this guy magician? Isn't magician the same bean sprouts as Loki? How to have such a powerful force? Both Fandral and Hogan were very shocked. In their cognition, magicians are weak chickens. Even Loki. If only they didn't rely on magician to fight them head-on. I'll be hanged. But now, this guy actually grabbed their weapon with both hands? What kind of monster is this? Hogan and Fandral were still in shock. Domilien moved. I saw him flick. Two huge forces passed along the weapon to the two Asgard warriors. Hogan and Fandral were directly suppressed by this huge force and suddenly took a few steps back. Dong dong dong. The two of them took heavy steps. It left a series of footprints directly on the ground. This shows how powerful Domilien is. Domilien was unforgiving. Wipe your hand. The magic lightsaber flashed. Lightning flashed again. But compared with the previous thunder, this attack was even more powerful. Sisi thunder light flickered, and cracks appeared in the void. It seems that the space will be blasted by this powerful force. Li Guang seems to be very inconspicuous. But the power contained in it is extremely terrifying. Just take a look. Both Hogan and Fandral felt terrified. A feeling of death came to my mind. For a while, they couldn't even move. What? I am an Asgard warrior. Hogan roared. The veins on his neck burst out, and his face was flushed. It seems to have exerted the strength of feeding milk. Only at this time can his body move. He tried his best to block the weapon in his hand. Boom! Lightning flashed twice. Hogan and Fandral felt a great power physically. Then the two flew out at the same time. Thor and Sif stepped forward at the same time. Catch two people. Even so, theirs still took several steps back before they completely unloaded this enormous power. Thor's face was heavy. This. Hogan and Fandral even lost. Are these two really Midgard? He actually defeated two Asgard warriors with 1 against 2? This kind of thing. If Thor takes it to Asgard, say. It will definitely attract ridicule from others. This is simply impossible. Ever since the Midgard people came under Asgard's rule, this has never happened once. But now, this kind of thing happened in front of him. How outrageous is this? How terrible! More importantly, if these two are the top powerhouses of Kamar-Taj, that's fine. Maybe this is a hidden force, extremely powerful. Asgard warriors are not opponents, and it is also possible. But these two people are two gatekeepers. This will defeat their Asgard warriors. This is outrageous too. Could it be that Kamar-Taj is also the same as their Asgard? Send a strong man to watch the door? Like Heimdall, the hidden master of their Asgard. Appears to be a gatekeeper. In fact, is a first-class master? But look at both of them. Not at all. For a while. Thor and a few Asgard warriors. My heart was full of shock, doubt, and confusion. They have absolutely no idea. What the hell is this Kamar-Taj situation? Why in such an inconspicuous place in Midgard? Can it be so powerful? Have this great strength? Even in those powerful cosmic civilizations. Can you be a guest too? Why do you want to live on Earth? Thor was shocked, angry, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Today. Definitely their most humiliating day. Asterisk. Chapter 26 The female god of war takes action. The entrance of the holy place in New York. On the street here. Full of traces of various battles. The well-laid stone floor has long been broken into slag. On the opposite wall, there are also many traces of human figures. It looks like there's been a battle. The Asgard warrior brought by Thor was basically lying on the ground. Thor hasn't said anything yet. Sif next to him couldn't help it anymore. Midgard people, you are going too far. I didn't want to make a move. But if you do this, it's a bit too much. Sif stood up with a long sword in hand. Asgard people. Both men and women are muscular men and women. At that time, the Odin Valkyrie force was the most powerful force in the entire universe that Odin fought against. Sif is not a Valkyrie though. But she is definitely a very powerful warrior. Also the wife Odin booked for Thor. Among the women of Asgard, she ranks among the top 3 in combat power. At the same time, she is also the watcher of the 9 realms of Asgard, the sister of Heimdall. In his hand is a magical long sword given by Odin. It can be said to be invincible. Sif is not only powerful, but also has the power of Superman. She didn't want to make a move before. Because Sif is much more sane than most of the reckless and proud Asgard people. But now that her comrades in the Asgard regiment were down, she couldn't stand idly by. Holding the magic sword given by Odin in his hand, Sif stood up. Midgard people, Asgard people never back down. The long sword in Sif's hand pointed at Domrian. As he said that, he rushed straight up. Warriors of Asgard. Usually no magic. Fight with mental physical speed and fighting skills. Sif is no exception. She can lift 30 tons of objects with ease. This powerful force acts on a short long sword. The power exerted is astonishing. That feeling. Just like a train that is all running on the same light, it carries an incomparably amazing oppressive force. But Domilian's face was light and light. He waved. A yellow shield of Kamar-Taj's signature appeared in his hand. Ding! The Sif longsword slashed on Domilian's shield. The sound of the intersection of gold and iron resounded. Boom! With them as the center, the ground with a radius of 5 meters collapsed directly. Wait until the smoke clears. Domilian suddenly raised his shield. Sif flew out the whole person. Loki, who was watching from the sidelines, shrank. Sif, this female barbarian actually lost in power? How is this possible? Not to mention, It was a magical weapon bestowed by Odin, extremely sharp. It can even cleave Asgard's magic metal with ease. The power of Sif alone should not be so easy to deal with. This is an absolute female barbarian. He secretly cut Sif's hair back then. I was almost killed by this woman. This is still hundreds of years ago. The current Sif, in his prime, is definitely stronger than before. Her attack was blocked so easily. Loki knows that this Midgard magician is powerful. But that's too great, right? Is the magic of Earthlings so powerful? Such a powerful force, so easily blocked. Loki was startled. Over there, Domilian glanced at Sif. Lady, please respect yourself. I don't hit women. Domilian said coldly. Sif's face suddenly froze when he heard this. She suddenly got up from the ground. Relentlessly rushed over again. She hates those who talk about S*X the most. The magic sword in his hand emits a faint light. Sif waved the long sword in his hand and kept slashing. The magic long sword in her hand shone with faint fluorescence. The golden shield in the hands of the split Domilian was sparks flying everywhere. Are you only defensive? Attack! Sif said angrily. She felt she was being despised. This magician completely ignored her. The expression on Domilian's face did not change in the slightest. But Domilian understands that no matter what, the opponent should be respected. Regardless of gender. As you wish. The roar of thunder sucks. He rubbed one hand to his waist. A ray of white gold light flashed quickly. Click. A huge amount of thunder sounded. It is different from Thorna's use of thunder power to cause celestial changes. Domilian's thunder seemed to sound in his body. Blue lightning began to linger around his body. Thor's expression changed. This kind of thunder power, he had never seen before. But it did not affect the strength of this power in the slightest. Careful. Thor couldn't help reminding. But his voice just fell. I saw the thunder on Domilian suddenly burst out. It was as if dozens of tons of explosives had exploded at the same time. The power was concentrated within a few meters. This is for power control, and even Thor was a little surprised when he saw it. Sif simply cannot place this power. It was directly blown away by the dazzling blue lightning. Not only that. Her body was also covered with blue lightning, making her paralyzed and unable to move at all. Thor catches Sif. Want to use his Mjolnir to directly eliminate this lightning. But surprisingly found. This thunder was not under his control at all. What? Thor's face was full of astonishment. Even more shocked than he saw Domilian defeat the Asgard warriors. In this world, there is a thunder that he can't control. He is Thor. The god of 10,000 thunders, the monarch of thunder. All the thunders in this world should bow their heads in front of him. But now, he couldn't control the thunder in front of him. You can only use the huge divine power in your body to slowly wear it away. What kind of thunder is this? Thor was terrified as he drained the power in Sif's body. There. Gons looked at Domilian a little surprised. Domilian's Kamar-Taj magic got stronger. Kamar-Taj's magic shield is really strong. But that depends on who uses it. Sorcerer Supreme's shield, I am afraid it can withstand the explosion of the planet. Can be ordinary little magician. I'm afraid it can't even stop the bullets. They are magicians, although the power of magic shields is acceptable. But there is absolutely no degree of being able to resist such a powerful attack. But just now, Domilian actually blocked such a powerful attack lightly. It simply made him incredible. Could it be that the magician granted by Lin Yu has the effect of enhancing the power of magic? This is too much to defy the sky. Gon swallowed. Lin Yu's magician's methods are too inscrutable. He couldn't figure it out at all. Now Gons has even a little disrespectful thought in his mind. He thinks, it seems like Lin Yu Big Magician is a little stronger than Sorcerer Supreme. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Loki's Life of Suspicion being beaten by the gate. New York Holy Place. The atmosphere was a bit stagnant. Thor comes to Earth. With 5 people. Loki, Sif, and 3 Asgard warriors, Vorstag, Fandral, and Hogun. It's just what Thor didn't expect. They are Asgard's top 3 Asgard warriors and the goddess of war Sif. Even the so-called Kamar-Taj can't beat the gatekeeper. What kind of magical unfolding is this? Thor felt that the world was a little too magical. This is an Asgard warrior. Every Asgard warrior is a leader among the Asgard people. Not only have outstanding combat skills. Physical fitness is also very strong. The general physical fitness is several times or even 10 times that of Midgard people. Armor on them. Also the precious Asgard magic metal. Even what the Midgards call firearms. Can't leave any traces on it. But now. Thor looked at the amazing marks on the armor of the 3. If not that person stay. These 3 Asgard warriors could be dead. What the hell is this Kamar-Taj? A gatekeeper so powerful? Even though Sif has always been regarded as a brother. But seeing Sif injured. Thor is still very angry. But he knew. He is the backbone of the team and cannot easily lose his cool. And at the moment. Ha 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 ha. Loki next to him laughed and walked forward. Laughing and applauding. Good play, Midgard. I have to say that you still have some strength. I underestimated you before. As he said that, Loki's little hand shook. 2 small knives appeared directly in Loki's hands. He wore armor directly on his body and put on a green cloak at the same time. The top of the head is wearing 2 horn-like crowns. This tiara symbolizes the name of his god of trickery. It's just to defeat a few stupid big guys and a stinky woman. Doesn't explain what the problem is. These Asgard warriors don't even know what magic is. It's okay for them to lose. He's not a bunch of idiots who just rush forward. He has brains. Then went up. Loki stepped forward and said arrogantly. Humble Midgard. Before you is the great god of trickery, Loki. You are really strong. But here comes your king. Now kneel down and beg for mercy. I can spare you a life. Loki was holding 2 knives, and a proud smile appeared on his face. He looks arrogant, but is actually very cautious. When fighting, he is a patient hunter, patiently looking for the fluctuations in the enemy's heart. As long as he has a trace of psychological fluctuations, that is his chance. Mood. Often a taboo in combat. He is best at stirring up the enemy's emotions before fighting, and then waiting for them to reveal their weaknesses. But he was disappointed. The man in front of him didn't mean to waver at all. There was no change in expression on his face. Like a stone in a hut, stinky and hard. Are these magicians a bunch of emotionless robots? Loki cursed inwardly and kept looking for opportunities. Swish. In an instant, a dozen of Loki's phantom duplications appeared around Domilien. Round up Domilien and Gons. Sad Midgard. Do you think I can't do magic? I am the god of tricks. The great magician of the 9 realms. You can't be my opponent at all. Loki laughed wildly. Synchronization of a dozen duplications. It was as if Loki had directly transformed into a dozen people. Domilien remained expressionless, like a rock. Just a hand to the waist wipe. A white gold lightsaber appeared in his hand. Loki's expression changed. On top of this magic lightsaber, he felt a very dangerous fluctuation. But then, he spoke again with a disdainful face. You lowly Midgard. You must have learned this magic from some magic book, right? How long can you support it with your weak strength? 1 minute, or 10 minutes. However, my power is infinite. My magic is powerful. Loki gave a cry. Illusion activated. The figures around him changed again. Hundreds of Loki figures appeared directly. A man becomes an army. Loki stared at Domilian closely. I hope this guy shows even the slightest flaw. But Domilian was holding the lightsaber in his hand, motionless. Thor next to him also frowned. This magician. The quality of the heart is too strong. It doesn't matter if the strength is tyrannical. As long as there is emotion, there is weakness. He's so much stronger than Loki and still gets stabbed a lot. It's easy to be impulsive. But the person in front of him not only has great strength, but also has an absolutely calm psychological quality. What monsters are these magicians? Thor cursed inwardly. Their Loki also cursed in his heart. This guy. Why so steady? Without any choice. Loki can only shoot. The previous duplication failed. His body was stealthy and attacked directly from behind. But Loki hasn't gotten close yet. Just heard a pop. Just feel stiff. There was a sound like something being pierced. Loki's duplication and phantom shattered immediately. Loki just felt it. His duplication and phantom lost contact. It's just a matter of seconds. His more than a dozen duplications were directly annihilated. This is a duplication that even Odin can deceive. But it didn't work at all. Damn. Loki only had time to curse. Haven't had time to react yet. He felt a powerful force suddenly coming from his chest. The armor of the precious fine Asgard leather on his chest did nothing. The huge power is directly transmitted to him. Next moment, Loki didn't even have time to react. Just flew out. Then it was inlaid in a large letter on the opposite wall. His face was full of doubts about life. Loki. Thor shouted loudly. He still has a lot to do with Loki, his younger brother. Although they both fell in love with each other. But outsiders want to hit Loki. Thor would never allow it. Thor rushed forward quickly. Knocked Loki off the wall and handed it to Sif, who was almost recovered. Subsequently, Thor looked at the magicians. Nor is he a fool. Naturally it can be seen. The so-called magicians of Kamar-Taj. It's not that simple. Even his cunning younger brother was defeated by these magicians. Damn it! The mere Midgard people actually have such strength and courage. Thor was shocked. Loki don't look at the usual indecent. But he is definitely the top magician among the 9 kingdoms. His magic received the most serious teaching of the Diva Frigga. It is Asgard's most powerful magical heritage. His magic. Even the great Odin can deceive. And today, Loki couldn't even take a single blow from this guy? What kind of power is this? And look at the way this guy looks. He didn't seem to be doing his best at all. That understated look. It seems as simple as eating and drinking? How is this possible? The Midgard man he had always looked down on can easily defeat Loki. Why does this incredible thing happen? Asterisk. Chapter 28 Thor shot, Asgard's glory? New York holy place. Thor quietly put Loki and Sif together. Then he stood up and looked at Domilian. Thor's face was expressionless. The hands holding Mjolnir turned white. This is Thor's rage to the extreme. Even Loki looks down on Thor and stabs him a lot. But Thor has always thought of Loki as his brother. And now not only are Asgard defeated, Sif and Loki are also injured. It wasn't just his Thor honor that was taken away. It is the glory of Asgard. This. Simply unforgivable. Thunder flashed in Thor's eyes. Razor began to fly around him. In the sky, dark clouds covered it at some point. The whole sky turned dark. A lot of thunder flashed from the dark clouds. Thor floats up. Farewell's blood-red Jean shirt fluttered in the sky. There was a lot of gust of wind around his body. The stones on the ground were rolled up by the wind. The white magician robes on Domilian waved in the wind. But on his face, the expression that seemed to be like the eternal ice was still there, without any change. As long as Thor doesn't break into the holy place, he won't do anything. Thor even thought, these two guys don't look like people, but rather like statues standing at the door. Today, I'm going to discipline you for Odin. Let you understand, Midgard, still a part of the Nine Kingdoms. Odin is your eternal king. Thor said angrily. From the beginning, he was very embarrassed. For fear that these two magicians will attack the wounded. It now appears that they will not do so at all. He was able to let go of his hands and feet. Before this, it's just an excuse. Even if it gets to Odin's place, this time he is justified. Thor waved the hammer in his hand, and the surrounding wind became more violent. Everything is shrouded in dust. Thor's figure gradually disappeared into the smoke. A lot of divine power appeared. Not even mental perception can be used. Thor is no fool. His fighting ability is top-notch in Asgard. Thor usually looks stupid, maybe he's using his brains on fighting. He knows. The opponent in front of him is not simple. Both Sif and Loki lost. He is despising the enemy in front of him, then he is really an idiot. So he had already made plans. Use smoke and dust to obscure vision, and divine power to interfere with perception. Next moment, Thor jumped out suddenly. It's like a hunting tiger. The Mjolnir in his hand smashed out in front of him. Mjolnir. A weapon made by Odin's Death Star core. If it exerts its most powerful power, I am afraid that a planet can be destroyed. He really can't use the full power of Mjolnir right now. This Mjolnir is still very powerful. Heavy hammer, with huge amounts of kinetic energy. There was even a sharp tearing air sound in the air. Boom. A muffled sound rang out. A circular air wave spread out towards the surroundings. Huge amounts of sound diffused around. Everyone who heard this voice felt a tightness in their chests. The waves from the collision of the two traveled a few blocks away. Cement floors cracked directly. The surrounding smoke and dust were directly swept away by this powerful shock wave. Thor saw what was happening in front of him. The pupils shrank suddenly. This is impossible. A golden shield stood in front of Domrian. The shock just now was the sound of Mjolnir colliding with the shield. What makes Thor unacceptable is, he wanted the invincible Mjolnir. It didn't even break the defense. There are no cracks on this golden shield. I do not believe. Thor gritted his teeth. The muscles above his arms bulged high. The Mjolnir in his hand swung round and smashed towards the front. Bang! A huge amount of muffled sound rang out. Even the few Asgard people lying on the ground felt a little bored in their hearts. Their physical fitness is very strong. Ordinary movements did not affect them at all. But this time, they all felt tightness in their chests, and Roar couldn't breathe well. Several Asgard people looked at the two fighting with horror on their faces. Loki's eyes were full of wonder. Although he often mocked Thor's intelligence, but never questioned Thor's strength and courage. Power can move mountains. Described as Thor the Sky. Loki had seen it with his own eyes. Thor used his hammer to directly smash an abyss evil dragon to pieces. That kind of power. Even if a small mountain stood in front of him, I am afraid it would be shattered. Such a powerful force. Was it blocked? Loki couldn't help wiping his eyes. Look at the magic shield, that's not much thicker than your thumb. Loki was stunned. The first magician in the 9 realms. He discovered that the person in front of him was the #1 magician in the 9 realms. Loki was shocked. But it didn't interfere with Thor. He never knew what it was to back down and give up. Although Mjolnir was blocked, he still attacked with perseverance. The Mjolnir in his hand was directly swung into an afterimage by him. Bang bang bang. The face constantly collided with the sound. Domilien was directly smashed into the ground, and half of his calf fell into the ground. But he still had the same expression on his face. Calmly pull out the leg. Thor's attack did not have any effect on him. Domilien indifferently wiped his waist. The lightning flashed again. Thor saw that Domilien wanted to use the thunder to attack. The expression on Thor's face was a little weird. You actually want to attack me with thunder? Don't you know who I am? I am Thor. Thor shouted. Around him, thunder also began to flash. Thunder and lightning kept flickering around him. Like a jumping razor, it looks astonishingly powerful. Several Asgards were excited. It's the power of thunder. Thor is still so powerful. Thor will definitely win this time. These people have almost blind confidence in Thor. See Thor using the power of his thunder. They were very excited. As if all the injuries on his body were healed, he sat up directly. These Asgard warriors all stared at Thor excitedly. Hope Thor will avenge them. Thor also has no hesitation. The Mjolnir in his hand radiated a powerful thunderbolt. Lightning strikes the ground. A scorched black mark was left directly on the ground. You are too arrogant. No one can beat me on thunder. Thor said nothing. The Mjolnir in his hand was thrown straight down. Domilien raised his eyelids. The expression did not change in the slightest. He spoke very calmly. The roar of thunder sucks. The sword light flickered. Lightning and sword light collide. A time. It was filled with dazzling light directly. As if the sky was about to be lit up. Asterisk. Chapter 29 Vision. Admiration from Odin. New York. In broad daylight, it is time to go to work. All kinds of workers in New York have started to go to work. As soon as you go out, they found a very astonishing scene. All of New York lit up. A blue light illuminates half of New York. Even the sun's rays are blocked by this blue light. A full 10 minutes. The blue light just dissipated from the sky. This caused huge amounts of panic in New York. No one knows where this blue light comes from. SHIELD. Nick Fury's face looked as if it had been slaughtered with ink. Can't see black. Tell me. What the hell happened in New York? Why does this happen? Nick Fury's face was ashen. Their S.H.I.E.L.D. is responsible for detecting all kinds of paranormal activities on Earth. But now, there's so much movement happening in New York. They have no clue. How could he not be angry? Sir, we could only detect a burst of huge amounts of energy in New York. That's what's causing this. Nick Fury's agent Hill said. What about the location? Where is it located? Why burst out such huge amounts of energy? Don't you know, if such energy explodes completely, half New York could just be destroyed? Nick Fury said angrily. New York. But America's largest city. How could he not pay attention to such huge amounts of volatility? Sorry sir, we can't trace the source. This energy burst is very good, and the source seems to be all over New York. Hill spoke up. Ms. Falk. Go investigate again. Nick Fury couldn't help but curse. Yes, sir. Hill saluted. This scene doesn't just happen in SHIELD. The military, super corporations, CIA. FBI were all alerted. They are all looking for the source of this burst of energy. However, no one was able to find it. And at the moment, the two culprits behind all of this are facing each other. Domilien stood there calmly, as if nothing had happened. Even the white robe on his body was not damaged in any way. On the other hand, look at Thor opposite him. The armor on his body shattered, and several large holes appeared directly in the red cloak on him. And the blue thunder flashes. But these thunders have two colors. One is white and the other is as deep as the ocean. The power of the two thunders constantly clashed, and the whitish thunderbolts were madly wiped out. But Thor didn't seem to care about the pain the lightning caused him. He was full of shock. I lost. And he lost on thunder, which he is best at. He is Thor. What is at hand is the direct inheritance of the mighty power of Odin. How could he lose? How could he possibly lose? In this universe, how could there be lightning beyond his control? Thor was stunned for a moment and didn't respond. This is for Thor in battle. It's simply impossible. But this bizarre situation just happened. Several Asgard warriors are also skeptical about life. In their eyes, Thor is the most powerful. His thunder power is incomparably powerful throughout Asgard. None of them could resist this incomparable power. But such a powerful force lost. Still defeated by the same force. How is this possible? Several Asgard warriors were stunned. Midgard people. How can it be so powerful? This guy is Odin's illegitimate child. Asgard? Asgard? Odin sat on his throne. In his hand he held his most powerful artifact, the Spear of Eternity. In his one eye, his gaze was incomparably deep. As if watching something. Odin was motionless, as if he had existed in Asgard for eternity. Odin's body shook suddenly. The expression on his face suddenly changed. This breath. Strange, I've never seen it before. In this universe, is there such a power of thunder? The blue thunder flashes on Odin's body. It was as if the whole planet was shaking. Compared with Odin, the thunder on Thor is like firefly and the sun. The thunder on him constantly changes. It seemed that it was simulating the thunder light emitted by Domilian. But those blue arcs flickered gradually, then annihilated. But can't simulate it at all. Interesting. Odin said something. Odin. It has existed since ancient times. At least he lived for hundreds of thousands of years. He was the longest-lived king in the whole of Asgard, and the most powerful king. At its peak, he can even repel such a powerful existence as the Tenjin group. All the mysteries in this universe have no secrets in his eyes. Now, there was a hint of curiosity and surprise on Odin's face. The power condensed from the body. This can't be said to be thunder, it should be life. The more Odin studies, the look of surprise in his eyes was even stronger. From every cell in the body, every trembling is the condensed power. This is the thunder of life. Midgard people can also condense this kind of power. It's incredible. There was a bit of shock in Odin's eyes. He has played with thunder all his life. First time feel. Thunder can be so subtle. In the human body, thunder can be derived. This simply goes against his cognition. What Odin didn't know was, thunder roar sucks, it is not thunder at all. It is a roar suction method. Roar inhalation to stimulate the inner potential of the body. That power is not thunder. To be exact, that should be the electric current. In the scientific community, there is a concept of bioelectricity. That's a change in a potential that's spontaneously generated in the cell. Thunder's roar suction is to promote bioelectricity to the extreme. Not thunder in nature. Odin. Naturally it is impossible to see such power. The strong physical qualities of the Asgard people are also destined for them not to pay attention to certain weak aspects. After all, bioelectricity is too weak in their eyes. They didn't think about it. Life is the greatest miracle in the world. The power that burst out is naturally not to be underestimated. Odin's shock is also normal. Although Thor was sent to Earth. But he could not rest assured. Thor's situation has been observed using dark matter. One look. This look. I saw the power of Thor and Domilian thunder fighting each other. Originally, Odin didn't care. He also doesn't think that there is a thunder in this universe that can be stronger than Thor. However, the next moment he was beaten in the face. Thor actually lost. Odin also saw new powers. Odin couldn't help but sigh. Midgard people. What an incredible race. Odin looks complicated. Don't know what to think. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Thor Awakening in Advance. You will be beaten for pretending. New York. Door of Holy Place. Thor looked at Domilian in front of him. There was a determined expression on his face. It's impossible for me to admit defeat. I am Thor. For Asgard's glory. Although Thor looked very embarrassed. But it didn't mean to admit defeat. Midgard people. Feel the power of thunder. Thor roared. Click. In the sky, a blue thunder exploded. The black clouds were split. A thunder with a thickness of several meters slashed straight towards the side from the dark clouds. That thunder beam is huge. People all over New York can see the thunder that is like a punishment. Depressed breath. Ordinary people hid at home in fright. Some were even scared to kneel and pray. Is this the coming of God? It's all human beings who are too arrogant to incur God's punishment. A lot of people were terrified to talk nonsense. This directly acts on the coercion of the soul. For ordinary people, it is too scary. But, facing the thunder, Domilian did not have the slightest expression on his face. He didn't move at all. With a wave of his hand, a golden shield appeared in his hand. Next moment, the yellow shield in his hand suddenly grew larger. Directly blocked everything in the sky. Even the incomparably huge thunder could not penetrate the huge amounts of golden magic shield. Huge amounts of soft moans rang out. Lightning constantly hit the huge amounts of shields and began to slowly dissipate. A lot of energy escapes out. The surrounding environment even began to crystallize purified energy because of this energetic environment. Loki lay on the ground, watching what was happening in front of him. The wall collapsed and hit him on the head, but he didn't realize it. What happened in front of him was really shocking. Thor's power of thunder, there is no way to use magic. That is the power of thunder. The source power of Odin. It is also the most powerful force in the entire Asgard. Now you can't even break other people's magic shields. Loki is stunned. Is their Asgard power so insignificant? Think before. He acted like a scumbag. He thought he was a god. Loki felt a little ashamed. Thor over there. Seeing his strongest attack, he couldn't even break through other people's defenses. I just felt a burst of anger burning in my heart. He is Thor. The first prince of Asgard. Heir to the great Odin. Now even a gatekeeper can't beat it? What heir can he be? He is Thor. Thor roared and burned, his eyes red. Extreme emotions brought him amazing power. Click. The blue thunder began to flicker in Thor's eyes. The blue thunder pouring from the sky directly wrapped the thunder. Huge amounts of thunder constantly flicker. A blue lightning ball of light was formed tens of meters from the ground. Stab it, stab it. The blue thunder kept hitting the ground. Because of the powerful thunder, the land was directly crystallized, forming a layer of transparent crystals on the ground. Thor's thunder, the power has been directly improved by several grades. After a moment, the huge amounts of blue thunderballs disappeared. Thor's figure reappeared in the sky. The armor and injuries on his body have been repaired by powerful forces. Thunder flashed on his body. There were blue lights flickering in the eyes. Thor floats in the sky. Midgard people. I want to thank you. Now, I understand the true meaning of thunder. I am the god of thunder. Thor looked proud, regained his self-confidence, and completely lost his previous proud look. His power broke through the confinement. Thor's power comes from thunder. Unlike magician, he needs to practice hard. His ability is unique. As long as he grows normally, his strength can become powerful. When he realizes that he is the god of thunder, his powers break through. It can be said, the current Thor is completely awakening the power of thunder that belongs to him. The Asgard group next to him was also extremely excited. Thor's power has become even stronger. Can they finally reclaim their Asgard glory? Only Loki is both envious and jealous. As the second prince, he understood how powerful Thor was at the moment. He has fully embraced the power of Odin. Controlled the true meaning of thunder. In the whole of Asgard, only 3 people had done this before. Odin, Diva Frigga, Heimdall. Now, Thor can definitely be the 4th strongest player in their Asgard. Maybe sometime. Even Heimdall and the Queen are no match for Thor. After all, these two were not fighting full-time. There is no suspense in this battle. Loki sighed. This magician certainly can't stop Thor. Without him, Thor is too strong now. He didn't even have any intention of starting a fight with Thor. Boom. Like validating Loki's ideas. There was a sudden explosion in the sky. Huge amounts of lightning flashed across the sky. Thor floated in the air, thunder coiling around him. Like a well-behaved sheep. Countless blue thunders coiled around Mjolnir. Thor gathered a lot of thunder and threw it down directly. Demillion's eyes narrowed, and his expression became a little more serious. The roar of thunder sucks. Thunderbolt flash, divine speed. Blue and white thunder. It began to erupt from Demillion's body. Compared to Thor's thunder, the thunder on his body may be out of tune. But it is full of vitality and has a unique resilience. Domillion rubbed his waist. A unique white gold light flashed. The power of the thunder roar sucked, and it slashed along the long sword. His power, compared to Thor's massive Thor and the like, seems to be insignificant. But it's like a brick against dirt. It's all the same substance. The firmness is completely different. No matter how much dirt there is, it can't do anything to the bricks. The blue and white thunder of Domrian seemed to be a meteor in the night sky. Thor's power of thunder was directly breached as if it were destructive. Thor only felt a tremendous force pouring into his arms along Mjolnir. The Mjolnir in his hand came straight out. Blue and white thunder raged in his body. Puff! Thor spat out a mouthful of blood. But Thor didn't seem to notice this at all. Staring blankly at Domillion. Seems to be suspicious. Why did he clearly break through and his strength increased so much? Why is he not the opponent of the person in front of him? The faces of the Asgard people nearby were also ashen. His face seemed to have lost hope. Thor was defeated. Such a powerful Thor is defeated. How strong does this guy have to be? Several Asgard people couldn't help but stare at a few magicians. However, just at this time, the door of the holy place opened. Asterisk. Chapter 31, Mordo, I didn't expect Thor to even get in the door. Please ask for a flower evaluation ticket. Kamar-Taj. In Lin Yu's room. Recently, Lin Yu is busy with new books and completing previous books. This time, his strength has grown rapidly. The magicians of Kamar-Taj, all working very hard. There are also many kinds of energies that are naturally fed back. This made Lin Yu eager to finish the remaining books. Harvest the cultivation base again. Just when Lin Yu was writing the book. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Senior brother, Mordo asks to see you. Mordo's voice came from outside. Lin Yu put down the pen in his hand and said lightly. Come in. Done. Mordo pushed open the door and walked in. I saw him sitting on the chair very respectfully and opening the mouth. Big brother. I just got word that Asgard's communications team is here. Asgard's communication team? What to communicate? Lin Yu said in amazement. He really didn't know. Kamar-Taj and Asgard also communicate. It's such a big brother. The Sorcerer Supreme communicated with Asgard's Odin. Every 100 years. Asgard sent someone to talk to us once. It's been 3 times so far. I also found this thing in the classics. Mordo smiled bitterly. There is a huge gap between the time perceptions of Asgard and Earthlings. People of Asgard can live 5,000 years at will. How many years can people on Earth live? When this exchange was held last time, Modu had not yet been born. At that time, Kamar-Taj was far from the scale it is now. Hearing this, Lin Yu also pondered. After all, he is now the titular ruler of Kamar-Taj. Kamar-Taj is in charge of all the big things. If magician loses face, doesn't he lose face too? So Lin Yu cleared his throat and said. It's a grander event. Try to make sure we win, and you can figure out the rest. It's big brother. I'll take care of it. Moro said respectfully. Now that big brother has set the tone, he just needs to do it well. As for how to hold such a small thing. How could you possibly disturb the big brother? Mordo thought in his heart. Lin Yu nodded when he saw this. Very good. Do well, Kamar-Taj will not forget your credit. Thank you, big brother. Mordo looked happy. Big brother remember him. That's all good. Thinking of the book written by the big brother makes people drool. Then senior brother, I will retire. Moro said respectfully. As a Superman-like organization, they Kamar-Taj casually show something. It's amazing stuff on Earth. Many rich people will rush to get it. Kamar-Taj. Not short of money. Mordo nodded. Went out. Then he got busy. Organize a welcome ceremony for the magicians, then take the 2 great magicians to greet the Asgard. Teleport from Kamar-Taj to Holy Place. Just pushed the door out. It was just like fighting in front of Holy Place, the scene was very chaotic. Mordo looked suspicious. I looked back at my Holy Place. Did you go wrong? He also thought that there was a problem with the transmission of Holy Place, and it went to the Middle East. What's going on here? Moro remained calm on the surface, maintaining his composure. Domi Lion, Kansas. How is this going? Domi Lian and Gons walked up to Mordo. Have seen the Mordod magician. Before these people wanted to break into the holy place, Domi Lian did it? Gons explained. What about the guest from Asgard? Mordo asked. Gons pointed to the other side in embarrassment. Thor was lying on the ground with a few Asgards, so embarrassed. What? This? Moro was stunned for a moment, then collapsed a bit. What if the magician, who guards the door, beats the precious guest from outside? This is equivalent to friends come to your house for dinner. Before entering the house, he was bitten by a dog. The magician who definitely guards the door is to obey his duties, and there is nothing wrong. If these Asgard people did not force their way into the holy place, they would definitely not be like this. But the situation is still embarrassing. It's not enough, Modu has seen strong winds and waves after all. He stepped forward and helped Thor up. I'm really sorry. I am Kamar-Taj the great magician Mordo. Are you here to communicate? Moro had a smile on his face. As for Thor and the others being beaten, he didn't mention it at all, as if he didn't see it. Joke. Dare to break into them Kamar-Taj holy place. It's nice not to be locked up. How about a hit? And over there? If it is normal. Thor is sure to be PD. but he was also embarrassed after being beaten. Naturally embarrassed to speak. Good guy. They are Asgard warriors. Beaten by 2 gatekeepers. Can this be said? He himself was ashamed. For this kind of thing, he can only smash his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Cough, it's okay. When teleporting, something went wrong. No hindrance, no hindrance. Thor said awkwardly. Moro almost laughed when he heard this. Could there be a worse excuse? Then Thor's Highness should be careful in the future. Moro said very seriously. Treated a few ugly Asgards. Mordo said in front of Thor. Domilian, Gons, you are so rude. His Royal Highness Thor has come down, why don't you invite in to serve tea? Give me a 2-week confinement in the library? Domilian and Gons are overjoyed. Libraries closed for 2 weeks? This is not enough. Gons spoke hastily. Morduda magician, we've lost our respect and lost Kamar-Taj's face. Let's shut us up for a while. 3 weeks, or 3 months. Stop giving me nonsense. Go to confinement for me. Mordo glared at them. Domilian and Gons can only leave with unfinished thoughts. His Royal Highness Thor, the 2 of them have been disrespectful. I've already punished them. His Royal Highness Thor should be satisfied, right? Moro said with a smile. Looks like a very good attitude. But Thor didn't know why, he was just a little embarrassed. And do not know why. He always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what was wrong. Long time. Thor could only hold back a sentence. It's okay, it's a trivial matter, what's the point of it? We Asgard people like the warriors the most. Thor spoke earnestly. That's what they Asgard are like. As long as their strength can be recognized by them, they are very respectful. After being beaten, he didn't care about that at all. All right then, please come in. Moro said with a smile. Thor didn't know why. There is always an ominous premonition. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Thor, these magicians are so bad. Mordo takes Thor into the Kamar-Taj. Mordo let the magician welcome them. But Thor and they didn't mean to look at it at all. Silence the whole time. It is really. They are still in the process of social death. Was beaten by the doorman. How can you possibly be in the mood to see these things? The more prosperous the Kamar-Taj, the more embarrassed they were. Mordo saw that Thor looked wrong. He looked up and asked. His Royal Highness Thor? Is it my Kamar-Taj rudeness? No. It's just that I came here to communicate. I wonder when we can start communicating. Thor asked. Actually, in addition to being embarrassed just now, he has also been looking at the surrounding environment. He wanted to see it. To be able to cultivate such a strong man. What's so special about Kamar-Taj? Stronger than their Asgard. It's kind of incredible. But after looking around, Thor found out. Kamar-Taj is not as strong as he imagined, the strong looks like a cloud. The magician I saw on the road was full of breath. Very weak. This puzzled Thor. This Kamar-Taj, the gatekeepers are so powerful. To be able to hit so many of them. How can the official magician here be so weak? Is it the magicians of Kamar-Taj, for the exchange conference? They even sent their strongest person to guard the gate. To make them retreat? Thor kept thinking. The more you think, the more I think this is very likely. To know. The Midgards don't value glory as much as the Asgards. All are very deceitful. This kind of thing is very possible. Thor calmly glanced at the magicians around him. Angrily. These Midgard magicians are so shameless. He had to get their Asgard dignity back. Mordo magician. Don't waste time on tours. Let's start talking and discussing, shall we? Father is still waiting for us to return to our lives. Thor spoke earnestly. When Modu heard this, he glanced at Thor in surprise. This Highness Thor, his brain was squeezed by the door? Beaten by 2 magicians at the gate. How dare you communicate? He had already heard it. Asgard people have extraordinary courage. Now it seems that it really lives up to its name, and it is extraordinary. Since His Royal Highness Thor is so anxious. Then come with me. Mordo opened his mouth. As he said that, he brought Thor into the arena of the alien space. His Royal Highness Thor, we are here to discuss and communicate. These magicians, all Asgard warriors can challenge. Mordo opened his mouth. In order to follow the instructions of the master. Shows respect to the people of Asgard. Mordo deliberately brought out the great magicians of Asgard. Let's have a friendly chat. That way, they won't lose their Kamar-Taj facade. Can also win. Thor turned back. Take a closer look at these big magicians. These great magicians are all successful in cultivation. Wait until after Lin Yu's instructions. The strength of each one has increased greatly, and the one with hidden breath is better than the other. It looks like an ordinary person. The Asgards were originally pure warriors. Most have no special means. Even if Thor was strong, he couldn't find out the strength of these great magicians. Carefully looked at it. At first glance, these people are just like ordinary people. Only Loki. Feeling a little weird about this. However, with Loki's current strength, nothing can be found. And Thor is determined. His guess was indeed correct. This Midgard man is treacherous indeed. Really put the strongest at the door to block them, and want them to retreat. Make them look good now. Thor gritted his teeth. He said. How could the power of a Midgard be so strong? His father Odin. Dominate the whole Tangle. There are few such powerful warriors under his hands. Why did the Midgard people have such powerful warriors? That one person is probably already the strongest of this Kamar-Taj, right? Now this guy can't come out and learn. He wants to make Kamar-Taj look good. Have long admired the strength of the Kamar-Taj magicians. I'll do it myself this time. Take a look at the magician of Kamar-Taj magician. Thor said loudly. Oh. His Royal Highness Thor is indeed very brave. He is really a warrior of Asgard. King, go and accompany His Highness Thor for 2 moves. Mordo opened his mouth. No problem. Wang nodded. In 1 step, he jumped directly into the ring. Wang has recently become very proficient in cultivating his domineering arrogance. Domineering is integrated into one, and the power control is very subtle. Not even a breath of air came out. In fact, domineering is similar to body training. As long as you don't use the overlord color, you can't see how strong it is. Karp is so domineering, he can still look ordinary. Wang is the same now. Thor is gone. Seeing that there was no breath on the king, he felt arrogant in his heart. Hard road. Sure enough. These magicians are really cunning. This guy's breath is weak and pitiful. Also worthy of being his opponent? The whole Kamar-Taj. Except for the gatekeeper. He is not afraid of anyone. Thor immediately turned the Mjolnir in his hand and entered the ring. Thor. Please advise. Thor spoke directly. The great magician king. Wang said lightly. You'd better use all your strength. I'm afraid of accidentally killing you. Thor seemed to have forgotten about being beaten by the 2 guards at the door just now, and said very proudly. For such a seemingly inept person, Thor thinks he can do it again. Don't worry, Your Highness Thor. I never leave my opponent's hands. Wang Bo opened his mouth and said humbly. That's good. Thor roared. The Mjolnir in his hand was directly swung into a windmill by him. His whole body flew into the sky. Huge amounts of thunder chopped down from the sky. The sky in the different dimension is covered with dark clouds. This is a special space made by Sorcerer Supreme. It's not a normal dimension at all. Thor was able to use his power with ease. You can see the extent of its metamorphosis. That incomparably powerful force. I am afraid that the world can be shattered by such a huge force. Thor holds Mjolnir in his hand. He pointed forward. The stout thunderbolt slashed at the king. That thunder is tens of meters thick. The blue thunder was actually mixed with a little purple. The power of this lightning. Probably even more powerful than before. A breakthrough limit. Thor's strength entered a period of telling growth. It has grown so much in a short period of time. The blue-purple thunder, like the ocean, directly drowned the king. Thor fell to the ground arrogantly. Mind, it's stable now. It was impossible for this man to stop his attack. The blue thunder dissipated. A figure slowly appeared. This is impossible. Thor's face was full of shock, and a storm surged in his heart. He found the king opposite him. It was unscathed. Even the clothes don't seem to be damaged. Thor's eyes widened suddenly. I felt as if I was hallucinating. Why is this so? Asterisk. Chapter 33. There are hundreds of us who are as awesome as Wang. Thunder is the most powerful force in the world. All things in the world change when they hear thunder. Ordinary creatures. I am afraid that the natural lightning in the world will turn into coke. What's more, the powerful thunder formed by Thor's divine power. This is powerful. Even Vanguard, a biochemical weapon made by Thanos, could not resist. It will be turned into a quick black charcoal by the thunder. Now, Thor's charge summons huge amounts of thunder. Wang was unscathed. Not even a trace of him. How is this possible? I do not believe. It must be an illusion. Thor frowned. He waved Mjolnir in his hand. Huge amounts of lightning, like a razor, directly directed at the king over there and bit it. Wang's expression did not change. The domineering surging on his body directly formed a transparent defense. Thor is extremely powerful and thunderous. Hit directly on top of that thin shield. But just like encountering Tianhe, there is no way to advance. The power of thunder and lightning disappeared directly. It shattered into a large number of arcs, leaving trails of charred black marks on the ground. The ground, strengthened by the magic pattern, melted directly. The ground that the magicians couldn't destroy was actually destroyed at this moment. Such a powerful energy. Still unable to damage Wang Fen. On the other hand, Wang's expression changed. The domineering on his body is like a transparent light. It rushed towards Thor. The king's mastery of power is very subtle. Has been able to control his domineering. Controlling his tyrannical arrogance, he directly pressed at Thor. Strong force. Boom. Thor felt a rumbling sound in his brain. His face immediately turned pale. The divine power within the body is directly suppressed. Completely lost vitality. So strong. Thor's face was full of shock. Compared with the loss of divine power, the shock of the soul is even more powerful. Such a powerful force. Unstoppable power. Thor seems to have seen his father. When facing the gatekeeper magician before, Thor can still resist. But instead of the king in front of him, Thor felt that he didn't even have the thought to resist. Such power. Simply terrifying. Thor couldn't understand. Why? Why can Midgard people be so powerful? When did the Midgard people appear so powerful? Could it be that their Asgard is out of date? Such a strong man. They have few Asgards. Thor was shocked. The next few Asgard warriors and Odin were equally astonished. Domineering is such a thing. After all, It is an ultimate range attack. Fully spread out, it can cover a huge amount of battlefield. How can one control? The power still escapes. Even with such a little power. It made Loki and the others feel that Roar was having a hard time sucking. It was as if someone was pointing a gun at him. Loki felt a little suffocated. Roar, roar. Loki took a few breaths. So horrible. It's terrifying. That kind of power. Loki sounded the feeling of being stared at by the abyss evil dragon when he was a child. As if it was about to be swallowed directly. There was even a sense of fear in Loki's heart. Loki is very ashamed and angry at himself for feeling this way. Before him, he has always regarded himself as a god. But now, but in the face of a Midgard person had a sense of fear. He was very sorry. But, think of that mighty power. Loki felt terrified. This is the body's instinctive response. Not controlled by reason at all. Loki was shocked. Midgard. Why does Midgard appear so strong? Obviously Midgard people are so weak. A single Asgard warrior can take on hundreds of people with his bare hands. But, why is there such a strong person among them? What is the powerhouse? Can you teach such a powerful strongman? Loki hides everything behind this. More and more shocked. The people at Loki and Asgard were shocked. Moro looked very happy beside him. The big brother is really amazing. The king used to be among these great magicians, but he was only a middle-aged person. More than his big magician. There are still quite a few. Now, even he felt a strong pressure on Wang. This is really incredible. Eldest brother, this is a magical means of turning corruption into a miraculous way. It's really shocking. Even people with personal experience. Modu felt an inexplicable shock. Big brother. It is too strong. It doesn't sound good. I'm afraid even Sorcerer Supreme can't do it. Then a kind smile appeared on his face. Invite Thor. Mordo opened his mouth. His Royal Highness Thor, offended. Our magician, I really don't know the importance. Thor became silent. It's very unusual for him. Thor. It is a symbol of courage, tenacity, and never giving up. He may not be a good prince, nor a good king. But he is definitely a good fighter. Is a very outstanding fighter. The beautiful character possessed by all warriors can be seen in Thor. But this mighty warrior was at a loss at this moment. Wang is too strong. He didn't understand what was the point of his battle. Thor's face was bitter. Modu magician, this great magician, is Kamar-Taj's top expert. Thor comforted himself in his heart. If this king is his top master, he is not unacceptable. After all, according to Odin, Kamar-Taj is their equal. It is normal for the strong to be strong. He couldn't beat it, nor could he accept it. Mordo smiled. Indeed. Wang is indeed a top expert here. There are less than 100 people at the same level as him. Mordo shook his head. It's so hard to be a great magician. Their Kamar-Taj isn't much either. Into Thor's ears. This sentence is like a lightning strike. Less than 100 people? Good guy. Thor direct good guy. They Asgard, at most 4 of this kind of powerhouse? That's still counting Odin's case. Wouldn't that say? Not counting his father Odin. Their Asgard was just leveled. Thor couldn't help but sneer in his heart. They Asgard. Known to rule the 9 realms. Among the 9 kingdoms, they are used to being kings and hegemony. But now, Thor just found out. Turn out to be above Midgard. A magician force was able to easily destroy their Asgard. The world is so ridiculous. In the end, who is ruling the entire 9 kingdoms? Thor now finally knows. Why Odin has been laissez-faire for Midgard since hundreds of years ago. Not only is there no garrison, but they are hardly allowed here. Why is that? Strength is not as good as people. The more Thor thinks about it, the more his mentality collapses. Chapter 34 Odin, you said you didn't even go in? Earth. Kamar-Taj. After the Asgard people exchange is complete, Mordo also made an exception to throw a banquet for Thor. It can be said to give Asgard enough face, showing their Kamar-Taj demeanor. But these warriors of Asgard are like chewing wax. Thor felt it for the first time. It turns out that drinking and banquets can also make people so distressed. His favorite things in Asgard are fighting and drinking. Now, he only felt that this originally delicious ale was like a burning candle. Tasteless. Even the great magicians of Kamar-Taj praised him for saving face. Thor both sounded a little blushing. Why is His Highness Thor so young and promising? Thor's Highness is skilled in using the power of thunder. Without encountering Asgard's magician. He also thought it was a compliment. After all, in Asgard, he is indeed a leader of the younger generation. Can be thought of. He lived 1500 years. The people on the opposite side didn't even survive his fraction, so they could hang and beat him. Thor was almost embarrassed. He could not wait to use his toes to deduct a 2-bedroom and 1 hall from the ground. The magicians of Kamar-Taj are old men. Naturally, I could see Thor's absent-minded appearance. Thor is a straight boy after all. That face is about to be longer than that of a donkey. Then, the banquet ended early. Thor very politely said goodbye to Kamar-Taj's people. Then he ran out of Kamar-Taj as if he was chasing a Fenrir. Heimdall, Heimdall. Send us back. Thor couldn't wait to shout outside the holy place. In the sky, a 7-colored light flashed. Bifrost huge amounts of power were fired directly from Asgard, taking Thor and several Asgard warriors from the ground. Soon, they went from Earth to Asgard. Appears at the end of Bifrost. But, compared to when I went, I was in high spirits. Now this group of people is just like frost hitting an eggplant, one by one is more silent. Heimdall looked surprised. Thor, what's wrong? Why so low? Heimdall is the watcher of the 9 realms. It claims to be able to see everything in the 9 realms. But in fact, there are places he can't see. Such as Odin's bedroom, Kamar-Taj on Earth, etc. The mighty magic of the Ancient One built the barrier. Even his all-seeing eye cannot see through. So he wondered what was going on in Midgard. Could it be the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One shot? Thor became like this? Heard Heimdall ask. Thor's face froze. After a few words at will, he turned around and left. Heimdall was left confused. Thor returned to Asgard, and he wanted to use wine to drown his sorrows, so he first resolved himself. Haven't gotten to where you live yet. Was summoned by Odin. Thor went to Odin's hall with a face full of guilt. Father, I lost. Ashamed of your expectations. Thor got down on one knee and said with a low expression. Odin glanced at Thor kneeling below. If it was him when he was young, Odin would surely rebuke Thor. But now, he is old. Odin already felt his life begin to pass. Even a stern father softens when he sees his son in old age. Thor. You did disappoint me. Odin opened his mouth. Thor bowed his head, looking very ashamed. It was very important for Thor to get his father's approval. But now, he has let his father down. Father. Thor looked guilty. Thor, it wasn't your failure that disappointed me. Failure is a common thing. Even me, I failed countless times back then. But you, Thor, you are the future king of Asgard. Failure once, so depressed. I'm so disappointed. Odin opened his mouth. The strong, which one cannot succeed without 1,000 times of failure. Failure is not terrible. The scary thing is that you don't even have the courage to face failure. It can be said. Sending Thor to Kamar-Taj this time, I never thought he would win. Thor raised his head when he heard this. Father. Odin glanced at him and continued. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, a strong man of the same level as me. Her strength is unfathomable. It's normal that you are not her opponent. I just didn't expect that the little guy Ancient One actually returned to Earth and shot you. I don't know when I learned a thunder technique. It's really unruly. Odin shook his head. How powerful is he? It's also impossible to see what's happening on Earth from Asgard. Except for Heimdall, no one in the 9 realms can do it. Kamar-Taj is the site of the Ancient One, and even Heimdall couldn't see the scene here. Odin can only feel the fluctuations. He had felt the lightning stronger than Thor before. He subconsciously thought that Ancient One had taken action. Only a talented and brilliant person like Ancient One could create such an incredible thunder. Although Ancient One is only 100 years old. Not even a child in Odin's eyes. But her strength, Odin still admires. But across from Thor, the expression on his face became even more embarrassing. Look at the father. Think of what Odin said, the courage to face failure. Thor opened his mouth. Report to the king, it was not the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One who defeated us, but a magician who guarded the gate of Kamar-Taj. What? Odin, who has always been confident, showed surprise on his face. It was the Ancient One who left Kamar-Taj. Did you take the strongest person to see the door? Odin opened his mouth. He thought the same as Thor. I thought Kamar-Taj took the strongest to see the door for the sake of face. Hearing Odin say that, Thor was even more ashamed. Father, that's not the case. These 2 magicians are the gatekeepers, there is a stronger magician inside Kamar-Taj. People are only mentally oppressed, and I am defeated. Thor spoke in shame. What? You didn't even go in the door. This time Odin was really surprised. Kamar-Taj. Besides Ancient One, how could there be such a strong person? Thor is not strong though. But not so weak. Thor can be defeated by mental oppression alone. This strength, I am afraid that it is a few more grades than Thor. This guy Ancient One, not only is he amazing and talented, but even his disciples are so good. This is a bit outrageous, right? Odin's apparent calm returned quickly. There was a storm in my heart. He really underestimated these Midgard people. Since it wasn't Sorcerer Supreme who shot it? You have to be ashamed and then brave. As the Prince of Asgard, did you just give up like that? Odin said. Father. I understand, I will defend Asgard's glory. I will never admit defeat. Thor was inspired by Odin, and his eyes filled with war again. Odin nodded in satisfaction. Kamar-Taj is so talented. As long as his son can grow up, it is enough. Asterisk. Chapter 35 The Best Leaks, The Best Migrant Workers. Kamar-Taj. Lin Yu's room. Dong dong dong. Senior brother, Mordo asks to see you. Mordo's voice sounded outside the door. Lin Yu said lightly. Come in. Crunch. The door made of wood was pushed open directly. Mordo walked in from outside. After giving Lin Yu a salute, Mordo sat beside him respectfully. The people from Asgard are gone. Lin Yu only put down the pen at this time, and said with a light smile. Reporting to senior brother Chi, the Asgard people have left. Mordo said respectfully. Good job. Lin Yu nodded. Mordo handled these things pretty well. Although I have no previous experience. But whether it is reception or competition. Can't say anything wrong. Rewards did it? As for Thor being beaten, What does it have to do with them, Kamar-Taj? You yourself are too weak. Can't let their magician play house with you? Even if you are Odin's son. That doesn't work either. Modu was overjoyed when he saw the satisfied look on Lin Yu's face. He paid so much effort and even delayed his cultivation. For what? Isn't it just to please the big brother? This time, I left a good impression here. There must be his benefits. Big brother. Although the Asgard people are gone, there is still one thing I don't understand. Mordo asked. Lin Yu gave him a calm look. Curious why these Asgards are so weak. Senior brother, it's really a prophet of uncertainty, an immortal method. Moro said very respectfully. Modu, it's not that Asgard people are weak, it's that you have become stronger. Lin Yu said. Get stronger. Mordo was taken aback. That's right. You are now the top strength of Kamar-Taj. It's also one of the best in the outside world. Lin Yu said. Thor has great potential, however. He was still too young. Asgard lived 5,000 years, and Thor lived only 1,500 years. Change to human. That is, young people in their 20s. Strength is not strong. Wong practiced a systematic exercise, how could he be weak? Can't beat Thor, that's a strange thing. Modu was a little embarrassed to be praised by Lin Yu. Really? They Kamar-Taj just defeated Thor of the record. How could he not be honored? This is a legendary character. Now they are defeated. How can this not be exciting? Thor is not the top powerhouse in Asgard. The king of God Odin is only stronger than Sorcerer Supreme. Lin Yu said lightly. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. You still need to work hard. Hear this. There was a look of shame visible to the naked eye on Modu's face. Elder brother is right. I'm really arrogant. Moro sighed in his heart. There is still a big gap between him and the big brother. Look at the big brother. He is so strong and knows so many exercises. But he was still so low-key and humble. This comparison. Judgment. Mordo, Mordo, you are really short-sighted and unwilling to make progress. If he had half the bearing and pattern of the big brother, he wouldn't be like this. Even Caecilius can break through. He is still at this level. What is there to be proud of? Big brother. I let you down, it's me who looks like me. Modu said ashamedly. Cultivation of this path is never ending. Don't be complacent. Lin Yu said with satisfaction. Yes. Elder brother, I understand. Moro said respectfully. Now. He suddenly felt that the senior brother who was obviously younger than him. But it gave him a Sorcerer Supreme feel. Big brother, it's really amazing. Be humble and have a long-term outlook. When will he be able to reach the level of a big brother? Lin Yu nodded when he saw Mordo's attitude. Very good. Fudge live. This is the best migrant worker, the best leaks. Mordo has great potential, and Lin Yu has strong prospects for him. Lin Yu raised his eyelids. Modu, your strength is far more than that. Practice well. Lin Yu raised his hand. A novel was quietly placed in front of Mordo. Mordo trembled. Looking at the book in front of me was a little excited. Eldest brother, this is not the case. That's right. That's the bottom half of One Punch Superman. Lin Yu nodded and took your head. Modu, you practice psychokinesis. There's a lot of potential. Any force between heaven and earth has the same goal. In the future, you may not be able to move the world with a single thought. You must practice well. Lin Yu spoke earnestly. Big brother. Modu was excited by what Lin Yu said. There is even a feeling that a scholar is dying for his confidant. So many years. He has done so much at Kamar-Taj. Who cares about him like a big brother? So many people. There is only one big brother. He just did so much work this time. He thought that being able to get Lin Yu's guidance was the best thing in the world. Did not expect. The elder brother actually gave him this precious exercise. Big brother. It was really good for him. Big brother. Great kindness, great virtue, why is it a repayment? Moro was moved and said. You can practice well. The fact that you can strengthen yourself is not just good for Kamar-Taj, it's a testament to me being disciplined. Lin Yu said with a smile. Yes, big brother. Mordo took a deep breath. His face became solemn. Big brother. Really broad-minded, extraordinary bearing. What kind of power is such a powerful Dharma door placed in, isn't it hidden and tucked away? How can you obtain such a powerful Dharma door without a powerful meritorious deed? But, big brother, only because of their fellowship, they were rewarded with such exercises. Mordo didn't know what to say. There has never been a record of such a person in history. Master, don't worry. I will not let you down. Mordo bowed respectfully. Go ahead. By the way, call the king too. Lin Yu said lightly. Yes, big brother. Mordo bowed respectfully. Heart-surging turned and left. Lin Yu looked at Mordo's confident figure and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Energetic. With this kind of morale, you can practice well. It can make him practice faster. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Very satisfied with this group of magicians. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Mordo is promoted again. Miracles appear. Kamar-Taj. Mordo walked out of Lin Yu's room. I am very excited. Although he is nearly 40 years old, he still has a pure heart. After walking out of Lin Yu's room, he was simply heartbroken. He has to practice hard. Only in this way can I live up to the expectations of the master. However, this guy Wang is very lucky. It's just such a trivial thing to be favored by senior brother. Really lucky. Mordo sighed. Former king. At most, it is the posture of the Huxia. The actual combat ability may be quite strong. But the potential is not enough. To be frank, Modu has always ignored the king. When magician. Which is not arrogant. But, after the guidance of the elder brother, Wang is like a different person. The speed of practice is increasing rapidly. That cultivation base is like making a rocket. Such luck. Enviable. But, there was no jealousy in Mordo's heart. The king's cultivation attitude is the most correct among them. Being able to achieve this kind of achievement is inseparable from his original efforts. Mordo thought of comparison. As a senior brother's fellow disciple, how could he be compared by an outsider like Wang? First go to convey the decree of the elder brother, and then go to practice well. Thought here. Moro couldn't help but his steps were much faster. Soon, he found the king who was practicing assiduously. King. You have performed very well this time, and the senior brother has summoned you. Moro said with a slight envy. Even if it was also pointed out by the big brother, he was still envious. If only he could be instructed twice by the big brother. Senior brother summons. A very ugly smile appeared on the face of Wang's paralyzed face. Modu, thank you. Wang said gratefully. He said goodbye to Modu in a hurry, and hurried over to Zhao Yu. Mordo shook his head. Back to his room. Take out that novel very dearly. Carefully placed on the table, for fear of leaving a little fold on the book. Moro adjusted his breath expectantly. Keep your spiritual will at its peak. He slowly opened the book in front of him. Once opened, Mordo's pupils shrank suddenly. He is in his eyes. The text on these books directly turned into living runes one by one. As if there is life. Into his mind. This is simply the book of the avenues. Eldest brother is really unfathomable. Mordo was shocked. Big brother, it's amazing to know. Powerful law has great power. Like some powerful scriptures. It has great power in itself. Ordinary substances cannot carry it. But the big brother wrote such a powerful force on ordinary white paper. What terrifying power is this? What an incredible means. Modu has another layer of cognition about the inscrutability of the senior brother. This is a strength beyond his knowledge. I sighed in my heart. Mordo began to read on. The tornado even became friends with the protagonist. This Saitama's power is really terrifying. No, psychokinesis is more suitable for me. Mordo shook his head. One Punch Superman. The novel revolves entirely around the protagonist Saitama. The huge power made even Mordo's heart throb. Did not expect. It is just pure flesh, and there is no other power at all to generate such a powerful power. This is simply unimaginable in their magician eyes. If not incompatible. He wants to practice this kind of power. Fortunately, the power of the tornado is not weak. In addition to Saitama, she is definitely one of the best in the world of One Punch. Its psychokinesis is also very powerful. Watch the tornado face a powerful enemy. Modu was also very emotional. Just at this time. Click. A soft sound rang out. Mordo felt like his entire brain was empty. The whole person seems to have fallen into a state of unity between heaven and man. It was as if he was one with the whole world. Boom. In the sky. The weather has changed abnormally. There will be thunder and rain. After a while it cleared up again. As if a naughty child was controlling the weather. It's been hell. Some of Kamar-Taj's ordinary magician couldn't help but complain. This weather. It's really a dog. What's going on? Isn't there Kamar-Taj a sorcerer supreme dojo? How can this happen? Ordinary magicians just question the changing weather. But no one knows why this change happened. Only the top players of Kamar-Taj. I felt the throbbing in my soul. Mordo's breakthrough is completely different from Caecilius. If Caecilius is a ball of fire, Mordo's breakthrough is like water. Moisturizing is silent. Even. Not many people know about the whole of Kamar-Taj. But precisely because of that, it made these top magicians even more shocked. Caecilius frowned as soon as he felt the breath. Humph. As expected of Mordo, my opponent. Breakthroughs can master power to such an extent. Caecilius looked cautious. When breaking through, it is not terrible to burst out with a powerful breath. Everyone is like that. Once breakthrough, the power in the body suddenly increases, and the uncontrollable power will naturally erupt. Mordo is different. The process of his breakthrough was like eating and drinking. Whether it is strength or breath, there is no explosion. This is invaluable. As for the change in that day, even more terrible. Psychokinesis. It's all about manipulating things. Before, Mordo's power is nothing but the ability to manipulate huge amounts of objects such as grass, soil, and rocks. Now, his psychokinesis even finely manipulated the power of the elements in the air. Storm and thunder and lightning, all in his ear. Just breaking through has such strength. Caecilius' face sank. There was some pressure on the face. He was the first in this group to break through. But now his power is only just controlling integrate. This guy, Mordo, has mastered ability like this as soon as he broke through. As expected of the guy who was able to crush me before. It must have been secretly going to senior brother for advice. Caecilius thought bitterly. Mordo is stronger than him. But definitely not so strong. Now he is crushed, entirely because of the big brother. No. I must go and communicate with senior brother more. It's impossible to do this behind closed doors. I don't believe it anymore. The same is the senior brother's junior brother. Eldest brother can still be close to you, Modu. Caecilius regretted it a little. Why was he so cold before? How about learning a little more tricks to please others? Now. Although it looks good. But. I'm so sad. Asterisk. Chapter 37 The King of Honest People, King of Fools Lin Yu. Kamar-Taj. Lin Yu's room. Lin Yu couldn't wait in the room for long. There was a knock on his door. Dong dong dong. There was a dull knock on the door. Come in. Lin Yu said something. Wang Shuo's figure walked in. Wang was originally the kind of person who looked very strong. Even looked a little fat. But those who are familiar know it. The king is full of strong muscles. Even in close combat, his strength should not be underestimated. This is the result of Wang's frantic training without a breakthrough in the Magician 1. After learning domineering, Wang became even more burly. The momentum on his body can clearly feel very domineering. One Piece's world. Most of the strong are physically different from ordinary people. Known as the best white beard in the world. The body is even more exaggerated. One hand can directly lift a basket of Luffy. Domineering. It is such a power to develop physical fitness. The king's body changes. It shows that during this period of time, he practiced very hard. Lin Yu is satisfied with this. Elder brother, I heard that you summoned me. Wang asked. Since being directed by Lin Yu, Wang changed his name to senior brother Lin Yu. Can only say. The seemingly simple and honest king. It's actually not as simple as it looks. Lin Yu does not reject Wang either. King. Don't be nervous, come and sit. Lin Yu smiled and said. Wang bowed his hands respectfully and sat next to Lin Yu. Wang, there's nothing wrong with calling you here this time. This time with Asgard, you contributed to our Kamar-Taj. Just in time for the award. Lin Yu said with a smile. Elder brother, I didn't actually do anything. Wang spoke very sincerely. He really felt that he had done nothing before. The battle against Thor. He really didn't do anything. He hasn't made a move yet. Thor fell on his own. He didn't even warm up. How can I accept the award? Wang, you are too honest. The process is not important, the result is what matters. Lin Yu said. Take it, you deserve it. Lin Yu took out a book and said. Wang fixed his eyes. This is the second half of One Piece that he has been looking forward to so much. See Caecilius break through. He said that he was not greedy, that was false. But when this opportunity was placed in front of him, Wang hesitated. After half a day, Wang Cai grabbed the book. Big brother. If you are motivated in the future, Wang Ding will go all out. Wang said with a very serious salute. Wang Yi is a very serious and rigid person. He is more stubborn and likes to admit death. Lin Yu is so kind to him. How could he not know how to repay the gift? It doesn't have to be. It's the magician of Kamar-Taj, don't be so rusty. In the whole of Kamar-Taj, I am very optimistic about your attitude towards practice. It is the so-called diligence can make up for the poor. If you practice well, I will cultivate a legendary magician, which can be regarded as a contribution to Kamar-Taj. Lin Yu said calmly. Wang was moved. He's a legendary magician there. Big brother is a legend. Such strength. But such humility is like a valley. Wang felt that he still had a lot to learn from his senior brother. Not just on magic. There are also people above. Big brother. Don't worry, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Wang said with a resolute expression. Wang, this man. Not easily impressed. But once touched, it is much more enthusiastic than others. After all, it is magician who likes Beyonce and has its own uniqueness. Very good. Go to practice, don't be compared by other brothers and sisters. Lin Yu said with a smile. Don't worry, big brother. Wang said something. Done. Wang respectfully bowed. Turned around and left. Lin Yu looked at Wang, who turned and left. A simple smile appeared on his face. That expression. It's like an old farmer watching his wheat seedlings grow up. Very good. Wang is a good magician. Cultivation is serious and down to earth. He appreciate it. The only thing that makes Lin Yu feel a little bit of a fly in the ointment is that if only magician like Wang, more would be nice. Lin Yu was thinking. Ding. Mordo gets a breakthrough for reading your book Punch Superman. You get 100 times the strength feedback. You get 100 times ability feedback. You have mastered the psychokinesis elements, element control. The system alert sounded. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's mouth. Mordo's psychokinesis broke through so quickly. Good, very good. Mordo learned. It is the psychokinesis of the One-Punch Superman shuddering tornado. In One-Punch Superman, tornado is definitely a very powerful super ability. Ordinary monsters can't withstand her attack. Even more powerful. She can summon meteorites directly from space. This ability. It's beyond what most people can imagine. In the world of Marvel. With this kind of strength, he definitely already has the strength of the top of the Earth level. If there is another breakthrough, it will be the pseudo-level Godfather. The legendary magician of Kamar-Taj is the top-level strength of the Earth. It is only a line away from the false Heavenly Father. Definitely. The gap with Thanos is still a bit big. The same grade. There is a huge gap between the top powerhouse and the ordinary powerhouse. Modu's current strength is not a hegemony in the Earth, and it is almost the same. Not to mention, after the system is strengthened, this psychokinesis is not simple. Psychokinesis. In essence, it is the spiritual force acting on the material. Psychokinesis now. Not only can you control matter, but you can also control the energy of elements. That is to say, take control of the psychokinesis. It can completely extract the natural energy between heaven and earth to release magic. Not like before. Also borrow the power of the gods. This is a miracle in the Marvel world. Lin Yu can only sigh with emotion. The system is really great. Lin Yu stretched out his hand. Light balls of various colors appeared in his hands. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin and yang, etc. It was as if everything in the world was in Lin Yu's hands. This ability is good and has great potential. I hope this guy Mordo will practice quickly. The future is promising. I just don't know if the king's arrogance can make a breakthrough. It's also a powerful force. Lin Yu was looking forward to it. Compared to psychokinesis, domineering is to strengthen the body. In the world of One Piece, there are men everywhere who rely on their flesh to move mountains and fill the seas. Lin Yu also wants to have that kind of power. Not just combat power. People in the pirate world are also very tenacious. Magicians, you have to work hard. Lin Yu said expectantly. Asterisk. Chapter 38. The second legendary magician? Wang is promoted again. Kamar-Taj. King's room. Wang Zhenjin sat precariously in front of the table. On the table, a book is placed. This is exactly the next piece of One Piece from Lin Yu. Domineering. This is the most powerful and basic power in the One Piece world. Although there is a miracle of the world such as Devil Fruit, but there is no strong person in the world of One Piece who does not understand domineering. This shows how powerful this power is. Practice this power. Just need to polish your domineering step by step every day. Even the king. You can see your progress visibly. The most crucial question is, the speed of this practice is really too slow. Think about it too. In order to become such a strong man, Garp leveled 8 mountains just by practicing martial arts. Not to mention so many fights. One Piece world. There are many battles and the strength grows fast. Wang is different. He can't go out every day to find people to learn from. He can only train hard. According to Wang's estimate. According to his progress, he wants to achieve something in domineering. 5 years to go. Compared with the world of One Piece, it is indeed much stronger. But, compared with Caecilius and the others, it is much slower. This is also the reason why he is uncharacteristically and likes to perform so much recently. Get advice from the big brother. Don't fight for decades. Wang opened his eyes with longing. Open the book in front of you. The moment it was opened, Wang was shocked. If someone else came to read this book, they would only be able to see the text on it. It is no different from ordinary books. Wang came to read this book. But found. These words seem to be alive, and the active Wang's brain is drilled. The means of senior brother are truly magical and miraculous means. This is Avenue text. Not king. Just intelligent creatures. To understand the content of the text. Those words entered the king's body. The meaning contained in it has already been understood by the king. On top of the war, Whitebeard falls. There is only one son left in the pirate group and can't hold it. And this new world, it's messy enough. Wang shook his head. The world is really big enough. Even if the senior brother will not practice cultivation in the future, he will become a novelist. Probably the best in the world. Senior brother, you really have the talent to go through the sky and the latitude. Wang sighed. Subsequently, he began to take it slowly. After these words entered his mind, a mysterious feeling has filled the king's spiritual world. His arrogance grew at an incredible rate. A lot of energy was sucked into his body. In One Piece world, the strong men polish their bodies and domineering. It depends on eating. In the flesh and blood of the Aquaman class, there is abundant energy. So in the world of One Piece, every strong man is a big belly. One meal can eat a lot of meat. In Kamar-Taj, but without such an inefficient energy conversion method, Sorcerer Supreme borrows the nodes of the 3 magic powers of the earth. Kamar-Taj. It is one of the most energetic places on the entire planet. It can be said to be a paradise. Wang just needs energy absorbing. A large amount of energy was greedily absorbed into the body by Wang. His cells seemed to have been starved for hundreds of days. Crazy devoured these energies. Every cell is sucking and evolving. With the continuous replenishment of energy, a lot of domineering began to be released from his cells. Domineering. Originally, it is a practice path that combines willpower to develop the potential of the human body. As the cell potential is constantly exploited, the power of the king also became stronger and stronger. The breath on his body began to become obscure. In the sky, a huge amount of vortex formed. It attracts a lot of energy around it. This volatility, even the new intern magician can feel it. Because they feel it. Kamar-Taj's energy began to thin out. Many magicians have issued a surprise roar. What's going on? Why has the energy become thinner? Yeah, even magic can't be released. I feel that an energy vortex appeared in the sky, and the energy was absorbed. Who is it? Who can make such a big noise? The magicians are kind of weird. Kamar-Taj. It covers an area of less than 100 kilometers, the file size of a small county. All their energy is absorbed. What an enormous amount of energy is this? Now, What's even more terrifying is that even around Kamar-Taj, a lot of energy was attracted. Convergence in the whirlpool in the center of the king. Many magicians are looking for the direction the vortex is aligned. Finally they found out. This vortex. It is above the king's residence. They immediately understood that this was the fluctuation caused by Wang cultivation. But this movement is also a little too big. The energy of hundreds of kilometers around is absorbed. Is that human being? I don't know how many magicians' eyes widened directly. Incredibly shocked. They don't know. This is just the beginning. Next moment. An aura like an ancient wild beast spread from the king's residence. In an instant. Many intern magicians passed out directly. Only those magicians who had been instructed by Lin Yu were left to be able to support. Overlord color. Wang Yi broke through. The powerful overlord color in the body escaped uncontrollably. Naturally, these weak magicians couldn't bear it. Several magicians who can resist are all surprised. Wang the magician even broke through. This level of aura is a legendary magician, that's right. In just a few months, my Kamar-Taj has 2 more legendary magicians. It's also incredible. It's all relying on Lin Yu's great magician methods. Senior brother, the eternal god. Several magicians were very shocked. They didn't know the news that Mordo also broke through. I am afraid it will be even more shocking. The legendary great magician. This kind of existence exists only on the books of history. Now it actually appeared in front of them. And all of them were guided by Lin Yu's magician. How powerful is Lin Yu's magician? The magicians were all shocked and kept guessing about Lin Yu's strength. And this moment. Wang also finally restrained his breath. Obviously. He has broken through. Feel the powerful domineering in your body. An excited look appeared on Wang's face. It even broke through the level of the legendary magician. He used to think. This is nothing but a dream thing. Now. Has become a reality. This is the legendary magician. The existence that only exists in historical books. His king can also be recorded in books. Wang was extremely excited. I am more and more grateful to Lin Yu. This. All thanks to Big Brother. Asterisk. Chapter 39. The magicians are stimulated, and Lin Yu's threshold has been stepped down again. Kamar-Taj. In recent days. The magicians of Kamar-Taj are lively. Magicians are people too. Humans naturally have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Although the magicians are indifferent, they don't pay much attention to this thing. But it's still up for discussion. Why they discuss? Naturally, it was because Caecilius and Wang successively broke through to become legendary magicians in the past few days. The legendary great magician. Just a miracle. In Kamar-Taj, it exists only in the history books. Before. Except for Sorcerer Supreme, I'm afraid. No one gets this grade. Now there are 2 at once, and the magicians are very excited. Quite a few magicians. Even wanted to hold a ceremony to celebrate. But Mordo is busy cultivating, how can he take care of these little magicians? Kamar-Taj's true high rise. Those big magicians, naturally, will not be bored thinking about these things. Like Hamel, Daniel Drum, Reinhardt, etc., the strong among the great magicians. They are also very excited. But they were excited because they saw the hope of becoming a legend. Even a king can become a great magician. Why can't they? Seeing the magicians who are not as good as them as usual, they all broke through. How could they not be in a hurry? Even if Lin Yu didn't urge them, they had to practice well. It's like your classmates. It would be fine if everyone was normal. But if you know that there is one who is not as good as you in normal times, it is worse than you now. Can you hold back? Great magicians are people too. Hamel and the others naturally couldn't help it. Get together, Reinhardt said loudly. These guys must have secretly asked for advice on the basis of their good relationship with the big magician Lin Yu. Hamel and Daniel are also helpless. How can this be done? Modu and Caecilius and Lin Yu are the real magicians. We're a little bit worse after all. Hamel sighed. Although Kamar-Taj is quite harmonious inside, but also has its own gang. Disciple of Sorcerer Supreme, a faction of its own. Those of them are not disciples of Sorcerer Supreme, but they are also a faction. Wang, and not a disciple of Sorcerer Supreme. He can ask for advice, why can't we? Daniel spoke up. That's right. Lin Yu is a great magician, with a broad mind, how could he have such a portal view? Hamel said. Hamel magician, that's right. We are all magicians of Kamar-Taj. I think Lin Yu, the big magician, won't care about that. Daniel next to him also opened his mouth. Okay, then let's go and ask Lin Yu the magician. And that starts to involve the road ahead. Even if I don't want this old face, I recognize it. Hamel said fiercely. Although the two people next to him did not say anything. But that's obviously what it means. Make up your mind. The three of them didn't mean to be sloppy. Go straight to Lin Yu's room. Lin Yu is a great magician. Hamel, Daniel, Reinhardt, please see me. The three spoke in unison. Come in. Lin Yu's calm voice rang out. The three pushed the door in together, and then gave Lin Yu a salute. Lin Yu is a great magician. I'm waiting for the three to come this time. They haven't spoken yet. Lin Yu interrupted them with a smile. You're here to seek advice this time, aren't you? The three said with embarrassed expressions. That's right, that's it. Lin Yu smiled when he saw the expressions of these magicians. The age of these few, I am afraid they must be 200 years old. Especially Hamel. Don't look at the immortal style, put it in the world of ordinary people. I am afraid he can be regarded as an old birthday star. Looking at him so humbly now, Lin Yu didn't know what to say. You don't have to be so careful. Everyone is part of Kamar-Taj. Sorcerer Supreme put me in charge of Kamar-Taj again. Of course I won't hide it. The classics have been prepared for you. Lin Yu waved his hand. 3 books appeared in front of the 3 magicians out of thin air. Hamel and the others were shocked. The big brother is really unfathomable. They didn't see clearly how this book came to them. The 3 magicians held the book in front of them with respectful hands. Thank you, big brother. The 3 magicians spoke in unison. Don't thank me. Practice well. In the Kamar-Taj magician, the 3 of you are my favorites. Do not disappoint me. Lin Yu said lightly. The 3 magicians are all a little excited. Don't worry, senior brother, I will do my best to cultivate and break through the legendary magician realm as soon as possible. The 3 spoke again. Okay, don't be so polite, let's go. Lin Yu waved his hand. The 3 magicians saluted respectfully, and then exited Lin Yu's room. The 3 looked at each other. Hamel said. Lin Yu is a great magician, he is really broad-minded. It's the same for me, too. Just people. There must be some intimacy. The elder brother treats them no different from the younger brother of the same sect. Such a mind. No wonder he can be the appointed ruler of the Sorcerer Supreme. Strong in strength, he has mastered many methods, and he has a broad mind. No wonder it was handpicked by Sorcerer Supreme. Daniel and Hamlet were also very emotional. Lin Yu big magician treats me like this. We must not let him down. Let's go, let's practice well. Done. The 3 of them left immediately. Not much time has passed. Among Kamar-Taj, 3 powerful breaths erupted again. The whole Kamar-Taj. A direct hit. Either the normal magician, or the remaining big magician? All are very surprised. Another big magician breakthrough? Another legendary great magician? They Kamar-Taj, is this smoke from the ancestral grave? How in such a short time? Breaking through so many legendary magicians at once. Lin Yu is a great magician, and this is a bit too awesome. Ordinary magician, just a little shocked. The big magicians were directly excited. After Lin Yu's magician's guidance, can he break through? Where do you find such good things? Then, these big magicians couldn't take it anymore. They all rushed to Lin Yu's room. Lin Yu's threshold was almost leveled by these people. This day, Lin Yu recalled the fear of being dominated by these magicians that day. Just pretending. Are you tired? Fortunately, Lin Yu finally persevered. After all, it has something to do with your own cultivation. Lin Yu is also very attentive. Lin Yu's current strength has reached the pseudo-level Godfather level. But I am afraid there is a little gap with the old-fashioned powerhouse like Thanos. He hoped. These magicians can cultivate well. After all, they are a bunch of good workers. Asterisk. Chapter 40 is this Kamar-Taj a plague of breakthroughs? Kamar-Taj. Outside Lin Yu's room. The big magicians came and went from Lin Yu's room. If it weren't for Kamar-Taj to not be able to drive, I'm afraid it can be described as busy. Not many big magicians in Kamar-Taj. But that is also relative. After so many years, the accumulated magician is also massive. There are probably hundreds of people. And that's not even counting the Kamar-Taj magicians wandering the universe. It doesn't sound like hundreds of people. But if they were to stand together, there would be a lot. So the first half of the day, the front of Lin Yu's room looked very lively. But by the afternoon, these magicians were instructed to leave. Then, an astonishing scene appeared. Kamar-Taj everywhere. The breath of breakthrough came directly. Celestial phenomena in the sky of Kamar-Taj. It's an earth-shaking messed up by these big magicians. Thunder, rain, storms, snow and more. All gathered in this space. Those who watch the weather in major governments are numb. How is love here? How is it? They don't care. It's not just chaos outside. Inside Kamar-Taj, it was also very chaotic. To know. Wang's breakthrough alone almost drained the entire Kamar-Taj's direct energy. Not to mention so many magicians breaking through at the same time. The vitality of heaven and earth was directly evacuated in the first time. Kamar-Taj, which was originally full of vitality, immediately turned into a barren desert. Quite a few magicians. Because there is no energy to absorb. All began to absorb the power inside the body and squeeze the power of the flesh. If so, their physical bodies cannot provide powerful power, and I am afraid they will all die. Right at this critical moment, a figure appeared in the sky of Kamar-Taj. It's senior brother Lin Yu. Big brother Lin Yu has taken action. Inside Kamar-Taj, countless magicians shouted roar loudly. Only in the sky. Lin Yu waved his hand. The fickle weather between heaven and earth has become normal. Wave again. It started to rain in the sky. But these raindrops are not ordinary raindrops. Instead, the energy condenses and liquefies directly. A large number of energy raindrops fell from the sky. Kamar-Taj's energy suddenly became abundant again. And than before. The energy here is even more exaggerated. In many places where energy is abundant, energy is directly liquefied. There was even an energy pool formed on the ground. This time there is plenty of energy. Those great magicians who made breakthroughs are now not restricted. A lot of energy is directly absorbed. A lot of energy around, began to become thin. Lots of breath. It burst out all at once. Kamar-Taj sky changes. The sky shattered. The wind was blowing, and a lot of light appeared. The sky and the earth changed, and the whole sky darkened. A large number of people broke through, and the whole world responded. In the sky, it even seemed that there was a gathering of thunder, as if so many strong men should be born here. Lin Yu stood in the sky. But wave your hand. In an instant, the world changed. The dark clouds in the sky disappeared directly, and it became clear. It is worthy of the control of the elements mastered by the tornado in Superman. It's really useful. Lin Yu looked at the effect. Satisfied nodded. The next moment, the figure disappeared into the sky. Hiss. There was a sound of sucking in the cold air from the ground. The magicians below are all boiling. It was the first time they saw Lin Yu take action. Between the understatement and the change of the world, it is worthy of being a big brother. No wonder Sorcerer Supreme wants to put the big brother in power. The big brother is too powerful. Big brother Lin Yu YYDS. The magicians are talking about it below. Lin Yu unknowingly returned to his room. He just sat down. The system beep sounded directly. Ding. Hamel, read your book Naruto, has all the insights, and has a breakthrough in strength. You get 100 times the strength feedback. You get 100 times ability feedback. You have mastered the ultimate version of spiritualization, and the harmless version of ghouls will be sealed. Lin Yu couldn't help twitching the corners of his mouth. This Hamel, it's not over yet, is it? This guy won't give up if he doesn't kill himself. How is ninjutsu dangerous? What ninjutsu does he learn? These seem to be forbidden techniques in Naruto. Basically it's a life game. How could anyone like something so dangerous? How? Just like jumping on the edge of death repeatedly? Lin Yu couldn't help but touched his forehead. It seems that I will warn this guy in the future. It doesn't matter that he kills himself. Don't get in the way of their Kamar-Taj magician. Those are all good leaks. Fortunately. Then a reminder sounded again. Ding. Daniel Drum, read your book Ghost Slayer. Daniel Drum comprehends the roar of the moon. You get 100 times energy feedback. You have mastered the roar of the sun. Reinhardt, read your book. A large number of system prompts sounded. Along with it, there is a lot of feedback of the mana that comes back. Hundreds of great magicians broke through at the same time. Each one broke out into a legendary magician. And Lin Yu obtained 100 times the strength feedback. As you can imagine, this is what a huge amount of mana burst. The power in Lin Yu's body increased rapidly. Soon it was as far as he could bear. Lin Yu can feel it now. He has already touched the edge of level Godfather. Just one step away, you can step into this path. Become powerhouses like Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One and Odin. But he hasn't made a breakthrough yet, just a little bit. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Right now even in the face of Thanos, there is capital. Thanos is the overlord of the universe though. But before collecting infinite gems, he has no special ability. And the time gem is in his hands. Thanos wants to get away? Where is that easy? I just don't know how far Thanos is planning. Lin Yu thought about it. His arrival brings a lot of butterfly effect to the world. Don't say anything else. The current Kamar-Taj is definitely not comparable to the previous Kamar-Taj. There are a bunch of legendary magicians alone. The increase in combat power is not just a little bit. Even Asgard have been affected. Before, he hadn't heard of Asgard communicating with Kamar-Taj. In the original timeline, Thor doesn't even know the existence of the Kamar-Taj magician. Now, Thor was beaten by their Kamar-Taj magician. This is absolutely amazing change. Maybe the world will undergo huge amounts of changes because of his arrival. Lin Yu knew that this kind of thing was bound to happen, so decided to take precautions early. The best method? Just to make the magicians of Kamar-Taj a little more powerful. Asterisk. Chapter 41 The Butterfly Effect, Gamera and Nebula Invasion. Deep in the universe. Thanos Lair. What happens on Earth is incredibly secretive. Thanos naturally didn't know. Now, Thanos is in his own lair, plotting a plan to capture the infinite gems. Recent. One thing was beyond his expectations. The second prince of Asgard, who was supposed to be his pawn. Unexpectedly, because of Lin Yu's appearance. Resulting in the butterfly effect. This left him missing a very important piece. Thanos is very inexplicable. What exactly happened? Could it be that something unknown has changed in Asgard? Thanos looked very ugly. He hated things happening out of his grasp. Great Lord Thanos, how should we plan? Ebony Maw spoke from the side. As Thanos' subordinate, Ebony Maw is a rare character with both fighting power and intelligence. So he knew most of Thanos' plans. Of course, he also knew the plan of the Earth. Thanos looked gloomy and pondered for a moment. Loki, that idiot, is the best planner. But now that the plans have changed, the Loki guy doesn't show up. He could only use his own hands. Now the trouble is, his subordinates are too different from the appearance of human beings. It's not a good idea to go to Earth to execute the plan. Thanos pondered for a moment. Let Gamera and Nebula go. The two of them will complete my plan, and these two are the best. As long as you do a good job of camouflage, you won't be found on Earth. The level of technology in the universe. I don't know how much higher than the Earth. They use technology to camouflage. Earthlings can't even notice. Gamera and Nebula, enough to complete the mission. Great Thanos, I'm not questioning. Just, are they reliable? Ebony Maw said. Gamera and Nebula claim to be Thanos' daughters. It's a pity that it's just a tool adopted by Thanos. Ebony Maw was not relieved to have them execute such an important plan. No, I don't need them to be reliable. It's enough for them to complete the task. They just need to open a portal. The Chitauri will naturally be able to take over the Earth and bring back what I need. Thanos said lightly. At the beginning, Thanos was unaware of Avengers' existence. In his opinion, Government Earth is such a backward, weak planet, isn't it very easy? If not for the existence of Ancient One and Odin, he can do it himself. But because of the existence of these two, he sent the Chitaurians to fight. Anyway, this is the trashiest army in the galaxy. Occupy the Earth, everyone is happy. To be eliminated, it is to test the strength. He has time. But Thanos-sama. Ebony Maw still wants to speak up. He and Gamera are not the same. The fewer subordinates Thanos has, the more he is naturally valued. But this time he wasn't finished. Thanos looked at him with grim eyes. Ebony Maw, go do something. Ebony Maw immediately seemed to be choking his rumble with a hand. A sense of fear welled up from the bottom of my heart. He didn't dare to say more immediately. Yes, great Lord Thanos. With a chest salute, Ebony Maw stepped back. After a moment, Gamera and her sister Nebula came up. Gamera now. Not Gamera from the Guardians of Galaxy. It's Thanos, an emotionless killer. The two of them carried out Thanos' orders without even thinking about it. Gamera would probably be a killer for life if he hadn't met Star-Lord's Iron Man. Gamera, I need you to take Nebula to Earth now on a mission. Take the Mind Scepter, go to Earth, and find the Tesseract. Then open the portal and take in the army of the Chitaurians. Occupy Earth and bring me back the infinite gems. Thanos sat on his throne floating in the universe and said lightly, "Yes, Father." Gamera and Nebula spoke at the same time. Earth. In the base under SHIELD. Nick Fury arrived at the base in a helicopter. Because of a series of chain reactions caused by Lin Yu, Thor was not banished to Earth. Naturally he would not know Mary Jane, nor Dr. Selvig. Responsible for researching Tesseract here is another S.H.I.E.L.D. scientist. Sir. Tesseract suddenly had an inexplicable energy pulse. This is something we've never observed before. A scientist in a white coat said. Never observed before. Then how did Tesseract get started? Don't tell me that this lifeless thing started on its own. Nick Fury looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. scientist in front of him with one of his eyes. Sir. We don't know why. We have no relevant research experience. The scientist said. The most researched on Tesseract is Howard Stark. Unfortunately, he has passed away. The scientist said with regret on his face. He didn't see that Nick Fury's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. But even if he saw it, he couldn't see the change in Nick Fury's face. Nick Fury was very angry. I don't know how such an idiot has the face to ask him so much money every time. Then can you tell me what you can do? Nick Fury said. We were able to open the portal with the energy of the Tesseract. But we haven't tested it before. The scientist looked regretful. Nick Fury was PD off. What kind of weird researcher is this? Just when he wanted to scold the researcher as a dog blood sprayer. I saw the scientific researcher in front of him with a surprised look on his face. Nick Fury asked immediately. Tell me what happened again. Sir, we have detected a surge in cosmic magic energy. The researcher said. Tell me, what does this mean? Nick Fury said. This means that the portal is about to be opened. The researcher spoke up. Who made you do this? Don't you know that opening the portal is dangerous? Nick Fury said nothing. Sir, this is not what we opened. The researcher spoke up. Nick Fury's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition hung over him. He turned back. Look at the blue energy convergence point over there. Boom. A blast. The blue energy exploded suddenly. Where space is distorted. Next moment. Two women suddenly appeared below the blue dot of light. Asterisk. Chapter 42. At the beginning of the Avengers Alliance, can you just find two magicians? Gamera and the Nebula sisters are no different from Loki. Their fighting power is far from Superman class. Gamera and Nebula are both warriors and killers carefully trained by Thanos. Their combat power is very powerful in the universe. The warriors of most planets are not comparable to them. In combat power, they were not much different from Loki. Not to mention, there are two of them. Nick Fury and his agents. Naturally not the opponents of these two sisters. After controlling a few necessary agents, they turned and left. If it weren't for Nick Fury running fast, he might also be controlled and become someone else's slave. Among Earthlings, unless it is a strong one, it will resist the control of the Mind Scepter at all. Even someone like Nick Fury who has reached the limits of the human will. And the Gamera sisters have much higher IQs than Loki. They know how to hide. To complete Thanos' mission, they directly took a few agents to find the materials for making the portal. Among them is Hawkeye Barton, the elite agent of SHIELD. Barton, where is the energy we need? Gamera at the moment stares at a human face. Through some kind of technological equipment, they can easily become human-like. There are only three places. S.H.I.E.L.D, the military, and the Stark building in New York. But I suggest we go to New York more. Other places are not easy to go to. Barton said. There isn't much of this high-quality energy on Earth either. The ones that can be built are all big forces. Only Tony Stark would make one in his own company. Because of this, Stark is the best source of energy to look for. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military are heavily guarded. So, choosing Stark building is a necessity. Gamera looked at the chosen location and nodded. Fine, let's go. Go and open the portal and welcome the arrival of the Chitaris. We're taking away infinite gems. Gamera said something. They relied on the Kun-style fighter jets and went directly to New York. After dealing with Tony Stark's ineffective security, they opened huge amounts of portals directly above the Stark building. The Chitaris have descended. And this time, Nick Fury just put the Avengers together. Because Thor is not here, there are only a few people at Avengers. Tony Stark, the very reluctant Hulk, Captain America, and Black Widow. In the face of this, the Chitaruxing people came rushing like sea water. Tony Stark's face turned green. Among the Avengers, Thor and Hulk are definitely the mainstay of the fighting force. Face this massive enemy. Thor's Thunderbolt is definitely the most powerful weapon. But, because Lin Yu appeared, there was a butterfly effect. Loki did not appear on Earth. Thor didn't come here, of course. Without this main fighting force, you can imagine how difficult the battle for the Avengers was. A large number of Chitarians emerged from the portals in the sky. Tony Stark's armor quickly ran out of ammo. The core's energy is only half left. If not, he replaced the energy core. Maybe his armor is lying on the ground at this moment. Damn. How did these aliens get here? Tony Stark said to Captain America next to him. Do not know. But I know we can't let them sabotage Occupy New York. Captain America spoke with great determination. Although he looks very embarrassed now. But his eyes were full of determination. Kamar-Taj. The hall, which had been sealed in dust for an unknown period of time, was opened. A meeting was called. But there are very few great magicians who come here. Only Mordo, and a few big magicians are here. Moro sat on the top, his face darkened. What about people? Why aren't you here? Mordo magician. Everyone is practicing in the library? Where is the time to come? Next, Hamel opened his mouth with a little bit of indecision. He was still thinking about what he had read in the books. Mordo heard this. His face turned black. Don't you know? Has New York been invaded by the Chitarising? Mordo said very solemnly. Oh, the Kiritas invaded. Hamel said flatly. Then fell into contemplation again. Obviously. Didn't take it to heart at all. Mordo rolled his eyes. He thinks. Shouldn't have called these guys out of the library this time. Just let them die in the library? After all, this is also an invasion of foreign forces. We Kamar-Taj as Earth Asgardian. Why do we have to send people to fight? Mordo sighed and said. Just find 2 magicians. Hamel said indifferently. He is comprehending a critical moment. Where's the time to go to New York and take part in this kind of thing? Chitarising invasion, just send 2 magicians. He was studying a forbidden technique at a critical moment. Where is the time? The key is who to send to fight. Mordo said with a headache. The magicians have been comprehending recently. Whoever is sent to fight will have an opinion in their hearts. This home is not good. Mordo sighed. Just when Mordo was thinking about which magicians to let go, 2 voices sounded below. Mordo magician, send us. Mordo looked up. It was Kans and Domilian. You 2, aren't you guarding the holy place? Mordo shook his head. Mordo, magician, didn't you punish us for confinement in the library? Gans touched the sweat on his forehead and said. Oh, yes, I remembered. Mordo has a row of heads. He remembered that it was indeed to save Thor's face. He let these two people go to the library and confine them. Later, he was too busy, and he forgot about this matter. Now it seems that the two of them have completed their enlightenment. What, you two want to take the initiative to fight? Yes, Mordo Magician. The two of us learned something in the library. This time I just went out to verify it. Gons and Domilien spoke at the same time. Very good. So be it, the two of you represent us Kamar-Taj. Mordo said. Yes, Mordo the Magician. The two finished respectfully. Just turn around and leave. Ready to teleport from holy place. Modu also nodded in satisfaction. I went to the library to practice. They can't bear to waste time. Asterisk. Chapter 43 The forces of all parties are surging. Bullshit. It's so ridiculous. Asgard. Among Asgard. Odin roared in disgust. To be frank. As the king of the 9 kingdoms. Odin is still very responsible. Apart from making these countries pay tribute to something every year, there are really not too many requirements. If foreign forces invade, they are also responsible for protecting these planets. Odin's dominion over the earth is already in name only. He was still very attentive. What's more, Hela is still sealed on earth. He wanted to be very concerned about the earth. Chitarizing invasion. Heimdall noticed it immediately. Then immediately escalated to Odin. Originally, Odin wanted Thor to bring people to help. But think about the first 2 days. Thor was knocked out by Kamar-Taj, the 2 gatekeepers. This worries Odin very much. Kamar-Taj is so powerful. Are they Asgard really safe and sound? Therefore, he wanted to take this opportunity to test Kamar-Taj's strength. Want to see? What kind of troops will Kamar-Taj send? Use this to estimate the strength of Kamar-Taj. But did not expect. Let me keep a close eye on Heimdall for half a day. Kamar-Taj actually sent 2 people? It's too much fun, isn't it? The Chitaris are nothing to their Asgard. It is still dangerous to the earth. What are these Kamar-Taj magicians up to? Odin's face was ugly. The magicians of Kamar-Taj can be irresponsible. He can't. He is the king of the 9 kingdoms. It is his duty to protect the safety of all people in the 9 kingdoms. Since Kamar-Taj didn't make a move. Then they Asgard, let's do it. Guard, go and bring Thor, Loki. Odin said in a low voice. After the guard saluted, he turned and left. After a moment, Thor and Loki came to Asgard. Thor looks in good spirits, Loki looks a little decadent. It was as if hope had been lost. Thor. Last time I went to Earth, you disappointed me. Odin said in a low voice. I understand, Father. I will work hard to cultivate, and I will be ashamed. Thor said with a determined look. Thor is reckless. But the mental will is very strong. After the failure last time, he was overcome with pain and has been practicing hard recently. Great strength. Odin above nodded in satisfaction. This is his son. He prefers Thor, but not all because Loki is adopted. It's because Thor is more like him. Very well, Thor. Now there's an opportunity for you to prove yourself again. The Chitaris are invading Earth. Your duty is to drive them out of the Earth. Odin said lightly. As if the war seemed like a trivial matter. Thor didn't make any excuses either. Mere Chitarizing people, dare to invade our territory. Father, don't worry, I will regain our glory. Thor said with a very determined face. Loki next to him raised his head. Father. Why are we going to help the Midgard people? Loki is still very disdainful of Earthlings. It is very puzzling for Odin to let them go to Earth. Because I am their king. It is my responsibility. Go, Thor, Loki. Odin said with a serious face. The kindness in his eyes could not be concealed. Yes. Thor and Loki got down on one knee and said. But one of them was very respectful, and the other was very unconvinced. He didn't pay any attention to Odin's gaze. After salute, Thor pulled Loki and went straight to Bifrost. A colorful light flickered. Thor and Loki were sent directly to Earth. The depths of the endless universe. Thanos' lair. Thanos sat on his throne floating in mid-air. In front of him, a virtual screen appears. Presented above. It was the scene of the Chapter-1-50 invasion of New York on Earth. Thanos crossed his hands and squinted at the scene in front of him. Very good. Kill it, destroy it, and turn the whole of New York into scorched earth. Kill these Avengers. Bring back infinite gems. Thanos' voice echoed around. Through the device in front of you, it reaches the ears of Gamora and Nebula on Earth. Sad Earthlings. Without Asgard's help, you can't resist at all. It seems that the follow-up arrangements are not useful. Thanos shook his head. Thanos is cunning and cunning. Before attacking the Earth, relying on the advantages of science and technology, the Earth has been checked upside down. He has a lot of information. Naturally, he is also aware of the strength of the Earthlings. Without the help of the Asgard people, Earthling. Not worth mentioning. Now, New York's portal has been opened. Everything has been settled. Infinite gems are already within his grasp. Great job done. This time, even Thanos' gloomy temperament couldn't help but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Received 2 infinite gems. He is one step closer to the completion of his great cause. Earth. S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier. A happy mood compared to Thanos. Nick Fury was not in a good mood. He didn't think so. A study of Tesseract could lead to such serious consequences. Look at the huge amounts of blue beams above the Stark building. Nick Fury's face sinks. Hill, what did the military say? Sir, they said they wouldn't send troops. New York is so densely populated that it cannot send troops. Hill said with a heavy expression. Ah! These damned executioners. It's the guys in the rich area who have already moved. They can't bear to move the army at all. Nick Fury said coldly. These damn guys. It's just taking advantage of the fire, and doesn't care about the lives of ordinary people in New York. Nick Fury has not dealt with the military before. The Hulk thing. They S.H.I.E.L.D. have been taking advantage of the military quite a bit. General Ross had to abandon the army to go into politics. They and the military liaison also forged. Now he has a problem here. How could the military possibly wipe their A? Sir, members of the World Security Council want to video conference with you. There are still a few minutes. Hill spoke again. I know. Using all our strength in New York to help people evacuate. Prioritize your own safety. Nick Fury said something. I understand, sir. But even if we should, it's still a drop in the bucket. The number of these aliens is simply too many. Hill also said with an ugly face. Only for the Avengers. We can only trust them. Nick Fury said after a moment of silence. Nick Fury looked up. The Avengers have assembled. Appeared on the street near the Stark building. Start blocking the Chapter-1-50 army. This moment. Not just Nick Fury. The eyes of many forces are on the small star cluster of the Earth. Earth is an inconspicuous planet in the universe. For a moment, it turned out to be turbulent. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Thor joins the battle, the Avengers Alliance is still in a desperate situation. New York. Above the Stark building. A blue beam shot into the sky. The sky seemed to be cracked. Countless black spots began to pour out of that impulse. Tony Stark was the first to discover it all. After all, it's on its own territory. Therefore, from the beginning, he fought bravely in battle armor. But the Chitarizing troops are too many. Tony Stark's short work. The ammunition in the armor was almost exhausted. It was the arrival of Hulk and Captain America that brought Tony Stark a sigh of relief. Captain, although I don't want to say that. But you came at the right time. Tony Stark said breathlessly. It's not easy to get that out of your mouth. Captain America said something. The shield in his hand was thrown out. Broke down a few Chitarians. At the same time, Dr. Banner also transforms into Hulk. A single fist smashed a huge amount of whale battleship. Several members of Avengers directly sent out roar. But they haven't had time to be happy yet. In the sky, suddenly, the cry of a whale rang out again. A look up. Several more whale warships fell from the sky. Not only that, a large number of Chitarizing warriors are like dumplings. It fell from under the whale ship in the sky. Bang bang bang. A crashing sound rang out. The streets on the ground were once again filled with all kinds of Chitarizing warriors. It directly surrounded several members of Avengers. Looks like it's time for us to relax, Captain America said. He didn't finish his sentence. Hulk had already rushed out. Like a tank, it knocked over a dozen Chitarizing soldiers in the blink of an eye. The members of the Avengers rushed straight up. Fight with these Chitarizing warriors. Avengers are really strong in combat. Even the weakest Natasha Romanoff. It is also an elite among human beings, and it is not a problem to deal with a few Chitarizing people. Not a single effort. The corpses of the Chitarizing people on the street all fluttered. But there are simply too many Chitarians. A large number of soldiers fell from the sky. Not only that, the Chitarians also carry various weapons. Laser weapons, really can't deal with Hulk and Tony Stark. Very threatening to Captain America and Black Widow. Not to mention, these Chitaris also carry various energy bombs. For a while, Avengers are all dangerous. Black Widow has been in fatal crisis several times. Had it not been for Tony Stark and Captain America, Black Widow has died. Be careful, Captain. Tony Stark raised his hand again. A laser directly knocked a Chitarizing man flying away. Thanks, Stark. Captain America said a word. It doesn't work like this. We can't deal with so many Chitarians. It would be nice if we had foreign aid. Tony Stark said. His voice just fell. Whoa. A colorful light flashed. Two figures appeared here out of thin air. A whale battleship in the sky was pierced by colorful rays of light. More than 20 Chitarizing people on the ground were directly evaporated by this powerful force. Captain America's eyes widened suddenly. Looking at Tony Stark. I didn't expect that. Tony Stark also said with a veiled expression. The colorful light disappeared. Thor, with blonde hair, walked out with Loki. He spoke arrogantly. Midgard people. I'm from Asgard, Thor. By the order of the great lord of the Nine Realms, Odin, to help you fight against the Chitarians. Thor. You don't look like a god. Are you too from that circus? Tony Stark said subconsciously. Mortal, are you provoking us? Loki stood up and spoke. Stark. We're dealing with the Chitaris now. Captain America said something. Tony Stark closed his mouth awkwardly. I'm sorry, please forgive my friend for being unreasonable. Thank you for coming to help. Captain America opened his mouth very sincerely. Thor also stopped Loki and said. Midgard, I accept your apology. Let's fight side by side. If you want to be recognized by the Asgard people, you must prove your strength. Thor said something, waving Mjolnir in hand. A large amount of thunder began to gather on his hammer. Click. A thunder fell from the sky. Dozens of Chitarizing people were directly vaporized. All right. It really didn't come out of a circus. Tony Stark couldn't help but complain. Hear this. Loki over there gave Stark a disdainful look. His figure quickly turned into dozens of duplications, and it looked like he was going to fight the Chitarizing people. His body found a place to sit. The material looked at the following with interest, and did not mean to shoot at all. He's not going to give the Midgards his life. Even so. Still giving the Avengers a cardiotonic. The battle broke out again. But, with Thor's help this time, they're much better off. Originally, Thor was also very contemptuous of these mortals. But I saw the strength of these people, especially the strength of Hulk. Thor also acknowledged their existence. Start working with them. For a while, the Chitarizing people seem to be losing a little bit. But they haven't had time to be happy yet. There was a screeching sound in the sky. There are nearly 100 whale battleships pouring out from the sky portal. It was also accompanied by a large number of Chitarians. This time, even Thor's face changed. Captain America also looked ugly. Damn, these guys, are they endless? Tony Stark couldn't help but said. A dark patch of Chitaris fills the sky. It flew over here. Several members of the Avengers are back to back. The surrounding Chitarizing people gathered around. Natasha Romanoff, be careful. Captain America said something to Natasha Romanoff next to him. Rest assured, we will protect this beauty. Even this time. Tony Stark was still talking. But none of the people present smiled. Without him, the Chitaris have surrounded them. There were hundreds of laser weapons aimed at them. For a moment, they were in a desperate situation. Even Thor. There is no certainty to kill in this situation. He has seen. The big mouth of the whale warship over there is open. A long barrel was exposed. A time. The hearts of the members of Avengers sank. Just when they were desperate. Above their heads, a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. Asterisk. Chapter 45. Two people, also trying to change the situation? To be frank, Tony Stark was desperate. All around are Chitarizing people. Unless he takes the initiative to escape. Otherwise, we'll definitely die here. But do not say anything desperate and selfless dedication. Escape. This made him so arrogant that he couldn't accept it at all. It was worse than killing him. He would rather die than retreat. Looking at the teammates around, Tony Stark's armor splayed open. He sees if he can use the last wave of ammunition to open a way out. Just as Tony Stark was about to go all out, J.A.R.V.I.'s voice rang out. Sir, an unknown energy fluctuation has been detected. The energy burst level is equivalent to your full energy burst. Tony Stark frowned. J.A.R.V.I.s, where? Just above your head. What? Tony Stark paled in shock and looked up suddenly. But found. A golden light didn't know when it began to appear above their heads. He looked up. That golden light began to rotate constantly. Then, a portal is formed. Two middle-aged men in hemp robes with indifferent expressions walked out. In front of them is an endless stream of Chitarians. But they didn't show the slightest emotion on their faces, as if they didn't see it. It's you. Thor's expression changed. He naturally knew these two people. It was these two men who defeated their strongest team of warriors in Asgard. He felt that he would never forget it in his life. Why are you here? It turned out to be His Highness Thor. We were sent by Kamar-Taj against the Chitaris. Gon said meticulously. Hearing this, Thor looked happy. Kamar-Taj going to war? That's really good. Although Thor thinks he is very strong, there are too many Chitarizing people. For the first time, he felt a little overwhelmed. It's good now. Kamar-Taj is going to fight. All that is not worth worrying about. Very good. How many of you Kamar-Taj sent? Where is your army? Thor asked excitedly. Army. Gons and Domilian looked at each other. There is no army. Just the two of us. Gons said. What? Just the two of you? Isn't this here to die? Tony Stark over there said. He thought reinforcements were coming. Unexpectedly, there were only two people. Isn't this free? Tony Stark, watch your words. These two are magicians from Kamar-Taj. Thor said with a displeased face. This time it was Tony Stark's turn to be surprised. Although it was only for a short time. Thor's character is well understood. Much like him. Arrogant, arrogant, arrogant. It can be said. If they didn't meet on the battlefield, they would definitely fight. How? Now this guy, how can he respect these two people so much? Tony Stark hadn't had time to be surprised. See you there. Loki's figure suddenly became agile. It turned out to be Master Domilion and Master Kansas. Have not seen you for a long time. Loki respectfully performed an Asgard etiquette and said. This time. Tony Stark was even more surprised. Loki, this guy. Worse than his brother. On the battlefield. Playing with teammates. Completely treat this fight as child's play. If not for Thor. Tony Stark had already asked Hulk to teach him how to behave. His arrogant look. It's so annoying. But now. How could this very annoying guy even show such an expression? Did he get his brain hit by a truck? Tony Stark felt that these two people from Asgard were simply out of their minds. Okay, now is not the time to talk about that. Let's face these Chitarians first. Captain America looked at the surrounding Chitaris. Everyone also looked at the aliens. Asgard? Asgard? Although Thor went to Earth. Odin, however, was always worried, and was always paying attention. If Thor is in danger, he will shoot at any time. Whole Asgard. There is only one heir in total, and there is no room for mistakes. See Kamar-Taj's magician appear. Odin frowned invisibly. The magicians of Kamar-Taj. It really only sent two people. There are only two Kamar-Taj magicians in the whole of New York. It's bullshit. I gave you the Earth back then because you were able to guard it. It looks like it's time to discuss it again. Odin feels the picture of the Earth. Secretly thought in my heart. Deep in the universe. Thanos looked at the scene in front of him. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. Kamar-Taj. A power on Earth. But sending these two people is like turning the tide? Wishful thinking. Thanos thought disdainfully. Although the Chitarizing is a relatively rubbish army in his hands. That is not something the people of the Earth can resist. They have an army of tens of millions. The Avengers, plus the new ones. How many people are there? Even if it is tens of millions of pigs, stand there and let them kill. They have to kill for years. How could the Earthlings win? If it weren't for the limitation of the space channel, the Chitarians would have occupied the Earth at this moment. It's kind of weird though. How can these two Asgard boys respect them so much? Thanos frowned. If let him evaluate Asgard, these two princes. His only assessment is that of a fool. No one in sight, arrogant. If it weren't for having such a good father as Odin. I've already died I don't know how many times. Such two things actually show respect to such two people on Earth? What a hell. These two little guys. Did they break their brains during their Bifrost? Thanos has some doubts in his heart. But soon he didn't care about that. In the face of absolute strength, everything is meaningless. When the Chitarizing army left the country, everything will come to nothing. Send the order down. Let Gamera increase energy output. Army attack. Wait until the portal expands to a certain extent and send the mothership in as well. Thanos suddenly found out. He doesn't seem to be able to just snatch infinite gems. He can also snatch resources, slaves. Odin he really can't be bothered for a while. But with infinite gems, self-defense is no problem. It's better to let the Chitarizing people go to the earth and snatch it. More than just being able to get a lot of resources. You can also obtain a large number of human slaves, sell them into the universe as playthings, or mine. Wanderers are sure to pay a good price. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Magician takes action and turns the tide. New York. Stark Building. The Stark Building is a landmark building in New York. The very distinctive A sign is visible from a few blocks away. But on this day, no one is in the mood to appreciate the once grand Stark Building. The sky is densely populated with Chitarians. It's impossible to count how many. Reality is different from movies after all. The film is subject to financial constraints, and many large-scale scenes cannot be filmed at all. Reality is different. Compared to the Chitauri, Earth is insignificant. Even so, the various armies on the Earth add up to tens of millions of people. Not to mention Chitauri, a civilization capable of interplanetary navigation. The Chitauri are different from other armies. Not an elite unit with the core of the fleet. They are the main army of humanoid biochemical troops. It's all about numbers. The number of Chitarizing people is staggering. I am afraid there are as many as tens of millions. Tens of millions. This is a very scary amount. To kill 10,000 people every day, it takes 1,000 consecutive days to kill them all. If it weren't for the space channel that limited the Chitarizing people, I'm afraid New York is full of Chitarians now. Even so, at the moment, there are nearly 1 million Chitarizing people in New York. What an astonishing number! Especially in the neighborhood around the Stark Building. The sky is densely covered with Chitarizing people, like dark clouds. People with intensive phobia are afraid that they will fall ill and die. Thor just swung a blow. I am afraid that I can kill the Chitaruxing people who came forward. It can be seen how many Chitarizing people are. Otherwise, with the fighting power of Avengers, it would not be so embarrassing. Hulk's stupid big guy is a little weak. Faced with such a large number, he is unparalleled in body and cannot be killed. Look at the densely packed Chitarizing people in the sky. Tony Stark still felt hopeless. Even if someone comes to help, he still felt hopeless. Too much, really too much. All you can see are layers of Chitarizing people. If you are not afraid of hurting yourself, I'm afraid they've been shot into sieves by laser weapons long ago. What shall we do? I can't handle it at all. A dazzling light shot out of Tony Stark's chest. Hundreds of Chitarizing combat weapons were directly evaporated. But the gap he made was blocked within seconds. No threat at all. See this scene. Even Thor, who is not afraid of death, is a little desperate. Too much. It's just too much. Like a marching ant in the Amazon jungle on Earth. A single strength is not worth mentioning at all. A little finger can be crushed to death. But thousands of army ants. But it can kill a huge amount of python. The Chitarians gave him the feeling of an ant colony. Quantity. It was so scary. In the sky, Gons and Domilian strangle the Chitaris with ease. Domilian, it looks like it's going to be real. A little bit more. Gons spoke up. Yep. Domilian nodded lightly. The roar of thunder sucks, And the Thunderbolt 6th Company. Domilian rubbed his waist. A touch of white gold flashes. Thunder. Light up. Like the first rays of the sun rising at dawn. Blue and white thunder shot out from Domilian's body. An overwhelming pressure began to spread. What? Thor was stunned. Staring at Domilian's hands. This palpitating feeling. Even he felt a sense of impending doom. So strong? Thor originally thought. This magician has done his best to deal with them. But now it seems. At that time, this guy hadn't done his best yet? This. Thor looked at the mirror image in front of him and slowly opened his mouth. No move yet. The light is extremely powerful and oppressive. The Chitaurians in the sky fell into chaos. Many Chitaurians fell directly from the sky. After the flight device lost control, it exploded directly in the collision. For a while. In the sky, the number of Chitaurizing people in the sky was directly reduced by a quarter. The Avengers were horrified. This. How terrible is the power? It's not a move yet. With just aggression, 1/3 of the enemies were killed. They haven't had time to sigh. Domilian shot. He waved. Lightning flashes. Hit a Chitaurizing man. That Chitaurizing people evaporate directly. Avengers was taken aback. That's it? Killed a Chitaurus? No, it's not over yet. Thor stared at the sky and said. Click. After thunder evaporated the Chitaurizing man, it did not disappear. But suddenly. Then spread among the Chitauri. 1 past 10, 10 past 100. A lot of electric light flickered in the sky. There were crackling sounds everywhere. In the sky. Chitaurizing people seemed to be eating dumplings. It began to fall from the sky non-stop. It's like a UV mosquito killer for summer. Kung fu in a short while. A patch of Chitaurian corpses had accumulated on the ground. The sky is clear. Revealed blue sky. But. Domilian frowned, as if dissatisfied with the blow. Domilian, you are still not skilled at this trick. Go back to the library and have a look, maybe you will gain something. Gons commented. Domilian nodded. Below are several members of Avengers. Directly everyone is numb. Good guy. They are straight good guys. Is this the legendary Emperor of Versailles? The power of this blow. Directly wiped out an army of perhaps hundreds of thousands. The Chitaurus were too late to cry. Are you still not satisfied? Is that human being? Several Avengers were silent. Thor and Loki began to doubt life. Is this an Earthling? This is Kamar-Taj's magician? Didn't Odin say that Kamar-Taj is about as good as their Asgard? How does this look different? Suspected life for a long time. Tony Stark said as if he had eaten a fly. Good thing. It's all good things. We're not going to die for it? Several people around also nodded. At least. Finally there is good news. Boom. There was an explosion in the sky. It was as if an atomic bomb had exploded in the sky. They look up. In the sky, the portal that could only accommodate one whale battleship suddenly expanded. Several blocks were covered. A large swarm of Chitaurians began to fall from the sky. In the silver shadow, there is also a huge and unimaginable battleship. Tony, you'd better not talk anymore. Captain America looked at the sky and said solemnly. Tony Stark was about to cry. Asterisk. Chapter 47, The mothership arrives. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. New York. Near Stark Building. The Avengers looked at the sky stupidly. A huge mothership that covered half of the sky fell from the sky. The Chitaurizing army structure is similar to the Hive. Most of the soldiers are biological weapons. It is manipulated by the core in the mothership. In the movie, a nuclear bomb blew up the mothership, and all the Chitaurians lost their ability to move. In reality, nuclear weapons simply cannot exert that enormous power. Nuclear weapons have so much power in the atmosphere. The resulting shockwave and radiation are enough to destroy a city. World. In space, the power of nuclear weapons is greatly reduced, and it is impossible to form air waves. Can only rely on the original explosion and high heat against the enemy. Not to mention, the Chitarizing people have entered the interstellar era. How could they not even have a weapon similar to nuclear weapons? It's just that their mission is not to destroy, but to use them. In fact, the mothership of the Chitarians, with the ability to directly destroy the surface of the planet. Although not as good as the Thanos flagship, it's not far behind. How could the mothership of an interstellar civilization be as weak as it appears in the movie? The explosion of nuclear weapons might not even break the defense. Now, the pressure this weapon brings can be imagined. Half of New York was shrouded in shadows. Accompanying, there are also countless starships and Chitaris. The power is stronger than before. Thor also looked ugly, and his face suddenly turned into a pig's liver. Let's go. There is no point in continuing to resist. The mothership of the Chitarians has come, and the city can no longer be preserved. No, we can't go. There are so many civilians here. Captain America spoke firmly. What can you do? This is the mothership of the Chitarians. The Chitarians are famous executioners in the galaxy. They never stay alive. Thor shook his head. Under the leadership of Thanos, the Chitarizing people are very heinous. Except for the valuable goods of young and middle-aged slaves. Others, they will all slaughter. The mothership arrives? There was no way he could. It's not something we can handle at all. If you don't believe me, look. Thor said again. In the distant sky, more than a dozen missiles with long tail flames shot towards the side. Tony Stark saw it at a glance. This is the Peacemaker long-range ICBM that they produced before Stark Industries. Can cover a small county. Boom. The rocket exploded directly in the sky. Tony Stark's eyes widened suddenly. Damn. Energy shield. Tony Stark can see. A pale blue shield surrounds the Chitaris mothership. Dozens of intercontinental missiles did not cause any impact on the battleship. Not even the shield had any ripples. Tony Stark was desperate. He knew the power of this intercontinental missile. After all, this is a powerful weapon developed by him himself. But now, can't even break through other people's shields? If you give him enough time, he might have developed a device that could destroy this shield. Can. What he lacks the most right now is time. In the sky, the Chitarian mothership has undergone shape-shifting. Shape-shifting occurs above a large number of decks. Huge amounts of the muzzle leaked out and began to charge. Looks like the Chitauri are really angry. One shot and the whole of New York will be evaporated. Thor shook his head. Although he is reckless, he likes to fight. But not fools. How could he fight a mothership alone? It's better to leave now and find support. Two masters, everyone, it's too unwise to stand here. Let's go. Loki said. He had long wanted to leave. You just leave. We still have to deal with these Chitarians. Gon said lightly. Come on, Domilian. It seems that this battleship is to be destroyed, and he cannot be let down. Gons looked at Domilian next to him. Domilian nodded. The two of them flew into the sky side by side. You are killing me. Tony Stark shouted hard. They flew towards the mothership of the Chitaris. The Chitaris are not fools either. A large number of troops came down from the sky and encircled these two people. In conjunction, there are also a large number of whale warships, launching a large number of fierce artillery fire. But Kans and Domilian didn't care at all. There was a lot of artillery fire in the sky. The two of them were like butterflies flying among the flowers. All kinds of artillery and laser weapons can't get close at all. It's not like a fight, but a bit like a walk in the past. The surrounding Chitarizing people are even more vulnerable. The kung fu of waving. These Chitarians fell directly from the sky. Several members of the Avengers looked straight. This is too strong. Incredible too. The artillery fire in the sky cannot be measured at all. Even Hulk goes up. I am afraid that in an instant, it will be destroyed by these countless artillery fires. Those are all artillery pieces commanded by the mothership's core supercomputer in the sky. The dense laser artillery fire directly formed a network. Not even a mosquito could fly past. But at this moment, Cans and Domilian. It's like going to someone else's house to be a guest. Through this dense artillery fire, it is completely unclear to lose the army. It was directly close to the Chitarizing mothership in the sky. Wait until they get close. In the sky, the defensive artillery on the mothership of the Chitarians also began to fire. More intensive artillery fire began to explode. Thor felt like he was going up, and I was afraid he would be beaten into a puddle of mud in an instant. But Cans and Domilian and Cans, the two magicians. But it was already close to the mothership in the sky. Unscathed. Stand in the sky. Thousands of cannon fire were fired beside the ears, and long magician robes danced in the wind. The expression on his face didn't change. As if the surrounding artillery fire, what kind of scenery? Calm to the extreme. Tony Stark on the ground was in a bit of admiration at the moment. He wanted to be arrogant. But seeing people in the fire, this calm. Tony Stark is completely convinced. To be replaced by him. Already busy dodging. Maybe it takes J.A.R.V.I.S to help me in order to avoid it. What about people? In the leisurely stroll, I passed through countless artillery fire. With a wave of his hand, he killed an unknown number of troops. Not even the slightest wrinkle on the clothes. Tony Stark suddenly felt. Sometimes. Gap between people. Bigger than humans and dogs. P.S. The book will be on the shelves at 2 p.m, the content will be very exciting later, Ancient One is coming back soon. Please readers subscribe. Grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Between chatting and laughing, ashes and smoke are reduced across the eaves, please subscribe. New York. In the sky. A Chitarizing mothership stretches across the sky. All kinds of artillery fire burst violently around. But, amazing to say, beneath this enormous mothership, the two figures stood silently in the air. The dashing linen robe constantly flutters in the wind. Their shadows are looming. It doesn't seem like it's out of this world. Cannon fire all around. But there is absolutely no way to get these two people. On the ground. The people of the Avengers were all dumbfounded. The SWAT is Tony Stark. Relying on J.A.R.V.I.S, he was able to monitor the high-altitude scene. His tiny drones were destroyed by an unknown amount. But in the sky, the two magicians were unscathed. Those gigantic artillery pieces seemed to not exist at all. Tony Stark's mouth twitched. This. Also too perverted. Is that human being? His armor can't do this. How does one do it? But Tony Stark was curious. How do they deal with this huge mothership? To know. This mothership probably has a file size that is full of brown rice. A person is like a small ant in front of it. Inconspicuous at all. How could he continue to stop these huge amounts of battleships? Could it be that they plan to enter this battleship directly and make an internal breakthrough? But that's not possible either. The Chitarians aren't fools either. Tony Stark frowned. This is a 1-kilometer warship. The Chitarians must have considered the possibility of an invasion. There must be defenses inside. What are they going to do? Tony stared at the sky. Fist rubbed tightly. No, they drew their swords. What is this for? Tony Starr looked at the two indifferent figures in the sky. They rubbed their waists at the same time. Tony Stark slowed down 100 times. See the scene clearly. A moment of effort. Tony Starr saw clearly. In their hands, two white gold lightsabers were hooked. Next moment, the lightsaber disappeared without a trace. But this is enough. Boom. The sky lit up. It was as if a second sun appeared in the sky. The whole of New York was lit up. All the scenery was covered by this huge and dazzling white light. Several of the Avengers. They were all stabbed by the dazzling light and closed their eyes. Rumble. Boom. In the sky, huge amounts of explosions sounded. It seemed like countless bombs were exploding in the sky. Several people in the Avengers are all perturbed in their hearts. In the end, what happened? A few minutes of waiting. The dazzling white light in the sky continued to disappear. Several members of the Avengers looked up. The blue sky hooks now in their sky. Several people suddenly widened their eyes. His face was full of wonder. What about the mothership? What about the mothership of the Chitaurians? Some people can't believe it. It's like being in a dream. If not for the dilapidated buildings on the ground, a large number of corpses and debris. They even thought that what just happened was an illusion. That is a mighty Chitaurizing mothership. It is also accompanied by Chitaurizing people who I am afraid I do not know how many thousands. A moment of effort. Just gone? I really hadn't thought of that. This will happen. The shield in Captain America's hand fell directly to the ground. A trembling screeching sound. Several members of the Avengers Alliance all had wry smiles on their faces. So perverted. The gap between people really is speechless. The other side. Asgard. Asgard. Odin sat on his throne, the expression on his face changed for the first time. Rare. Yoon showed a shocking look on the face of the Lord of the Nine Realms. This expression. I'm afraid there's been no rhyme in Odin's face for hundreds of thousands of years. Since he became the Lord of the Nine Realms, there is not much that can shock him. Now, Odin was shocked. He felt it. At the moment of just rope. There was a sudden burst of powerful energy on the earth. Even his perception was a little disturbed. Wait until he regains perception. The sky is already clean. The Chitauri, the whale battleship, the mothership of the Chitauri, all disappeared. Only. On the ground of New York, there was a thick layer of dust and various debris. It was as if a piece of paper was thrown into the flames. That 1 kilometer file size, huge battleship, millions of Chitauri army. The smoke disappeared. In the sky. Those two janitor magicians from Kamar-Taj. There was still that indifferent expression on his face. It's as if they didn't do anything. But Odin knew. Before them, what a terrible power erupted. Without any exaggeration. If this power explodes, the whole of New York would be razed to the ground by this huge amount of force. Odin was silent. He was puzzled. Just two magicians watching the gate. How did Ancient One get trained to look like this? Could it be that Ancient One is really the kind of heavenly entanglement that has never been born for thousands of years? But Odin never expected it. The mastermind behind this shocking move is Ancient One's eldest disciple, Lin Yu, who hosts Kamar-Taj. Subsequently, Odin couldn't help but sighed. Their Asgard, whether it is ability, resources, or environment, are much stronger than the Earth. Why can't Asgard cultivate such a strong man? Is there such a big gap between him and intentional? Ugh. Odin thought about things. The expression on the face is full of loneliness. Deep in the universe. The location of the tyrant. He was still sitting in his seat. but at this moment, his face was a little ugly. There was still a shocking look in his eyes. In front of him, a translucent virtual screen is constantly playing some pictures. All are pictures that were previously found on Earth. It was photographed by the mothership of the Chapter-Rising and passed on. The optical brain of the mothership faithfully recorded the entire disintegration process of the mothership. That's right. Is disintegration. This is universal in the universe, high-level gold that can resist the impact of small planets. At this moment, it was eroded by some kind of power. And inch by inch disintegrates into the most basic particles. The Chapter-Rising people inside, not to mention, were directly vaporized by Wang Hao. Just a few tens of seconds of effort. A 1-kilometer-long battleship was directly evaporated. Turned into countless dust. See it all. Thanos clenched his hands into fists. Even Thanos couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't think he could do it. This power. It's terrifying. That's a spaceship with a top energy shield. On a backward planet, one ship can destroy the planet. Even the explosion of nuclear weapons cannot threaten such a powerful warship. Now, was it destroyed by 2 people? Or was it ruined by 2 watchmen? What happened to this world? Thanos suddenly felt. The world feels unreal. This power. I'm afraid it's not weaker than him at all, right? A mere Earth string. A small broken planet on the edge of the universe that can no longer be edged. Can you be such a master now? What kind of force is this Kamar-Taj? 99. Thanos asked this question from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 49. The pattern. The pattern is small. Subscribe. SHIELD. Nick Fury is observing the situation from his helicarrier. On the screen in front of him. It's a real-time view from a New York camera. Who are these 2 people? Look at the 2 figures who are constantly shuttled in the countless artillery fire. Nick Fury just felt terrified. The endless artillery fire just wiped it all at once. He's all gone. That gang of people shuttled through this artillery fire, it's really desperate. This is how confident you are in yourself that you are able to do this. However, this person, at the risk of passing it on, what is it for? Could it be that if you want a knife, you can't chop a battleship? Nick Fury looked a little ridiculous at these 2. Their ICBMs, all holding huge amounts of motherships, were helpless. What can this person do? Boom. Just when Nick Fury wondered. A loud bang came. Nick Fury just felt as if an atomic bomb had exploded next to his ear. The whole person's head is buzzing. The air carrier under the feet also shook and dried up quickly. Front monitor screen. It became a piece of white light, and nothing could be seen clearly. What happened? Who can tell me what happened? 93. Nick Fury woke up quickly. He asked at the agent of SHIELD. Sir. In the heart of New York, an exponential burst of 637 energy has been detected. Its energy level is equivalent to. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. Equal to what? The equivalent of 10 Tsarist atomic bombs. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent said with great difficulty. What? Nick Fury stood up straight from his seat, his face horrified. Tsar bomb. The RDS-220 hydrogen bomb made by Mober during the Cold War. It is the most powerful nuclear bomb in human history. It is 400 times more than the nuclear weapons that exploded in the island country that year, equivalent to the explosion of more than 100 million tons of TNT. When a Tsar bomb was tested that year, the entire Asian continental shelf was moved a few millimeters to dry. The power of 10 Tsar bombs. Isn't the whole of New York gone now? I am afraid that half of North America will be affected. How is this possible? Send me the drone and I want to know what's going on in New York as soon as possible. Who else can tell me, where is that damn alien warship going? 39. Nick Fury pointed to the empty screen and said. On his screen, the battleship that had been floating in the air had disappeared. It can only be seen that there are two small dots left in the sky. That's the two magicians flying up. Nick Fury was very puzzled. In the end, what happened? Sir. According to our intelligence, those two magicians from Kamar-Taj directly destroyed the Chitauri starship. An S.H.I.E.L.D agent said, shivering. What? Even ENI Fury's city government was dissatisfied and horrified. How is this possible? That's an alien warship. None of their ICBMs can do anything about it? Now it was destroyed by two people? What a joke. Aren't these two people equivalent to humanoid nuclear weapons? Is that human being? Humans can do this. N.I. Fury was in shock. Even his skeptical spirit was forgotten. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D was shut down. New York. At this moment, New York has become a place of war. Once one of the most prosperous cities on Earth, the most central place has turned into ruins. A large number of whale warships, bringing huge amounts of destructive power. Many high-rise buildings collapsed directly. The rest are ruins. Several blocks centered on the tower building were even more severely damaged. Many people were injured. But whether it's the Avengers on the ground, or the many S.H.I.E.L.D employees, as if they didn't notice it, they all looked up at the sky. When the neck is sore, I don't know it at all, Adv. Wait until Gons and Domilian come down from the sky. The members of the Avengers continued to wake up from a dream. Several members of the Avengers were somewhat disbelieving and full of bitterness. Such a huge warship, just destroyed like this? Am I dreaming? Tony Starley said in confusion. You are not dreaming. 99. Indeed, the battleship was destroyed. Thor was also a little ruthless. He knew that these two magicians who guarded the door were very powerful. But I didn't expect it to be so powerful. This is the mothership of the Chitaurians. Just smashed it with one sword? If not on Earth, he even thought he saw his father. No, we didn't kill the battleship. We can't do that. We just smashed his shield, passed through the hull of the ship for half a kilometer, and then shattered his energy core. All that's left is to cause an energy collapse. 11. Gon said lightly. Thor? Smash Starship-class energy shields at your fingertips. Cut through a kilometer-long starship hull. This kind of thing. Why can you say it so easily? How to see this? It is not something that humans can do diligently, right? Thor didn't know what it meant to pretend. He is clear now. This coercion is really natural. But these two words are used very well. Thor's mouth twitched. For a moment, he felt that he, the first prince of Asgard, was useless and useless. Everyone can easily cut a warship. He can only deal with the miscellaneous soldiers. The gap is too big. All right. Don't talk about these useless things. Now we close the portal. After dealing with this small matter, we have to go to practice. Gon spoke again. When the Avengers heard this, they were speechless again. This is enough to destroy the crisis of the Earth. In people's eyes. Is it a small thing? Little things. It's called little things. Then tell me what's the big deal? The members of the Avengers were in tears. For a moment. They feel that they are small. This pattern is really too small. Look at people. This is the big picture. Chitaurizing invasion. Just a small thing. Several members of the Avengers felt the urge to cry again. Gons had no time to waste. I took a few people directly to the tower building. Tony Starr, how is this thing going to be shut down? 33. Gons asked with a frown. The Chitaris are gone. This portal is a hidden danger. In the universe, there are not only Chitarizing people. If this portal is open, its power can also come. Earth now. Like a child holding a lot of money. A treasure like the Infinity Stones, everyone wants to get. They have to close the portal and go around. Gons asked. Tony Starr was also stunned. This thing is off. He doesn't know either. Chapter 50 Mind Scepter Interference. Hero loses control. Subscribe. New York. Tower Building. Under the leadership of Kans and Domilian. They came to the portal device. This installation rhymes on the top floor of the tower building. Linked to the arc reactor of the tower building function through some kind of equipment. But the device was now surrounded by a stream of pure blue energy. Tony Stark shot up, but there was nothing he could do. He was almost injured by the powerful energy that erupted. Tony Stark loves it. Is it so weak? It's okay if the Chitarians can't beat it? Can't even open such a dead thing? I still don't believe in this evil. 99. Tony Starr said something. At first he was arrogant. As a result, in front of so many people, didn't even shake the device? Where does his face go? Stark waved. A set of battle armor floated again from the tower building. The chest of this armor is quickly shape-shifting. In the end, a huge muzzle was hooked. Boom. A solid projectile fired the hook. It directly hit the blue energy chaos. Ding. A harsh hissing sounded. Several people in the Avengers couldn't help covering their ears. Several people looked at the portal opener over there. Moan. The physical projectile that Tony Stark fired through his armor fell directly to the ground. Teleporter, unscathed. Ignorant fool. To break the energy shield created by Tesseract. 39. Really ignorant. A cold female voice came from behind. A few people. A green-skinned woman and a blue-skinned woman hooked behind their backs. The blue-skinned woman. There are still traces of mechanical transformation on his body, and he does not look like an ordinary person. In the hands of the green-clothed woman, she was holding something that looked like a scepter. Who are you? Tony Starr said. Kill your people. Gamera said coldly. She is not the Gamera from now on, but the ruthless killer under Thanos. It can be said. The hands of Gamera and Nebula, stained with the blood of various races in the Xiao universe. Absolutely cold-blooded. And the two of them are very powerful warriors in the universe. In the face of the Avengers, there is no meaning at all. Definitely. This is mainly because they have been in the tower building. Kans and Domrian were not seen hooking hands. Otherwise, neither of them are fools. How could they stand up? What a big breath. It seems that you are the mastermind behind this invasion. Tony Starley gritted his teeth and said. The Chitarizing invasion this time. Not only New York suffered heavy losses, but there are probably nearly 1 million people who died. The economic losses caused may be in the billions of dollars. Tower building as the core location. And suffered huge losses. Tony Starley's staff are nearly dead and the lab is destroyed. How could he not be angry? Both Gamera and Nebula gave Tony Starley a disdainful look. Gamera said nothing. The spiritual scepter in his hand is aimed at this side. A blue light shot Kinley. Tony Starley was unprepared for a while, and was directly kicked out. If it wasn't for him wearing armor, I'm afraid it will be the first Avenger to be killed. Shameless, even sneak attack. Thor said angrily. The Mjolnir in his hand lit up with a huge thunderbolt. He shot directly at the two of them. Gamera and Nebula are very agile, turning around and dodging directly. Next moment, Nebula said nothing. A coin file-size disk is hooked. Instant snap 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 snap. Radioactive lightning appeared on this small disk. Oh, la. Thor, the god of thunder and lightning. I can't take care of myself by this lightning life. Disco jumped directly on the ground. Mjolnir in his hand fell to the ground with a groan. Idiot. Nebula said coldly. Used by Nebula. Impressively, it was on the planet of High Heavenly Venerate, that Valkyrie dealt with Thor. Gautianzun has such a thing. Thanos naturally has it too. In this universe, it's not that you can go without a trace if you have power. Technology has developed to the ultimate level and is still very powerful. A technological weapon that surpasses the Protoss. Can even destroy a multi-universe. Dealing with Thor, of course, is not a problem. At present, the strongest combat power of the Avengers was brought down in an instant. It is clear. Thor's arrogance has been repeated. Ignoring the police is now out of luck. The remaining Captain America and Hulk looked at each other and rushed up directly. Roar. Haoli rushed towards Gamera. Zero, ask for flowers. Face this behemoth. Even Gamera's expression changed. But she seemed to remember something, and smiled disdainfully again. Just a beast. 93. Speaking of which, she slipped a shovel, relying on her own flexibility. It went straight through Hulk's crotch. The psychic scepter in his hand was directly on Hulk's body. A blue light flashed. It covered Hulk's entire body at once. Hulk's eyes suddenly turned red. Roar. A roar like a beast rang out. Hulk. Out of control. He does not distinguish between enemy and me at all, and he will attack anyone he sees. Even punched Captain America next to him. If Captain America hadn't blocked it with his shield, Captain America might have fainted with this punch. Boom. Like a medium tank, Hulk killed and destroyed. Tony Stark had just flown up from downstairs, looking for a place. Still don't understand what's going on. He was caught by Hulk. Clap clap. I smashed it on the ground and threw it out. Ah! Hulk charged towards Gons and Domilian. And Loki. I don't know where to go. Not even a fisherman. Not to mention Black Widow. Nebula knocked her to the ground very easily. The Avengers are all down in an instant. Nebula and Gamera over there, watching these few easygoing Avengers. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. This is the Avengers that their fathers are very afraid of? Just a bunch of idiots. How did these guys stop the Chitauri attack? Gamera and Nebula are very puzzled. They didn't think about it? Where is the heyday of the Avengers at the moment? They had just faced the difficult Chitauri army. Haven't had time to rest yet. Both strength and stamina have been exhausted. It's long overdue now. The police said it was the top space warriors like Gamera and Nebula. I am afraid that anyone who comes out can defeat them. Not to mention, is Thanos afraid of reunion? Thanos fears Odin and Ancient One. These two perverted old guys are here. Thanos doesn't dare to be a casual fisherman. He doesn't want to die young yet. Apparently Gamera and Nebula didn't take that into consideration. They looked at Gons and Domilian who were being attacked by Brother Hulk. With a sneer on his face.